Something new for 2018, it's the Monster Energy FIM Speedway of Nations. Team riding is the key, pairs action, and what thrilling racing we've seen over the course of the last week in the build-up to the final. 7 teams in race-off 1, 7 teams in race-off 2. Poland automatically through to the grand final as the host nation. It all started in Germany and Tetro at the Bergring Arena last weekend. And what a tremendous night of racing it was. Denmark really needed last chance saloon to make their way through, but Germany, the host nation, delighted the home fans with a string of impressive rides. Russia were the top nation though. Artem Laguta and Emil Sayfutinov, the Grand Prix regulars, doing the business, delivering the goods for the Russian side. Denmark just about held on and managed to edge their way through, but it was very tense and very tight in the final knockout. Mati Zegar won it for Slovenia, but with Denmark holding second and third, the bonus point for third place was enough for them to go through. So the top 3 from race-off 1, Russia, Germany and Denmark, all then went to Manchester in Great Britain on Tuesday evening, and the return of Ty Woffenden after his self-imposed exile from the Great Britain side. Britain duly delighted the host nation with some impressive riding and didn't even need the knockout stages, but it was a close shave. At one stage it looked like they may have to go to a straight knockout when Australia got the better of them. And the top nation on the night working really hard in the National Speedway Stadium, Team Sweden, but Great Britain sprung a surprise by beating them when it mattered most as well. Finland and France going very close to the knockout stages, and heartache late on for France as they missed out. And Czech Republic as well, with Václav Milik riding quite beautifully, couldn't quite make it to the final knockout. Australia were the team that got there, and Australia holding second and third place did enough to make it through. Mark Lemon, the manager, a relieved man. So the top 3 from race-off 2, Sweden, Great Britain and Australia, through to the final, and we now know the full lineup of all 7 nations in Poland, Wrocław and the Olympic Stadium for the final. The beautiful city of Wrocław bathed in sunshine over the course of the last 48 hours. Breathtaking architecture, restaurants and bars, a tremendous atmosphere throughout the city itself. Great for tourists, families, people of all ages, and the cafe culture, making it very tasty indeed. Hi there, welcome along to the Olympic Stadium here in Wrocław in Poland. It's the Monster Energy FIM Speedway of Nations final leg 1. It's over 2 nights here in Wrocław, tonight and Saturday. And it's going to be a fascinating battle over the course of the next 2 nights. Great to be here at the Olympic Stadium, recently renovated, fantastic venue. And Kelvin Tatum alongside me is a former Wrocław rider in the early 90s. Kelvin, good to be back.
Yeah, delighted to be back. It didn't look quite like this when I was riding here back in the 90s, but they really have given it a makeover for the World Games last year. And it's a fabulous stadium now. They've kept the original look of the stadium. And I must say it's very impressive indeed. We've got a very impressive lineup of riders here. It's going to be quite some 2 days of racing. You've got to say there aren't too many weak links in the programme, so thoroughly looking forward to the racing. It's been a good week of Speedway. It's a new format. There are a few tweaks, I'm sure, that will happen in the future, but now we're at the finals in Poland, and their hosts, they'll be very keen to get on with it here in heat number 1.
Which is Australia against Poland, the home nation making their first appearance in the Speedway of Nations tonight. They went through automatically as the host nation, and Poland are in the white and yellow helmet colours against Australia, including the world champion Jason Doyle. Heat number 1 is on the way. Heat number 1 coming up here in Wrocław, a beautiful sunny evening here. Kelvin Tatum alongside me, the former England World Cup rider and a former Wrocław rider as well, here in commentary. And it is Australia against Poland in the first race of the night. It's Jason Doyle and Max Frick in red for the Australian side, and Maciej Janowski and Patrick Dudek for the Poles in white and yellow.
Yeah, fabulous lineup, heat number 1. It's going to be interesting with the world champion on the inside gate. Will gates 1 and 3 prove to be an advantage at this early stage? Time will tell. Poland have had to be patient, of course, because they were seeded straight through to this stage, whereas the other riders have been in competitive action throughout the week. Doyle and Max Frick did actually make hard work of it back in the UK on Tuesday in Bellevue, Manchester, coming through in the last chance race, but they're here. They all start even now. And you've got to believe that the pairing of Janowski and Dudek, very powerful. Janowski rides here, as does Frick. Dudek, world number 2. He is a top performer these days. Great way to start the Speedway of Nations.
It's the final, the first leg. 2 legs of the final over tonight and tomorrow to decide the champions. Here we go.
Oh, disaster. Disaster for Janowski.
Dear,
Straight into the tapes. He's gone. He's gone. Well, you can ill afford to throw points away. Points are going to be very hard earned here. And that is dreadful news for Janowski. Does Doyle move? Somebody moves on here. Dudek as well. Did Dudek touch them first?
I think Dudek's touched the tapes first.
Yeah, you may well be right. I was looking at Janowski, but Dudek moves.
There you go.
Yes!
Oh.
So Dudek goes. Wow! Nerves on the start line in heat number 1.
Well, this is the 3rd successive Speedway of Nations meeting where heat number 1 has been delayed. And yellow has gone. Patrick Dudek is the man who has been excluded by the referee for touching the tapes in the first race of the night. That is not what Poland were looking for. Of course, it is a marathon, not a sprint.
Yeah.
We've got over 40 races to decide the champions over the next 2 nights.
Well, the teams have got a minimum of 12 chances. And you see it here. Initially, it looked to me that Janowski, yeah, Dudek goes first. I was looking at Doyle on the inside. I thought maybe he had moved, but it wasn't the case. Dudek just a little bit nervous, a little bit impatient. Tapes being held for longer than we've become accustomed to in the past. There's no doubt that Christian Froschau is the German referee, and there'll be a warning, of course, which will stay with him now throughout.
White is warned as well, Kelvin.
So 2 warnings, and we haven't even done a lap.
Yeah, because he did move and he did touch the tapes, but the fact that it was after Dudek, the first man to touch the tapes is the man who's excluded.
Yes.
So not the best of starts for Poland here in Wrocław this evening. The first race of the night, and we're down to 3 riders. Very, very tense early on.
Very much so, and you've got to believe that this extra pause on the tapes is creating problems for riders.
But it's the norm these days, Kelvin, now. World Championship level, the
yes,
Grand
it
Prix.
is, but the problem is that they're riding at league level, and they don't have quite such a long pause, but I would think that was down to nerves for the Polish pair.
Australia against Poland. Australia with 2 riders, Poland just with 1. Patrick Dudek was the first of both riders to touch the tapes, and therefore he is excluded. And all the pressure now on Maciej Janowski. The best he can do here, the only thing that Poland can do, is get a win and square this race at 3 apiece.
Exactly right, and he is more than capable of doing that. He rides here for Wrocław, and you've got to believe that he has the capabilities, but there's no doubt there's a lot of pressure on the Polish team. World champion on the inside gate. Well, he might just be in the box seat here, Doyle.
Yep, here we go then. The world champion, Jason Doyle, inside in red. They're away first time of asking. Janowski, magnificent. Now Doyle is going to use that inside run quite nicely. Doyle, oh, he locks up there, goes on one wheel, and Janowski is going to try the inside run here. Doyle's got to close the door. He's done just that. Jason Doyle has the advantage. Maciej Janowski is second, and Max Frick, who rides for Wrocław, he is third right now. It's a 4-2 to Australia as things stand.
Yeah, the inside gate came to the rescue there because Janowski dropped the clutch and the bike was away, but as they got to the first corner, Doyle just about held the line. Janowski's looking very, very, very competitive in second place. Frick there, track slick at this early stage, a little greasy, but it's a very warm evening. Doyle out in front, doesn't look super quick because Janowski's working hard, but if he moves off the line, Max Frick will be there to pounce. Into the last lap, Doyle, the world champion, hanging on out in front. Janowski desperately looking for a way through.
Yeah, he is, and he does look to have the speed. Janowski really is piling the pressure on Jason Doyle, but he's lost ground there. He's splitting the Australian duo. Jason Doyle is going to make a winning start to the final, the first leg of the final here in Wrocław tonight. Doyle, the race winner for Australia, with second place there going to Maciej Janowski, who had a lot of speed there for Poland, but he didn't have a partner to look for, with Dudek being excluded right at the start there, and it's a 4-2 to Australia, who get a good start on the board here.
Yeah, that's a lovely start for them. They took advantage of that. They would, of course, they would have wanted a 5-1 ideally, but 4-2. Good stuff from the Aussies.
Yep, Doyle wins the race. Second was Matt Janowski for Poland. Third was Max Frick for Australia. It's a 4-2 to Australia with that man advantage. They took advantage in the first race of the night. Good ride from Doyle, but he knew he had Janowski all over him.
Well, he had company all throughout 4 laps, didn't he? Because Janowski made a great drop there, but he just can't quite get to the first corner. It's a bit slick, although Doyle very nearly threw it away there with the bike just straightening up underneath him. Great start from gate 2, but the inside gate proved to be the better one, with hugging that inside line all the way there. Just momentarily Doyle lifted there, but he just regathered it in time. Plenty of action here, because as hard as Janowski's trying in second place, he can't find a way past. Track a little slick at this early stage. Team looking on from Doyle, and they're pleased with that. 3 points in the bag and 4 in total for the Australians. And with Dudek being excluded, they did take advantage. So a tidy start for the Australians. They'll be pleased with that.
Very much so. Heat number 2 coming up, and just because it was a shaky start for Poland, don't write them off. There's a long way to go.
Yes.
And ultimately a couple of points in the bag for Poland there, and in their home country, my goodness me, they're going to take some stopping, you can be sure of that. Heat number 2 is Germany against Denmark, and Germany have Kai Hülkenberg in ready. He rode nicely in Tetero last weekend. Martin Smolinski with all his Grand Prix experience, he's in the blue helmet colour. Michael Jepsen Jensen for Denmark is in white, and Kenneth Bjerre in yellow. No high-profile multi-world champion Nicky Pedersen or Grand Prix regular Niels Christian Iversen. Iversen taking a little bit of time off to allow his shoulder to rest after recent treatment.
Yeah, absolutely, but these two teams, of course, raced each other in Tetero, and the Germans got the better of the Danish pair there, the Danish pair having to go through the last chance race in Heat 23 to secure their place in the lineup. So a little bit of history here. Bjerre on gate 2, Michael Jepsen Jensen 4. I wonder whether gates 1 and 3 again will prove to be an advantage.
We'll find out here. Heat number 2, good start from Bjerre. He really is one of the fastest trappers. Kenneth Bjerre, he's made a beauty there. Second place here is the man in red. It's Kai Hülkenberg, and charging around the outside now is Michael Jepsen Jensen for Denmark. Now, will Bjerre look over his shoulder? He may see Jepsen Jensen coming around the outside. Hülkenberg is trying to block the challenge from Denmark. Smolinski has been left trailing at the back, and Jepsen Jensen trying to highlight, but here comes Hülkenberg.
Oh my goodness, tight down the back straight. Bjerre just lifted momentarily. The gap was opened up and Kai Hülkenberg was through. On the outside, keep your eyes on Jepsen Jensen. He's roaring round the outside, desperately trying to get there.
Good ride.
Hugging round. Jepsen Jensen neck and neck down the back straight. Championship Speedway at its best. Jepsen Jensen, Kai Hülkenberg neck and neck into the last lap. 3 abreast now, Jepsen Jensen. That's a class ride from him. He's stuck to the outside. Now he's looking for his... Oh! Drama!
Oh, that's a nasty one. That is a nasty one. Let's hope that they're going to be okay. Martin Smolinski getting a little bit of drive there. Kenneth Bjerre's walking away, but the 2 German boys are down hurt. And fingers crossed for them, because that is a nasty spill. Kai Hülkenberg.
Brett,
and,
both Germans
Martin
are still
Smolinski.
down.
Yeah.
Kenneth Bjerre walked off and is now having a lie down, and I can understand that. That was a horrific-looking accident. Martin Smolinski, suddenly the bike just reared up, straight across, skittled everybody else out of the way. And at the high speeds that you will be achieving on this Wroclaw track tonight, I've got to say that fingers crossed that the 2 German boys get up.
Yes, still down. I can see Kai Hülkenberg's... Kai Hülkenberg is actually moving.
Well, this man, Michael Jepsen Jensen, he committed himself to the outside, and for 2 laps it didn't quite work, and then finally he got himself to the front, and then it all concertinaed up behind him, and then we had that drama as they were going into the last lap. But Bjerre's actually now being attended to as well on the infield, so we've got 3 riders and machines really looking quite second-hand here, and let's just hope that the 2 German boys can get to their feet, because that was a tough-looking crash, that.
Yeah, very much so. Michael Hartl is the reserve for Germany, the under-21 rider. He's been riding in the UK with Swindon, with Ipswich. Let's see what happens here now. It's all about Smolinski in the blue helmet colour. Watch this. Oh, no. Ooh.
Well, Pierre's just no chance whatsoever. Martins was hugging the inside. You watch him, he's got nearly... he starts there, he's got the front wheel right over there, he's got the back wheel right on the inside, very nearly on the white line, and there must be a soft patch there, and it's just hooked up, clashed into his teammate, and then wipes out Pierre at the same time. That's really quite ugly. And as I say, let's just hope that those boys get up, because that's a, well, you know, the bikes and bodies quite knocked about. That bike there, well, that won't be used again. So blue's excluded. No surprise to see Smolinski go. Not sure.
Oh, well, he's up on the...
that's good.
Yeah, that's good.
That's good news.
But I know Hülkenberg is still down. Kenneth Pierre is walking away, which is good.
Now,
Hans Nielsen, the Danish team manager.
We're into the last lap there, Nige, but I get the feeling that the race may have to be rerun. It'd be interesting to see whether they'll call that or not. Christian Froschau, the referee, it's in his hands. But don't like seeing that, Nige. It's... oh, great.
Good to see.
Yeah.
Brilliant.
Cool, they're going to feel knocked about.
Just a little bit, yeah.
And they've got to race this tomorrow as well, so, yeah. An appreciative round of applause for all three riders. But, well, that was a bit of a stunner, wasn't it? That was unexpected.
Yeah, I suspect that Kenneth Pierre went down just to get his breath back. Let's hope it's nothing more than that. Has to be a rerun in heat number 2 with 3 riders only. And Kai Hülkenberg's got to come out here again for Germany, unless they decide that he's not fit enough, and Michael Hartl, the reserve, will come in to replace him. There will be no Martin Smolinski, with Michael Jensen and Kenneth Pierre coming out again here.
Well, it's going to be a delay because the airbag's got to be replaced because that was punctured. But good news that both of the boys was able to go back to the pits. Kenneth Pierre there quite clearly. When something like that happens, and it's it's completely beyond your control, it's quite shocking, actually. It takes a few moments to get over it. Martin will have to just gather himself and probably go on the spare bike, because that bike, I'd be very surprised if he could use that one again. Of course, now for the youngster now, the under-21 rider, Hartl, he's going to switch himself on here. He may well be thrown in here to take the pressure off the two main riders here, but...
Yep, so fingers crossed all the boys are going to be okay. The early signs are that they will be, but the air fence is getting a little bit of repair now. The bikes, the air fence and the bodies all need a bit of repair.
Exactly. Everybody's taken quite a bashing there, and looks like they've replaced the bag, so we won't be having too much of a delay there.
Mark Lemon is the Australian team manager now, and he is with Kiri.
Mark, well, while we wait for the action on the track, talk us through first heat. Quite nice for the boys. Yeah,
obviously a few nervous boys out there. I'd rather it was Poland than our boys, so they kept their composure. But, you know, obviously to carry a warning through the rest of the tournament's going to be quite difficult. But, no, it was just a learning curve, really, for these boys, just getting the feel of the track. It's been, you know, a pretty hot day today in the practice, so it's, you know, you got one back straight's pretty grippy and one's a little bit slick. But, you know, these boys are sort of pretty calm and working pretty hard behind the scenes to get it right, but it's a long way to go. Good start, though.
They've been quite calm all day. Now, has the track changed much since practice, have they said?
Yeah, I mean, you're not really used to having practice in the afternoons over here, so it's kind of, it is slightly different. But as you can see, you know, the great weather we've got here and, you know, the nice grandstand, one side gets shaded, the track gets shaded, and the other side's in the baking sun. So it's you know, a bit of a contradiction of grip levels, but these guys are, you know, confidence, you know, world beaters, so they can adapt. Okay, and have you had a look at your heats? Any of those are particularly standing out as more pressure than others? It's a world championship. They're all going to be tough. Every point's crucial. All right, thanks, Mark. Cheers.
Well, they did get off to a decent start, but we're hearing that Michael Hartl could well be coming in for Germany, and that's no surprise for Kai Hülkenberg, because he did look knocked about when he went back to the pits. And it will just give them a few more moments to just get themselves reorganised. That's really hard on the Germans because they did so well in Tetro, didn't they, Nige? But
yeah, they did.
You know, but for Michael Hartl, an opportunity to get some laps under his belt.
And interesting as well that the referee did not award the race in terms of the positioning at the time of the stoppage, purely because he probably felt that there was still some racing to be done in the latter stages there to establish a definite result. And you can only really award a race if you're convinced that that is how it's going to finish.
Yeah, I see your point, and it does seem a little bit harsh. They were well into the last lap. I don't know how many places would have changed down the back straight, but of course there's always that possibility. But you can argue that point all night long. But the bottom line is that they're going to have to do it again. And the young Michael Hartl will go from the inside gate, and who knows, he might just be a German hero here if he can jump off the start and hit the front.
Yes, and looking forward to seeing Michael Hartl, of course. Ipswich Witches fans have seen plenty of him this season at Vauxhall Stadium. Ipswich had a good win against Sheffield last night at Vauxhall without Michael Hartl, so well done to them. Heat number 2 coming up now with a 4-2 for Australia and Poland, the only result we've had so far. If you have just joined us, we had a tapes exclusion in the first race, and we've had a crash in heat number 2, where, fingers crossed, the riders are going to be okay. Let's hope that we do see more of Kai Hülkenberg tonight, because he's ridden nicely in this tournament so far, but it's an unexpected early opportunity for Germany's under-21 rider. Michael Hartl is off the inside in red, the sole German representative. Bier's off gate 2 in yellow, and Jensen, who worked overtime in that race, has got to do it all again. Yeah, he did brilliantly to get round the outside, but you're right, he's got to do it all again. But this is an opportunity for Denmark. 5 points here must be up for grabs. Yes, heat number 2 it is. And Hartl has lifted at the start. That's allowed Bier to get away with Jensen. Now, will they do a bit of team riding? Bier looks over his right-hand shoulder and sees that Jensen is there alongside him. Hartl not with them at the moment. It's a 5-1 to Denmark in the early stages. Denmark, of course, who just scraped through. They failed to qualify for the race-off in the World Cup last year. But here they are in the Speedway of Nations final, and to be fair to Kenneth Bier, doesn't necessarily have to do it, but he's looking over his shoulder and taking care of Jensen. Yeah, but the track is quite slick, and the shortest way looks like the fastest way, and as spectacular as Michael Jensen looked, it was quite hard work for him to hit the front, but they've settled nicely now, and they should pick up the 5 points, and this is a nice little bonus for them. Not the ideal way, of course, with riders being skittled in a nasty sort of accident, but Michael Jensen is enjoying himself in front, and Bier on his spare bike looks pretty competitive, and Michael Hartl in 3rd place. Well, it's 4 competitive laps under his belt. Yep, it's going to be a 5-1 to Denmark then, no problem that time. Michael Jensen, superb from him. He's ridden nicely with Kenneth Bier in 2nd spot. Michael Hartl was 3rd. It's 1 point to Germany and 5 points in the bag for Denmark. So super good start for them. Well, they've taken advantage, you know. It's a tough game, it's Championship Speedway, and as a consequence of the rerun, then the 2 boys from Denmark pick up a big 5 points, and I don't know how hard. Well, it's going to be very hard to get 5-1s here in this these next couple of days. Yes, and it's Great Britain and Sweden coming in the next race. Really? Wow. 5-1 then to Denmark, with Jensen and Bier over Michael Hartl, and Denmark are the early leaders then after 2 heats here. And pretty plain sailing there for Denmark in the rerun. Absolutely, and young Michael Hartl on the inside lifts violently there, and that really puts pay to his chances. Bier gets away nicely from gate 2. Michael Jensen roaring around the outside, enjoying himself. It takes a little while for him to actually get to the front, but that costs young Michael there. He just lifts too hard. Nervous, of course he's nervous. He was suddenly thrown in, and of course then... but he will feel an awful lot better about the rest of the night, because he's had a race under his belt. That always helps. Michael Jensen clearly enjoyed that, picking up a 5-1 with his teammate Kenneth Bier. So good stuff for Denmark, and 5 points in the bag. Very much so. Now there's a change already in heat number 3, and Alan Rossiter is ringing the changes in the first race that Great Britain take here. He has brought in Robert Lambert to replace Craig Cook in the first outing that Great Britain have in the final. No surprise, Robert Lambert did very well on Tuesday in Great Britain, and you've got to believe that, you know, if it isn't broken, don't fix it. And I think that, you know, if Robert Lambert has a couple of rides and doesn't do the business, then Craig Cook needs to be ready to go. But I can't see any problem with going with this pair in the opening race for Great Britain. Yep, so it's... Ty Woffinen and Robert Lambert. Woffinen in red, Lambert in blue. And it is Frederick Lindgren in white and Antonio Limbach in yellow.
Wow.
Of course, it does mean that we have the top two riders in the world right now. Lindgren leads the World Championship, the World Individual Championship, and Woofenden is just a point behind him with 2 rounds of the 10 rounds gone in the World Championship this year. And Robert Lambert, who rode nicely at Bellevue on Monday, replacing Craig Cook here. Big call from Alan Rossiter in the first race for Great Britain. Here we go, heat number 3. Woofenden's made a nice start off the inside gate. Now can Lambert join him? Not quite, because it's Lindgren in white, and coming around the outside is Antonio Limbach. The lead here, though, is with Ty Woofenden of Great Britain. Knows this track inside out, been here for 6 years, riding for Wrocław in the Polish league. Lambert now trying hard up the inside of Antonio Limbach.
Yeah.
He's got him as well. That was
Super.
a really nice move from Robert Lambert.
Terrific.
And Great Britain are on a 4-2 over Sweden right now.
Fabulous stuff. Woofenden had the inside gate, took full advantage. Great ride from Lambert to come through, get the better of Antonio Limbach. Freddie Lindgren was desperate to try and get over Woofenden to the first corner, but couldn't get there. Woofenden out in front, looking down on his bike. I do hope there's nothing too much wrong. Lindgren in second place. Great ride from Lambert. 4 points for Great Britain on potentially here. Track slick, really slick, tough to overtake.
Limbach's packing up. Limbach is packing up, and Robert Lambert is closing ground on Freddie Lindgren. Might not quite be enough, but Great Britain are going to open up here in Wrocław with a 4-2 race win over Sweden.
Yeah.
That will do them quite nicely. And Ty Woofenden looking superb.
Brilliant ride from Ty Woofenden. He came under a little bit of pressure at times, but he hugged the inside. There's no point in moving away from the inside at this early stage. Really good ride from Robert Lambert. He was left at the start, but he hugged that. He got himself into the action, really showed a lot of determination. 4 points. That was a tough heat on paper. And you've got to say that Ty Woofenden, the former world champion, came up with a stunning ride. 4 points to 2. Great start for Great Britain there.
A win for Ty Woofenden, second Freddie Lindgren, and third was Robert Lambert. 4-2 to Great Britain over Sweden. And early on, Denmark on 5, and Australia and Great Britain are on 4 points here. As we move up to heat number 4, and it's Russia against Australia. Australia with their second outing of the night. Here we see it again. Woofenden off the inside, superb. Lambert did ever so well there.
Yeah, he did. He got squeezed out initially because it was very tight. Woofenden, he had the best gate and he took advantage of it. And as hard as Robert Lambert tried there, he just doesn't quite get there. And he does very well because Freddie Lindgren in second place chases hard after Ty Woofenden. Antonio Limbach just goes backwards here. He's off the line. He knows he's vulnerable, and Robert Lambert is in the right place at the right time. Sneaks up the inside and snatches that third place. Third place is very important in Team Speedway because it picks up the heat advantage overall. So a good strong start for Great Britain rather, and for that man off the inside gate. A very useful win, but Australia are out now for their second ride, and will that be an advantage over the Russian team here, who haven't raced so far? Time will tell, but the Russians will go off gates 1 and 3, and with Australia off gates 2 and 4.
Heat number 4 it is then. It is Artem Laguta in red and Emil Sayfutinov in blue for Russia. Jason Doyle is in white and Max Frick in yellow for Australia. And Australia with that opening 4-2 to their name over the Poles, helped by the exclusion for Patrick Dudek, who touched the tapes in that opening race. And we're up to the 4th outing now. Just 21 heats tonight. No knockout races this evening. It's just a straight 21 heats for the first leg of this Speedway of Nations final. Here we go then. Heat number 4 should be a good one. Laguta with a fine start from the inside gate. Now what can Doyle do? Frick's going to try to chop up the inside as well. It's getting very close coming out of turn 2. And Sayfutinov is now going to come around the outside into the dirt here. It's a lead for Laguta. Doyle is second, and Sayfutinov now coming on strong, but Doyle's got speed. Doyle's chasing hard after Laguta. Frick's not giving up either. It's all bunching up here in the early stages of Heat 4.
It is indeed. Got to say, Artem Laguta sharp away from the tapes, is looking strong in front. Saifutinov is roaring round the outside. Doyle in second place, Frick has been dropped. Look at Saifutinov running right round the outside, building more and more speed. Doyle on the inside. Track is still very slick indeed. Saifutinov has committed himself to that run. Right round, 2/3 out. Laguta in front. Doyle second. Here comes Saifutinov.
Quicker.
Round the outside, he's generating more and more speed. Can Doyle resist the charge of Saifutinov?
Big move here from Saifutinov into turns 3 and 4. The lead is with Laguta. Can Saifutinov join him?
Down to the line! Oh, got there!
Close call.
I think he got it, Nige. Good effort from Saifutinov, good racing. Doyle probably felt very frustrated coming off the inside. Laguta out in front. Comfortable one in fine style, but a great ride from Saifutinov, and I feel he's got there.
Yeah, here we go, down to the line. It looks as though he's got it.
Yeah, he's done it. He's done it. Brilliant ride from Emil Saifutinov, and Russia start with a big 5-1. They were terrific earlier in the week, and you've got to say they started in fabulous style here, and what a ride that was.
Brilliant.
Right round the outside, committed to that line, and he just built the speed up. He generated more and more pace, and it worked. It paid massive dividends. Great stuff.
Russia 5, Australia 1 is the result of heat number 4. Australia, Denmark and Russia on 5 points apiece. Well, let's hope that that's a sign of things to come, Kelv. It was great
Indeed,
stuff.
it livened up there, didn't it? Got to say that Artem Laguta makes a superb start, a textbook start on the inside. And he hits the front, and he has a relatively trouble-free run, in truth. Doyle there tucks in second place. Max Frick then also in line with Doyle, but Saifutinov, right from the word go here, realises he can't get to the inside because there's too much traffic. Again from the tapes, Laguta right round the inside. Laguta, he is a tidy rider. And I've got to say, out in front, he had a lot of speed. Saifutinov, once again, like in Tetero, not getting the best gate, but having to do the hard yards, battling through the traffic. He gets the better of Frick initially, and then he sets about the world champion. And here we see it late in the race, the dive to the line, the charge to the line, and a brilliant ride from the Russian. And what a start for them. A lot of people fancy their chances. Well, that could just be a statement of intent from them.
Absolutely, they could well take some stopping over the course of the next 2 nights here in Wrocław. World-class riders, Artem Laguta and Emil Saifutinov. And we said when the Speedway of Nations was announced and the lineups were confirmed, we were all excited by that Russian combination.
Absolutely, and rightly so. They're 2 genuine world-class riders, and so far they're doing sterling work in the Speedway of Nations.
So we can go down to the pits area now. Herbert Rudolph is with Kiri Blore.
Herbert, first of all, let's talk about the boys. Martin up and walking, they're both okay?
Yeah, it was a really bad situation, but that's racing, and Martin, I think he gets in a hole and jump into Kai, and I don't know what's happened. The doctor is at the moment at Kai, and he has so much headache, and we will see what's happened the next few minutes, and then I can take your answer.
So Kai suffering from head, but Martin okay to race?
Yeah, Martin is okay, but he have some damage on the knee and on the elbow, but the rest is okay, and we will see what's happened on the run of that meeting.
And what did they say? Track very slippy?
Pardon?
What did they say? Was the track very slippy?
Not slippy. It is a really difficult condition at the moment for us German. We don't need the tracks like that, and we will see what's the best decision for us.
Okay, thank you so much.
Thanks, so.
Yeah, the track is slick, and there's no doubt that it is very difficult to overtake, but we have seen it. It is possible. They did an awful lot of tyre packing late in the day today, and the outcome of that is that we've got a track that's fairly hard.
Let's hear from Michael Jepsen Jensen of Denmark now. He's with Kiri.
Okay, Michael, well, first off, how are you doing?
Yeah, feels good. The track is very slick, but we had a long practice today as well, so a little bit tough to find something that's really going. But yeah, I felt the first heat here was all right. A little bit slow on the reactions though, but it's not too bad.
Okay, you ran on the outside a lot. Did you find that your best line?
Yeah, it's tough. Of course, when we're doing this pair thing, we're trying to do something to hit the different lines. But I felt like I was coming up a little bit too slow, and it's not like much on the outside either. So I think just a few heats and it'll be tough to do something out there.
Okay, and you got caught up with the German boys a bit. Can you tell us what happened from your point of view?
Nah, to be honest, I just looked back to see where they were and turned the head around, and then coming off the corner, I looked back to see if Kenneth was coming with me, and then I could just see like all of them just went over each other. And to be honest, I just saw what happened out here because it was a little bit funny, but looked like Martin hit something and took all of them off, but that's the game sometimes.
All right, thanks, Mike.
Yeah.
Well, it was a tough accident, but they responded very well, and they took the advantage of the rerun, and they picked up a valuable 5-1. Michael Jepsen Jensen there, just reiterating what I'd been saying. The fact is that the track is very slick, and it is going to be difficult to overtake. It's going to favour teams that can really get their bikes set up to pull away from the start. Don't really know why they tyre packed it so excessively this afternoon. I'm surprised by that. I'll keep our fingers crossed that the track generates some grip on the outside, because it's not easy. It's not easy. We're just having to wait now. We've got Germany, I think, isn't it, coming up next?
Yes, it's Poland against Germany. So
Yeah.
Janowski and Dudek, and hopefully from a Polish perspective they can get both riders round this time.
Well, Dudek needs 4 laps, doesn't he? He was tense and nervous on the start, and he touched the tapes, as did Janowski. 2 points only for Poland after the first lot of heats, so they need to get back to winning ways if they can. It's an opportunity, you've got to believe, with what's happened to Germany in their first ride, with Poland coming out in Heat 5. Poland must be looking for a 5-1 here, Nige.
Yeah, plenty of water going down now, so the track grading will be complete imminently, and we will be on with heat number 5. Maciej Janowski and Patrick Dudek, Grand Prix regulars, of course. And we can but wonder, we will bring you news from the pits, whether we will see Kai Hülkenberg, or whether he will be replaced by Michael Hartl, the under-21 rider. We can see the 2 German riders there.
Looks like Hartl to me,
looks
Nige.
like Hartl, yeah.
Tall, skinny lad he is, and looks like he is on his bike ready to go. So Kai Hülkenberg, if you've got a head injury or a blow to the head, there's no doubt that you've got to be very cautious with that. We're hearing now that Michael Hartl will now take all the rides for Germany tonight, and that's a big blow, because Kai Hülkenberg was terrific for them in Tetero. So yeah, that's tough for the Germans.
It's a big shame, yes, because I agree. Kai Hülkenberg was every bit the rider that Martin Smolinski was in Tetero.
Yep.
Smolinski normally the big scorer for Germany, their most successful rider by quite some distance in recent years. But Michael Hartl is a under-21 rider, and he is now going to benefit from the experience tonight.
Absolutely, and he's had 4 laps, so hopefully he's a little less tense than he was the first time. They've got gates 2 and 4. It'll be interesting to see which way Herbert Rudolph puts them out here, whether he puts Martin Smolinski off 4 or 2. It's going to be tough for the youngster, but it'll be a steep learning curve for him. Janowski and Dudek, red-hot favourites here. And Marek Schiesleck, I'm sure, will be very keen for them to pick up a 5-1. They were tense and nervous in their first ride. There's no question about that. Heat 1 against Australia off gates 2 and 4, they just didn't hold their composure. Both of them actually touching the tapes. And they now need to get back on track and settle down.
Yep, well, the water cart on its way back now to complete... Oh, is he doing another lap? No. Yes, no. We'll be on with the action anyway very shortly.
Maybe.
Yeah, I'm not quite
I thought
sure.
he was going to pull up and back in then, but he's sort of carried on. I'm not quite sure. I'm not quite sure what he's doing, whether he's going to do another lap or not. But whether he is or not,
Riders are pushing off anyway.
Martin Smolinski just going to fire that bike up. That's the spare one. First one, of course, obviously out of action for the rest of the night, which looked pretty beaten up after that nasty-looking incident. Water Bowser is just sort of doing a lap of parade. No, he's actually putting some extra water on just down in the pit corner. That's turns 3 and 4, right out by the safety fence. So quite clearly felt that a little bit of extra water there was required. But he's only done it for a few metres, so a little bit of confusion there. But it's been a bit stop-start to begin with, but let's hope we get into more of a rhythm as everybody settles down. And it has been very warm here, very warm indeed, and we've now got the track completely in shade, and that will help. More moisture retained in the dirt. Let's hope that the track then develops and evolves and we see some super speedway.
Yeah, well, we have seen some super speedway already. Heat number 4, previous race.
It was good.
And Emil Saifutinov really pulling off a fantastic move late on. I always had the feeling that as he went wider and wider, he had the speed, and so it proved. But we're up to heat number 5 now. The riders are out on the track, and Poland looking to make amends from their first race disappointment when they were on the wrong end of a 4-2. Patrick Dudek, well, they both touched the tapes, of course, but Patrick Dudek excluded for the first person to touch the tapes. Heat number 5 is coming up then. It's Poland in the red and blue. It's Germany in the white and yellow. And a reminder, Michael Hartl, the under-21 rider, replaces Kai Hülkenberg. Heat number 5 is where we're at now then, and it is Poland against Germany. Poland, of course, looking for their first race advantage. Both their riders on a warning for starting infringements. Michael Hartl, the under-21 reserve, coming in here to replace Kai Hülkenberg. Martin Smolinski is alongside him. Off the inside in red, it's Maciej Janowski. Gate 2 in white for Germany is Michael Hartl. Gate 3 in blue is Patrick Dudek for Poland. And off the outside in yellow is Martin Smolinski for Germany.
Interesting that they've both got warnings. That puts them under a lot of pressure, you know, for the next 2 days. Got to say that they can ill afford to make any mistakes at all now on the start line. So you've got to believe that Poland in that first race, they really have put themselves on the back foot. They need a 5-1 here. They need to settle down. They need to give some encouragement to the home crowd. They are capable. They've got the best gates, and on paper they are the class outfit here.
Yep, here we go then, heat number 5. And so far, 5 points apiece for Russia and Australia. Will it be 5 points for Poland here on home shale? But away first time, and it's a super start from Maciej Janowski, and Dudek chops up the inside here now. Coming around the outside, though, for Germany in yellow is Martin Smolinski, and now he's got a bit of speed, Smolinski, but Dudek is going to try the inside run. It's a 4-2 to Poland as things stand right now. Dudek putting huge pressure on Smolinski. The lead is with Maciej Janowski. Second place is Smolinski. Third is Dudek, but you can be sure that Dudek is going to put pressure on Smolinski every step of the way.
Dudek made a poor start there, just didn't go at all. Janowski on the inside made a great start. Martin Smolinski is a fly in the ointment here for the Poles. Dudek having a hard time to get past him. Martin Smolinski, after that horror-looking crash, has responded very well here. And Dudek, as hard as he tries, he just can't quite find a way through. Track is very slick, difficult to overtake. Janowski out in front has pulled away. Martin Smolinski riding well in second place. Dudek just can't find a way through.
No, he can't. And Janowski, to be fair, hasn't done too much, looking over his shoulder for a bit of team riding. But he's going to take the checkered flag. He's starting to look now, but it's a little bit too little too late.
Wow.
But Janowski with a fantastic win there.
Yeah.
But could he have done a little more to perhaps slow down and try and invite Dudek to go round the outside run of Martin Smolinski? Who knows? But team riding is certainly where the emphasis is in this new look tournament.
Yeah, absolutely. But you just wonder whether that's a miss. They've missed opportunity there for the Polish team because they've had a poor start to tonight. Good ride from Janowski. Dudek tried everything, but he couldn't get the better of Smolinski, who comes back and bounces back in fine style.
So it's a win for Maciej Janowski for Poland. Second place, Martin Smolinski for Germany. Third was Patrick Dudek for Poland. It's 4 points to Poland now, and that puts them onto 6 points from 2 outings for Poland, and for Germany 2 points there, moves them on to 3 all told. But Dudek in blue made a shocking start there.
Didn't go anywhere, did he? He had a bit of good fortune there because young Hartl got it wrong going into the first corner and just showed some inexperience. But there's no doubt that Martin Smolinski round the outside rides a real stormer here. Had a nasty crash and responded really well. Janowski's out in front. Dudek pushing hard. This is early in the race. Pushing hard, but Smolinski responds well, and as hard as Dudek tries, he just cannot land a blow. He can't find his way through to join his teammate for the first 2 places. It's going to be that sort of night, I think. Track is going to be, you're going to have to make starts.
Well, I can tell you here that Alan Rossiter, the Great Britain manager, has left Craig Cook in this race. So a big moment for Cook. Off the outside in yellow, Craig Cook, who defends his British title at Bellevue, Manchester on Monday evening, this coming Monday. So it's a big few days for Craig. And he is in this race. It's Denmark against Great Britain. Off the inside for Denmark is Kenneth Bjerre in blue. Ty Woofenden of Great Britain is off gate 2 in white. Gate 3 in red is Michael Jepsen Jensen for Denmark. And off the outside in yellow is Craig Cook of Great Britain.
Yeah, Craig Cook is in, and Robert Lambert will have to watch. He rode well, Lambert, to get the third place against the Swedish team, but quite clearly Alan Rossiter feeling he wants to give all his 3 riders opportunities in the early stages. Ty Woofenden was exemplary in his opening ride, but Denmark with a 5-1 to the name in their first ride. Well, keep an eye on them.
Yep, here we go. It's race number 6 in the Speedway of Nations. And it's a good start from Bjerre off the inside gate. And now what can Woofenden do as Cook comes through into third place, battling with Jepsen Jensen, but Jepsen Jensen has just gone past him. It's a 4-2 to Denmark as things stand. Woofenden's going wide here. Woofenden's going really wide. Woofenden has come round superbly. Cook's at the back now. It's a 3-all. Bjerre second, Jepsen Jensen third. Craig Cook at the back, but he's chasing hard after Jepsen Jensen. But a fine move from Ty Woofenden.
Fabulous move from Woofenden. He just swept round the outside of the opposition there. Bjerre could not resist that move. Cook is charging hard out the back, desperately trying to get the better of Michael Jepsen Jensen, but proving difficult to overtake. Look at Woofenden, he's pulling away, he's in a class of his own, knows this track of course like the back of his hand, thoroughly enjoying himself out in front. 1, 2, 3, into the last lap. Woofenden looking brilliant. Cook just hasn't been able to land a blow.
Woofenden did not practice today. He said he's done enough laps around here over the last 6 years, and who can blame him on this form?
No.
Riding beautifully, looks over his shoulder, but Cook's at the back. So it's a 3-all for Great Britain in that one. It's Ty Woofenden taking that checkered flag. 2 wins out of 2 for him. Kenneth Bjerre was second, Michael Jepsen Jensen third, and it's a 3-all in that race. So Great Britain move on to 8, and they move on to 7, and it's 8
for Denmark.
For Denmark,
yeah.
So 3 apiece, and Woofenden in fantastic form tonight so far. 2 wins out of 2. Kenneth Bjerre second, Michael Jepsen Jensen third. 3 apiece. And as we say, Denmark on 8 and Great Britain on 7 after that race.
Well, yeah, once again, Woofenden showing what terrific form he's in. Didn't practice, didn't need to, did he? He looks terrific. Just having a bit of a debrief with his top man, Jacko, in the pits. It's a tough race for Craig Cook to come into when you go from gate 4. But unfortunately for him, Alan Rossiter now, he's got some big decisions to make. Does he leave Cook in, or does he hook him out now and put Lambert back in when Lambert rode so well against the Swedes earlier on in the evening? Again from the tapes, we go away. Kenneth Bjerre on the inside gate, but look at Woofenden there. Pushes the opposition out in that first corner. Cook's there. He gets his nose in front, but Jepsen Jensen responds brilliantly. Jacko there, delighted with his man's performance, with Woofenden sweeping around the outside of Kenneth Bjerre in fine style. And as hard as Craig Cook tried out the back, he just couldn't quite get amongst the points. But for that man, winning races so far has looked pretty straightforward.
Yeah, and when you refer to Jacko, Jacko is actually a Pole in British clothing.
Yeah, it's a Polish team for Ty, of course. 3 Polish mechanics. Jacko coming from Rzeszów, which is in the south of Poland. Been with Ty for several seasons now. It's a good outfit.
It is indeed. It works nicely. Heat number 7 coming up here. It's Russia against Sweden. What a lineup.
Brilliant.
Very tasty indeed. Artem Laguta going off the inside in red for Russia. Gate 2 in white is Freddie Lindgren for Sweden. Gate 3 blue, Emil Saifutinov for Russia. And going off the outside in yellow is Antonio Limbach for Sweden. Quite a lineup, this one.
As good as your pizza at lunchtime, Nige, this, I reckon.
I'm not sure about that.
Well, it looked pretty good to me.
It was nice.
It was very nice, yeah. But this looks like a really good race. The Russians were terrific in their opening ride, and they've got the good gates here.
Yep, here we go then. Heat number 7, Speedway of Nations final, first leg. Lindgren with a beauty, but Artem Laguta tries the inside run. Lindgren's gone high and wide, and that's allowed Saifutinov to challenge up the inside. Down the back straight, hardly any room, but Lindgren squeezes through. Oh, we've got a race on now, all right. Laguta and Saifutinov, but Laguta, well, if he looks over his shoulder, he'll see the presence of Freddie Lindgren trying everything to squeeze through. Now down the inside, but Laguta's read it well and closed the door. Emil is trying that outside run again, which worked so nicely for him in his previous race, and the battle is very much on here now.
Laguta riding brilliantly out in front. Superb stuff from him. Saifutinov on that outside run. Going to be more difficult now. Switches back to the inside. 4 points will be better than 3 because he's leaving the door open. Artem Laguta, what a night he's having so far. Terrific stuff in front. Freddie Lindgren working overtime in second place, and Saifutinov in third. The Russians once again looking good, really good.
They are indeed. They're going to pick up a 4-2 after their opening 5-1. Artem Laguta takes the checkered flag. Freddie Lindgren worked so hard early on there with Emil Saifutinov in third place, and that's 4 points to the Russians now. Moves them on to 9. Only 2 for Sweden. They're on 4. So a bit of drift early on here, the Swedes. And Russia, early pace setters here in Wrocław this evening, and that was a nice ride by Laguta.
Brilliant.
Lindgren made a decent start, but Laguta tried the inside run and it worked a treat. Wins the race from Lindgren, from Saifutinov third. Russia move on to 9, but Sweden back on 4, and they've had a couple of rides each.
I thought they might win, so what do I know? But
They might do. It's a long way to go.
There is an awful long way to go. But Artem Laguta and Emil Saifutinov, well, they gave Artem Laguta the better gates in Tetero, and it started that way here again. And Saifutinov is having to do the hard yards, but he's doing them well. We see it again. As I say, Freddie Lindgren makes a good start, but that inside gate and the way the contours of that first corner are, as you peel off, it gives you an advantage. Watch this again. Freddie Lindgren's right there, gets a little bit scruffy on the way to the first corner, but Laguta is terrific. I thought for a moment that Saifutinov was able to get up the inside here, but Freddie Lindgren winds it on there, just kicks off the fence and keeps himself into that second place. Antonio Limbach out the back. Saifutinov did everything he threw the kitchen sink at Freddie Lindgren. Here we see it again, early stages. Laguta rides nicely here. He covers the move because Freddie Lindgren is full of confidence and flying. And here comes Saifutinov around the outside. But the 4 points here once again for Russia. They only dropped 1 point from the 2 opening rides. And they quite clearly are enjoying this week of Speedway. The Speedway of Nations is suiting them. And they've got 2 class riders.
So heat number 8 coming up, and it's Australia against Germany. So here we go with this one. Jason Doyle and Max Frick for Australia, and we know that Michael Hartl comes in for Kai Hülkenberg for the Germans. We wish Kai Hülkenberg well after that incident a little bit earlier. And it will be blue off the inside. Max Frick for Australia, gate 2 white is Hartl for Germany, gate 3 red Doyle for Australia, outside yellow Smolinski for Germany. Here we go, heat number 8, and that's a good start from Max Frick. Now, can Doyle join him? Doyle's going wide, Doyle's in the dirt. Frick looks over his shoulder nicely, and he's getting very close down that back straight. Doyle has the lead alongside Max Frick. They're on a 5-1. Watch out for Smolinski, though. He won't give up here, the German. Piling the pressure on going into lap 2. Really giving everything here. Team riding needed from Max Frick in blue and Jason Doyle in red. Doyle now needs to look over his shoulder to try and help his teammate and partner Max Frick here.
Brilliant stuff. Got to say, Martin Smolinski's got plenty of speed. He's all over the back of Max Frick. Doyle on the outside, Max Frick on the inside. Smolinski also charging high and wide. Oh, generating a lot of speed. Look at him coming to the bottom corner, right out in the dirt. Frick on the inside. Will he be vulnerable there as they come off? He is. Smolinski comes roaring round the outside, dives into the dirt on the first and second corner in the last lap. Frick now blocks him. Can now Smolinski up the inside? Does him. Brilliant stuff from him. One last corner, one big effort here. The charge to the line. Smolinski, that's a terrific ride.
Great ride from Martin Smolinski. He knows that Germany are depleted now with injury. Jason Doyle takes the victory there, but Smolinski splits the Australians. It is a 4-2 now to Australia there, but huge credit that time to Martin Smolinski because he really worked his socks off there for Germany. puts them on a 5 points from 2 rides now, and 3 useful points for Australia, but they'll be disappointed, I'm sure, that they weren't able to see out the 5-1. It's a 4-2 for Australia, and now after 8 races of the final, the first leg of the final, Australia and Russia 9 apiece, Denmark 8, Great Britain 7, Poland 6, Germany 5, and Sweden bottom of the pile on 4.
Well, that is quite a surprise, and Australia have ridden well. That was a good ride from Doyle, and a bit of a debrief there. We see the tapes go up. It's 1 and 3. Frick on the inside gets there with Doyle on the outside, and Martin Smolinski coming from the outside rolls around there and gets amongst it. I've got to say, he's got the bit between his teeth tonight, Martin Smolinski, after a nasty incident earlier on, which he caused. He has come to the party for the Germans. Max Frick here on the inside gets a little stranded, and he just cannot resist the move from Martin Smolinski, who winds it up round the outside, and he gets more and more speed. And finally, actually, Frick tries to block him, and Smolinski then charges up the inside and does the business. Here we see it now, I think. Yes, this is the move. Yeah, he switches to the inside, hugs the inside, and then hangs on for a second place. Super entertainment from those two boys with Doyle out in front.
Yeah, very much so. And Frick actually made a half-decent start there for Australia. And we have another grading break now. Grading breaks after every 4 heats here in Wrocław this evening, as the sun has set and the track is in the shade now. And Ty Woffenden has been brilliant tonight for Great Britain, and he is with Kiri.
Ty, you certainly know the track. You're certainly enjoying yourself out there.
Yeah, for sure. It's a little bit different to league racing. There's a little bit more on it. Normally it's quite dry and dusty for the league, but yeah, I'm going all right myself personally, and just trying to help the boys with some setups, trying to get a little bit more dialed in and try and score some more points.
Okay, so 1 heat with Robert, 1 heat with Craig. Do we know what's going to go out next?
It's not my job. My job's to win races.
All right, thanks, Ty.
Thank you.
Well, you can understand that answer. You can understand the respect. Yeah, well, yeah, it isn't his job. He's not the team manager. He's there to score points. He's a points machine, and so far he's proving to be so. I would be very surprised if Robert Lambert isn't out for Great Britain in their next race, which is Heat 10, up against the Russians. I've got to say the Russians are looking terrific. I was a little surprised actually Cook came in, because Lambert did nothing wrong in his first ride, and up against a very strong outfit of the Swedish team, they picked up a handy 4-2, but time will tell on that.
Now let's hear from Jason Doyle of Australia. He is with Kiri.
Okay, Jason, so far so good, picking up some good points between you and Max.
Yeah, that's it, getting some points. Pretty frustrated, the bike every race, the clutch is having, not at the start, but during the race, the clutch is going real tight, and it feels like it's slipping, so we're trying to sort that out at the moment, but yeah, we've got some points, that's the main thing. The gates are a bit iffy, I guess, but we'll work at it.
Now, Martin was pushing you guys really hard, really had to put in some pair riding on the last heat.
Yeah, them Germans are quite good on big tracks, so got them out of the way. I'm glad he didn't wipe me out, so it's square on and we can move forward.
All right, thanks, Jason.
Cheers.
Interesting comment from Doyley.
Yeah, obviously referring to the incident earlier on when Martin lifted violently, but you've got to say Smolinski rode very well for the second place. 1 or 2 issues with the equipment. He's not quite sure what's going on, but still won the race reasonably comfortably. But for Australia on 9 points with Russia, got to say that's a good start from them.
Yeah, very good start. And who would have thought that Sweden would be bottom of the pile so early on 4 points? Yeah,
that's a shock to me. You know, that pairing looks really strong, and on Tuesday they proved to be so, but they haven't got going yet, and particularly Lindgren is charging hard, he really is, but Lindback just looks a touch off the pace.
He packed up in his first one.
Yeah, but even so, he'd been passed, hadn't he? You know, he wasn't really there, was he? So, no. And these boys, Poland, well, they got off to a shaky start. They're on 6.
They'll be all right.
Yeah,
They'll be all right.
I'm sure. They must be feeling a little bit more relaxed now. Piotr Pawlicki in the pits with them. Bit of support for the Polish boys.
They had plenty of choice for selection, but I mean, to go with Janowski and Dudek, the informed Grand Prix boys, I think that was pretty straightforward, wasn't it? Yes,
you could say that Bartosz Szmajslik was, you know, maybe it was a little bit harsh for him to be left out, but Janowski rides here. Dudek's the world number 2, riding well. you know, he's sport for choice, really, and
could put 2 pairs in
easily.
Poland A and Poland B.
Yes, they are. They have a wealth of talent at the moment. It's just beginning to warm up. It's been a bit of a stop-start, hasn't it? But we're hoping that we don't have too many more instances. Here we see Alan Rossiter and his team, David Rowe alongside him, just doing some program work. I think that they'll put Lambert back in here, you know. It's hard on Craig Cook, it really is. But Lambert, since he came in after the first ride at Bellevue on Tuesday, hasn't done anything wrong.
Yeah, ridden nicely. And Robert Lambert too is at Bellevue on Monday in the British final. That is going to be a terrific night. But we're back here tomorrow in Wrocław for leg 2, the deciding leg of the Speedway of Nations. Artem Laguta, well, I've got to say, he's been impressive in the GP in the first 2 rounds and looks very quick here tonight as well.
Yeah, he's the sort of rider, if he hits the front, he's very difficult to pass. He's got a lot of speed, he's got a lot of composure, and he's come into the Grand Prix and done great. He made the final in Warsaw, picked up some really useful points, so he'll be boosted by that. And I've watched the Russians, you know, at work, and they are happy camp. They are thoroughly enjoying this week. They've had some problems in the past where they just haven't even turned up for World Cups. The team just disappeared. But got to say that they are here, they're enjoying themselves, and Laguta and Saifutinov appear to be working really well together.
We've got Denmark against Poland coming up next. Michael Jepsen-Jensen and Kenneth Pierre against Janowski and Dudek.
Well, they're 2 countries that have dominated the World Cup in recent years. And Denmark are injury struck at the moment, so Kenneth Pierre and Michael Jepsen-Jensen have got quite a lot of responsibility after 2 very poor seasons to re-establish themselves in the team aspect of World Championship.
Let's head down to the pits, and Susie, who is the manager of Emil Saifutinov, he is with Kiri.
Susie, well, as manager of Emil, he's certainly taking the outside lines at the moment. Is that something you talked about earlier?
That's the plan, you know, that he will stay all meeting outside, so we try to find a setup that he will go fast around that line. Artyom is very good from inside gate, so we will not change that, and hopefully we will win each race then.
Now, Artyom certainly flying from the inside. It looks like the tactics are paying off so far.
Well, that's the tactic from the Russian team. You know, it's good if he winning races, and then rest of the hard work is on him.
On 9 points, you're equal with Australia at the moment. Plenty more heats to go, but it's a good points collection for now.
For sure, we can't complain about last 2 races, so keep fingers crossed that we will do it quite okay for next ones.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Well, that's interesting because that's a strategy they had in Tetero.
Yes.
Tough on Saifutinov because Saifutinov really has got to work very hard.
He's obviously agreed to it.
Well, yeah, but as I say, but that's where that team ethics coming in, Nigel.
Yes.
Saifutinov is sacrificing his own glory.
Yeah.
And we're now just getting riders coming out for the upcoming race. We've got Denmark against Poland. Now, this will be quite difficult because they're both in the same colours here, red and white, so we're going to have to keep a close eye on the helmet colours here to distinguish between the two teams. But, yeah, the meeting now beginning to flow a little better, and we've got a tasty-looking Heat 9 coming up.
Here we go with heat number 9 then in the Monster Energy FIM Speedway of Nations from the Olympic Stadium here in Wrocław in Poland. A baking hot day throughout today. Still a very humid evening, it has to be said as well. And this race is Denmark in the red and blue helmet colours against Poland, the host nation tonight, in the white and yellow helmet colours. Poland came here automatically into the final as the host nation. And we're here tonight. This is the first leg, and the second and deciding leg is tomorrow night here at this same venue. So a 2-night festival of Speedway here in Wrocław. And I can tell you here that in heat number 9, Kenneth Pierre is on the blue helmet colour off the inside for Denmark. Gate 2 in white for the Polish side is Maciej Janowski. Gate 3 in the red helmet colour for Team Denmark is Michael Jepsen-Jensen. And then it's Patrick Dudek going off the outside in yellow for the Polish side.
Good line-up, and they've got gates 2 and 4, the poles. opportunity here for Denmark to really get amongst it again. Poland need a really big result to get themselves right into this meeting. They've been just a little bit below par so far.
Absolutely. Bjerre's fast off heat one. Let's see how he does. He's been out-trapped by Janowski. That was brilliant. Bit of magic from Magic Janowski. He has the lead now, and now Patrick Dudek coming on strong at the back. Bit of team riding could be done here, perhaps by Jepsen Jensen and Bjerre in red and blue to try and snuff out the challenge of Dudek. It's Janowski from Jepsen Jensen, from Bjerre, from Dudek. It's a 3-all as things stand, and here comes Jepsen Jensen for Denmark up the inside. A strong move from the Dane.
Brilliant.
Very good indeed, and Dudek comes through into third as well, passing all over the place here in this one, and Janowski coming back for more. Good Speedway.
Terrific ride from Michael Jepsen Jensen, took Janowski by surprise, forced his way up the inside into turn 3. Dudek's got himself into third place, got the better of Kenneth Bjerre. Now Janowski up the inside, Jepsen Jensen on the outside. It's tight, awfully tight. He's gone too wide there, surely. Jepsen Jensen round the outside, down the back straight. Brilliant Speedway.
This is superb. Janowski holding the line. Jepsen Jensen goes wide in the dirt, but I think Janowski's done enough, and Jepsen Jensen gets second place.
Whoa.
Patrick Dudek for third. That was great Speedway, and maybe, just maybe, Jepsen Jensen is laying a marker down for a wildcard spot in the Horsens Grand Prix in 3 weeks' time.
Well, I don't know if he was
Denmark.
We might well be thinking about that. I don't know if he was thinking about that as he went down the inside of Janowski on the opening lap.
No, I'm sure he wasn't.
I was thinking he was just thinking about winning the race, but in the end he didn't, because he ran wide then and opened the door for Magic Janowski to get him back. But that was a super Speedway race, really competitive.
4 points to Poland, 2 to Denmark. Janowski the winner, Jepsen Jensen second, Dudek was third. They're level on 10 points apiece now, Poland and Denmark. Australia on 9. Russia are on 9, but they've got a race in hand, as have Great Britain. And guess what? The next race, Russia against Great Britain.
Looking forward to it. Good stuff now. Janowski rides great there. This is a tough race. Michael Jepsen Jensen, the move down the back straight. Great start for Janowski initially, just super duper away from the tapes. Kenneth Bjerre on the inside, just hugging the inside, and gets relegated to the back fairly shortly. Dudek actually gets the better of Kenneth Bjerre. Look at this move. That's a hard move from Michael Jepsen Jensen, and Magic Janowski, I've got to say, shows great character here, because a lot of riders would have been put well off there. He goes over gate 1 nearly, and here he is. Michael Jepsen Jensen then actually makes a mistake. He rides a little bit too wide and leaves the door open for Janowski, and Janowski says thanks very much, and he comes through on the inside and picks up a terrific win. An exciting race of Speedway, no question, with Dudek coming up with the third place and a heat advantage. Has a look at the replays and says, yeah, not too bad. But the boys having a wry smile amongst each other. Good stuff, though.
Yeah, we are starting to see some really good racing here. Robert Lambert now comes in for Craig Cook in heat number 10.
No surprise.
Yeah, Lambert, the British under-21 champion, and we will see him going head-to-head with Craig Cook on Monday at Bellevue, Manchester, the British final, and that is one to look forward to. That'll be a terrific night in Manchester on Monday evening. 22 heats to decide the national champion. Craig Cook is the reigning defending champion. Heat number 10, Great Britain in the red and blue helmet colours. It's the Russians in the white and the yellow helmet colours. Woffington, Great Britain's top man, is in red. Watch out for him. Lambert's made a nice start off the inside gate. Now, can Lambert hold on to it off the inside gate? Woffington's going to have to look over his shoulder. He's done just that. They're wheel to wheel. Wheel to wheel, the British boys. Lambert in blue, Woffington in red. Artem Laguta is the Russian in white. Saifutinov is the Russian in yellow. And all 4 of them are really, really bunched up here. Woffington doing team riding to perfection here. But will he pay the price as Laguta goes wide? Remember, Woffington knows every inch of this track. Lambert looks over his left shoulder. Great Britain on a 5-1. They can't do it, can they?
Fabulous stuff from Great Britain there. What a start from Lambert. Woffington riding an absolutely fabulous race out in front. Laguta's on the outside, Saifutinov on the inside. They're about to chart into the last lap. Can Lambert hang on in second place? Woffington riding beautifully there to slow the pace down. Laguta's having to put the brakes on down the back straight. Fantastic stuff.
Into the closing stages. Woffington with the lead. Oh, Laguta's coming through. He's going to win the race.
That's tight. That's awfully tight. Did Laguta still the result away for 3 3/4 laps. Woofenden really did ride out of the top draw to help Lambert home. Round that last corner, Laguta got the better of Lambert.
He's done it.
On the run to the line. Here we see it again. No, Woofenden's held on.
Woofenden's got it.
He's
4-2.
just held on. What a Speedway race. Team Speedway, team riding. That's what it's all about. It was unfortunate for Robert Lambert there. Got to say, great credit to Lartem Laguta. Woofenden hangs on. But
Wow.
that's what this competition is all about.
Absolutely, 100%.
What an exciting race that was. And Woofenden did his very best to keep his partner involved. Desperately trying to hang on to the 5-1. But 4 points, Nigel, against Russia. Very useful.
Yeah, so Woofenden has won the race, that's confirmed. Laguta is second and Lambert third. Wow, what a race. And Ty Woofenden trying absolutely everything to try and shepherd Robert Lambert home. He could not have done any more there.
No, absolutely not. It's a fabulous start from Lambert. He absolutely nailed the start. Brilliant stuff from him on the inside, and he's right there. Woofenden there, they're riding as a pair, but Laguta's got speed. So difficult to control a race like this when you've got such a fast rider in third place. And as hard as Woofenden tried, he just couldn't quite get them home to a 5-1, but it's a fabulous effort nonetheless. Look at Laguta, he's desperately looking for a way through. Laguta now moving to the outside, but as they come to the conclusion of the race, he gets the better of Lambert and very nearly steals the win away, with Saifutinov out the back. Well, that's what this competition's about, and we see more of that. It's really going to burst into life. Good Speedway.
Yeah, and Great Britain now on 11, level with Russia. That is 11 points apiece at the top of the leaderboard. And what a performance from Ty Woofenden and young Lambert as well.
Oh, yeah.
Just couldn't quite hold on, didn't quite have the speed.
No, and, you know, Woofenden slowed the race down, and Laguta had the momentum and just stole it away from Lambert through that last corner. I've been in that situation. It can be frustrating, but still a heat advantage against a very strong outfit in Russia.
Yeah, from the naked eye, I feared that Laguta, from a British point of view, had just
momentarily, yeah, absolutely. Thought he'd stolen it away, but Woofenden just hang on.
Great stuff. Heat number 11 is up and it tapes, and it is Sweden in the red and blue helmet colours, and it is Australia in the white and yellow helmet colours. So some super speedway developing here, and heat number 11 it is. Here we go. It's Lindback off the inside in blue, but what a start that is from Jason Doyle in white. Fantastic start from the world champion Jason Doyle. Second is Lindback. Freddie Lindgren is third, but coming up the inside as well here in yellow is Max Frick for Australia. Frick's now going to put some pressure on Lindback. The lead is with Doyle. Frick wants to join him for a 5-1, and look at Lindgren up the inside.
Oh, that's
Freddie
tight.
Lindgren up the inside now for Sweden, and Doyle under pressure from Lindback all of a sudden.
Oh,
down the back straight,
crikey.
just about.
Whoa, that was awfully tight down the back straight. Doyle very nearly ran into the fence. It's tightening up. Frick's not out of it either. Antonio Lindback, who's been off the pace so far, now suddenly has revitalised. They're so tight again. Look at Lindgren down the inside of Doyle. Oh, crikey, that's tight. Doyle hanging on out in front, but only just. They're into the last lap, Nige.
Yeah, fantastic speedway here in Wrocław tonight. The lead is with Jason Doyle in white, under serious pressure from fast Freddie Lindgren of Sweden. He's not done yet. He's going to try the outside run. Here comes Lindgren. Doyle's got speed on the inside, and Doyle's done enough for Australia. Lindgren second. Lindback was third. And this has come to life big time with some
fabulous speedway
super racing, yeah.
Well, we suspected it might be a bit tasty, and so it's proving. It was a slow start, but it sure has livened up now. Doyle hanging on. I'll tell you what, that... he's got issues with the bike, you know. He's not happy, but he showed a lot of grit and determination there to hang in front. They were coming at him left, right and centre there, but Doyle, the champion, showed tremendous resolve to hang on in front. What a start he made initially. He jumps out of gate 2, dominates the first corner.
10 points from 4 rides, and he's not happy with his bike.
Well, that's what champions are all about. They want perfection, don't they? And he quite clearly has got an issue that he can't seem to resolve quite yet, but he does the business. Frick there in amongst it. Freddie Lindgren comes charging up the inside of the number 2 from Australia. Lindback all of a sudden has found some speed here. Look how tight this is. Look how tight that was. Doyle showed great character and guts and determination to keep himself out in front. Very easily could have been relegated to third place. brilliant speedway between these two nations. Look at that again. Lindback just, that's it. It was really tight, high speed, speed down that back straight. Doyle out in front clearly was frustrated, felt like he was a bit of a sitting duck, but he hung on in the end for a terrific win. And it was a great heat number 11, no doubt about that.
Yeah, 3 apiece then, with the win for Jason Doyle for Australia. Lindgren and Lindback packed the minor placings there in heat number 11. And right now, Australia on 12, but Great Britain and Russia just behind them on 11 apiece. Poland and Denmark on 10, Sweden 7, and Germany on 5. And we normally the riders are out now, ready for action for heat number 12. It's Poland against Great Britain in the next one. But no sign of the bikes at the moment.
Well, no, and Doyle is working hard with his team. Bikes are coming now, though, Nige, so they're underway. Big race this, of course. Poland looking a little bit better last time. Great Britain are looking terrific. Got to say that Woofenden is the star performer of the night so far. Really is riding. Goes from gate 4, not easy from there. Do look who's coming out for Great Britain. Who is their backup rider? We don't know yet. It is Robert Lambert. Yep. He's just a little late coming out of the pits. But this is a true test, isn't it? Against the host, against the Poles. He made a great start last time. Last few moments for Robert coming out onto the track. Rode great with Woofenden in the last one. So terrific looking heat number 12.
It is indeed. And the host nation, Poland, off gates 1 and 3. But remember, Woofenden is a Wrocław rider. So he's a home rider here in the Polish league. Yeah,
well, Janowski as well. So they're teammates here normally in the Extraliga. Not tonight. No love lost there now. And they'll be going at it very shortly.
Poland against Great Britain then. It's Maciej Janowski off the inside gate in red for Poland. Gate 2 yellow is the under-21 reserve Robert Lambert for Great Britain. Gate 3 in blue here for Poland is Patrick Dudek. And going off the outside in white for Great Britain, 3 out of 3 so far, Ty Woofenden.
I did think that maybe Marek Zizek might have brought in Maxim Drabik at some stage. He rides here for Wrocław. He's the track record holder here. And but he's stuck with Dudek. Dudek has been slightly off colour so far. He'll be looking for a big ride now, and he's going to need one, because Woofenden, the man on the outside, the unbeaten rider on the night, the star rider of the evening so far, he is an awfully difficult man to beat when he's in this mood.
Yeah, and Dudek has only got 2 points from 3 rides so far, so uncharacteristic.
My point.
Your point, exactly. So heat number 12 it is then. Be another grading break after this, as they stay on top of track conditions here. Big race coming up. Poland in the red and blue, and in Great Britain in the white and yellow helmets, and Lambert's made a beauty off gate number 2. What a start that is, and Janowski's doing a bit of grass tracking on 3G grass. And now Woofenden has the lead. Lambert is second. Will we see a repeat of Woofenden's team riding? Will he look over his shoulder? He's doing now. Now this is going to be a real test. Can he do it over 4 laps? Can Lambert hold on over 4 laps in Poland to beat the Poles? Woofenden again, wheel to wheel with Lambert, looking to shepherd him home for all 4 laps of this race.
Here comes Dudek, brilliant start from Lambert, joined there by Woofenden on the outside. Janowski's nowhere. Woofenden on the outside is leaving it down to Lambert. Dudek trying hard. Got to say they got every chance here. Woofenden looking fabulous on the outside. Robert Lambert riding an absolutely brilliant race round the inside. They've got a lap to go. Dudek now switching to the outside. He's following Woofenden through the dirt. Robert Lambert on the inside. He's got some room there, you know. It's looking like a 5-1 for Great Britain.
Woofenden round the outside. Lambert on the inside. Woofenden looks over his shoulder. 5-1 Great Britain. Ty Woofenden and Robert Lambert over Poland. Patrick Dudek and Maciej Janowski. And the Olympic Stadium in Wrocław is quiet. It's quiet.
Very quiet. They're stunned. What a performance from the Great Britain duo there. Robert Lambert made an absolutely fabulous start from gate number 2. Got the better of the opposition to the first corner, and Woofenden joined him. What a ride from those 2 boys. They really have clicked tonight.
Britain on 16 points, Kelvin. 16 points from 4 rides.
Fantastic.
They lead the final of the Speedway of Nations by 4 clear points. After 12 heats here, Woofenden and Lambert are tearing it up here in Wrocław.
Well, what a night so far for Great Britain. They really are doing the business. Woofenden unbeaten, but he's joined by terror here, isn't he? Look at this from Lambert. What a start. Janowski's a top man here. He knows the place so very well. He had the inside gate, and Robert Lambert made a better start and got there with him. Dudek tried everything. We see it again. Lambert is really sharp on the tapes. There's no doubt about that. Absolutely jumped away. Woofenden round the outside. This time he didn't slow the race down as much, and it proved to be the right decision from Woofenden. Woofenden slowed it down with the Russians, and Laguta got them. But this time he leaves it alone. He leaves the pace in the race, and as hard as Dudek tries, he just cannot get there. And what a 5-1 that is against the host nation. That really is a big boost for Great Britain.
Well, that man looking as cool as you like, Ty Woofenden, making it look easy. It really is a fantastic performance, and I think he had a bit more confidence there as well, because he kicked on, he pressed on there.
I think they've reflected on the race against Russia, because they slowed it down and Laguta was all over them. That time they just went for it. I'm sure they must have had some dialogue, and it worked a treat.
Very much so. Let's hear from the Great Britain team manager, Alan Rossiter, who must be a happy man now. He's with Kiri.
Well, Alan, I just heard you say, did you get a 5-1 over Poland? Yes, you did indeed.
It's not very often that happens here in their own backyard, so yeah, very impressive. Robert's skating like a demon, and Ty's really team riding excellent. So far so good, but a long way to go yet.
A long way to go, like you said, but 16 points, but the team riding is really quite spectacular from Ty and Robert.
Yeah, no, everybody's working together. I gave Craig a go, and he just didn't quite look on the pace, so I reverted back to Robert, give him a chance. If anything goes wrong, he needs a bit of track time. So, but I'm sure that at the moment we'll be sticking with Robert.
Okay, well, it's obviously a three-man team, but you said sticking with Robert for now. What have the boys been saying about the track?
Obviously, it's a great help having Ty. He rides this track every week, and he's been a beneficial to all of us and give us an insight. It's been a really happy camp. Contrary to other people saying stuff, it has generally been absolutely excellent with a new setup. We've certainly opened some eyes. We look pretty smart, I think.
And a 5-1 over Poland. You're still smiling.
I know, you've got to be after that.
Thanks, Alan.
Thank you.
Well, dreamland almost for Alan Rossiter. A lot of people weren't expecting this, but they're proving a lot of the critics wrong tonight so far. Long way to go, of course, because it's only going to be at half-time at the end of 21 races tonight. And teams will have time to bounce back tomorrow, of course. But crikey, Great Britain have started in fine style.
Morgan Anderson is the Swedish team manager, and he is with Kiri now.
Morgan Anderson, team manager for Sweden. Well, Freddie's certainly pushing, flying hard at the moment.
Yeah, but this is a pair meeting, so we need two to flying, but we have done 3 heats of these first 12 together, if we include tomorrow, so we're not stressed, we take heat by heat.
Well, Antonio and Freddie certainly enjoy riding together, so they've just got to match up those pairs.
Yeah, but that's very narrow on this track, especially into turn 3, so they can be, sometimes they can, it's not look so smooth, it's very, very hard to give room, and that's the hard racing out there as well, so you need a little bit of luck as well, and hopefully we can have the last 3 heats today going our way.
Have the boys found any lines? We heard Emil's manager saying that Emil was going to stick to the outside. Have you guys thought anything like that?
We start with Freddie on the inside the last heat now. We take Antonio on gate 1, and we see how we're doing from the next race. We take heat by heat. Yeah?
All right, thanks, Morgan.
Thanks.
Yeah, interesting information there. It's been working for Russia, but they have been flip-flopping with other teams, which is more the norm. Sweden have had a tough start. They're a strong team, but they haven't really performed that well. They haven't been making starts, and it's been very important to do so. The track is slick. It's not easy to overtake. It's possible. We've seen it. But there's no doubt that it's much easier if you hit the front, and evidence of that was with Great Britain in the last race over Poland, where they dominated it against a very powerful Polish pair.
Obviously a deliberate ploy to put Craig Cook in the second outing.
Yeah.
Maybe Roscoe might be looking back on that now and thinking I should have stuck with Robert.
Well, he's got out of jail with that decision, because Robert Lambert has come back in the next 2 heats for Great Britain and ridden brilliantly. He got a fantastic third against Sweden, and then of course he got dropped out of it and then came back. Was unlucky not to get a 5-1 against Russia. That was just the last corner, and I think, as I say, they had dialogue. They slowed it down against Russia. They didn't. against Poland, and it worked a treat. And Robert Lambert's got speed. He can hold his own, Nige, and he's fantastic off the tapes. I mean, the starts at this highest level, well, I mean, he's proving that he's ready for this level of racing.
Yeah, very much so. It's fascinating. Great Britain 16, Australia 12, Poland and Russia 11 apiece, Denmark 10, Sweden 7 and Germany 5. And Heat 13 sees Germany against Sweden. Bit too early from a British perspective to get excited, Kel, but they can't do much more than they have done, can they?
Well, you can't help but be excited when you've got a 4-point lead at this stage, but you're right, you've got to try and keep your feet on the ground because it's a long haul. This is a marathon, not a sprint, with 2 days of racing. And we're a third of the way in, are we? Or a quarter of the way in, possibly. Yeah. So approximately a quarter of the way through. So teams like Sweden have got too much class not to make some form of comeback, and you can't rest on your laurels. But it's a fabulous start. It's an accumulative point scoring system, so 16 points, 4-point lead, a fantastic base to push on from.
9 more races tonight. There's no knockout races at the end. It's just a straight 21 race format this evening. But the Speedway of Nations title will all go down to 4 laps at the end of tomorrow night, which is, well, high pressure. You can't get much more
brutal
pressure than that. Brutal indeed.
Brutal indeed. You could dominate for 2 days and still lose it. So not easy. We've seen some really good stuff recently. Fresh track. Sweden are out. Here we go for Heat 13.
So here we go with heat number 13 here in Wrocław, the Monster Energy FIM Speedway of Nations final leg 1. And a reminder that Michael Hartl comes in red here, the under-21 rider. It's Germany against Sweden. Sweden have got some making up to do here now. They haven't been the force that many thought they would be. And it's heat number 13. Yeah, absolutely. So off the inside in blue is Martin Smolinski for Germany. Gate 2 yellow is Antonio Limbach for Sweden. Gate 3 in red for Germany is Michael Hartl. And off the outside in the white helmet colour is Freddie Lindgren for Sweden.
Yeah, an important race here for Sweden. Germany have been hit by injury. And Martin Smolinski is riding out of his skin tonight, but you've got to believe that Morgan Anderson, the team manager, and these 2 boys here, gates 2 and 4, I've got a feeling that Lindgren's changed his bike, quite possibly not entirely happy with the way the first one was going from the tapes. Need to hit the front, but Sweden need a 5-1. They are 9 points behind Great Britain at this early stage, and that's a shock.
Yeah, very much so. So a big race for Sweden here. They need to get it right against Germany, and referee just about to put the green light on here. Here we go, heat 13, and it's a good start from the man in the blue helmet colour, Martin Smolinski, off gate number 1. Smolinski of Germany holds that lead. Limbach is second. Lindgren now coming around the outside into 3rd place, and they're piling the pressure on Martin Smolinski now. Smolinski has the lead for Germany. Freddie Lindgren has come through into 2nd spot, just has a quick look over his shoulder. Limbach is 3rd, Limbach trying the inside run, but Smolinski has the lead here for Germany, and that will do them very nicely.
What a ride again from Martin Smolinski. Awful accident earlier on in the night, but he's responded superbly. Got away from the inside, they're all queuing up behind him. Track a little greasy after the watering. Limbach pushing hard on the inside. Freddie Lindgren, is also there in 3rd place, but Martin Smolinski for Germany is riding brilliantly here. He really is putting up a strong performance. They're into the last lap. He looks like he could well hang on.
Yeah, Smolinski under all sorts of pressure. As Kelvin said, it was an awful crash earlier, but he's bounced back, and he just lost a bit of control there. Maybe a little bit of light for the Swedes to try and come through. Down to the line they go, but Smolinski holds on.
Well,
just about to the line. Good speedway. Limbach trying absolutely everything there for Sweden. Lindgren was 3rd, and Hartl at the back, but that was a good ride from Martin Smolinski. He's a brave old character, is Martin Smolinski, and he puts Germany onto 8 points, and Sweden now on 10 points. They're still 6 adrift of the leaders, Great Britain, in this Speedway of Nations.
And I would say that's not good enough from Sweden. They needed a 5-1, and Martin Smolinski spoils the party for Sweden there. Brilliant ride from him.
Very much so. 3 apiece it is then, with the standings now. Great Britain on 16. And their next opponents, by the way, will be Australia in 2 races' time. That's a mouth-watering prospect if ever there was one.
Doesn't get any easier, does it? So it's tough Speedway out there tonight, and Sweden are finding it tough going. They're not making the starts, just don't get away. That man did. Martin Smolinski rides a really good ride out in front. He had a lot of pressure too. Antonio Limbach in the yellow helmet colour here makes a good getaway, but doesn't manage to get there. He follows the middle of the track, and Martin Smolinski hugging the inside. He does that throughout the whole race, and it works a treat. As hard as the boys behind him try, they just could not land a bow. Freddie Lingman coming through momentarily into second place here, and Michael Hartl out the back. And they're raiding hard. There'd been some water gone down in the interval, in the track grading break. And there you see the 2 Swedish boys stacking in behind Martin Smolinski. But it's a great ride from Smolinski, and Sweden are struggling.
They are indeed, and I can tell you that Russia have made a change in this next race. Gleb Chuganov, the brilliant under-21 rider who we saw star in the World Cup last year, he is coming in here for Emil Sayfutdinov in blue.
Well,
so Chuganov in blue.
I'm staggered.
Well, there you go.
That's a surprise. I don't see that Sayfutdinov was going badly. Maybe it's just a decision to give him a run. But, well, I'll keep my fingers crossed. Chuganov last year in Leszno was outstanding. He did a great job coming in, forced to come in as a permanent rider because of the, well, the banning of Gregory Laguta. He was thrown out for a drug infringement. But Laguta on the inside, well, we'll wait and see what happens. Interesting stuff.
Yes, it's Russia against Denmark. Russia in the red and blue helmet colour. Laguta red, Chuganov in blue. And then it's Jepsen Jensen in white for Denmark, and Pierre is in yellow. And it's a good start from Laguta. Now, what can Chuganov do? Oh, he tries to take Pierre out wide, and up front it's Jepsen Jensen having a go now. Jepsen Jensen will chase hard after Artem Laguta, but Laguta has cleared off here, and now Chuganov still very much in the mix, but Pierre comes through. Pierre comes through into 3rd place. Denmark on a 3-all at the moment right now. Chuganov, the reserve, is at the back.
Well, again, I'm not quite sure about this decision. Chuganov's having a real good go, but quite clearly you can see that a strange decision for me, that one. Laguta out in front off the inside gate. No surprise to see him there. It's a 3-all as it stands. Chuganov at the back, and he's trying awfully hard. He has been amongst it, but at this stage it doesn't look like getting a point. Artem Laguta is having a fabulous night. He really is riding strongly here. He's only dropped a point, I think, so far this evening. And it's going to be a 3-all. Laguta's in a class of his own.
Yeah, look at him go, Artem Laguta. No team riding here. Laguta is so far ahead, and he's going to take the checkered flag for Russia, but they're all picking points off each other, these nations. Well, nobody's dominating, and Great Britain, with Woofenden winning 4 straight heats, has been a real bonus for Great Britain and his team riding as well. And now they face up to Australia in the next heat, Heat 15. Australia against Great Britain is next. But Artem Laguta there and Emil Sayfutdinov being taken out of that race.
Don't understand it. Don't understand it. That was a really bizarre decision for me.
Well, here's the result. It's a 3 apiece. And Denmark now on to 13. Russia on to 14 now. Russia have had 14 from 4 rides. They're just 2 points behind Great Britain. 16 Great Britain, 14 Russia, 13 Denmark. Australia on 12. So a big race coming up next when Australia face Great Britain in heat number 15.
They do indeed, with Doyle and Frick off gates 1 and 3. Be interesting to see how it goes. Laguta likes that inside gate. He really is thriving on that. He makes a great start. Young Chuganov there, he gets amongst it here, gets the better of, doesn't get away at all, well, just spins up. You can see he's a bit rusty, he hasn't been racing. He charges in there, it was quite tough in the first corner, and he pushes Pierre out the way, and he gets into 3rd place, but he doesn't stay there very long. He comes up the inside of Kenneth Pierre, and then gets relegated back to the back, with Kenneth Pierre hanging on in 3rd place. Well, Artem Laguta really does look a very classy rider, you know. When he hits the front, he is silky smooth, and he's got a lot of speed, and he wins in fine style. You see Michael Jepsen Jensen, he was had more of the bike on the old artificial grass there than he did on the shale, but strange one for me for the young boy coming in there for Sayfutdinov.
Yeah, there is an American football pitch on the infield here. It's
Gridiron.
The 3G surface. It's the Wrocław Panthers.
Yeah, that's right. I didn't realise they played American football in Poland.
There you go. You know now.
Yeah, I learn something every day, Nige.
Absolutely. And here we go, Australia against Great Britain. This is Heat 15 here in Wrocław this evening. And going off the inside in blue is Max Frick for Australia. Gate 2 yellow, Robert Lambert in for Craig Cook here as the under-21 reserve substitution. Once again for Great Britain. Gate 3 red, the world champion Jason Doyle. Outside white, twice world champion and maximum man so far tonight, Ty Woffenden. Alan Rossiter is the Great Britain manager, watching on. Heat number 15 it is then. Which way will this one go? Great Britain in the white and yellow helmets. Australia in red and blue, and Lambert's made a beauty yet again. Robert Lambert is off to start superbly, and now Woffenden's come around the outside. Third is Frick. Doyle's at the back. This is turning into a sensational night for Great Britain. But to be sure, Ty Woffenden is going to have to do that wonderful team riding again. Woffenden has the lead. Lambert is second. Third in blue here is Max Frick, and Jason Doyle is at the back. This is wonderful from Great Britain. This would put them on to 21 points.
Wow, what a start again from Robert Lambert. He is in a class of his own. They're pulling away. The Australians have got no answer at all. Woffenden isn't going to have to slow down at all. Robert Lambert really riding brilliantly with Woffenden roaring around the outside, dominating this heat against the Australians who'd been going great guns. Into the last lap, Great Britain having a wonderful night.
Yeah, Ty Woffenden again looking over his shoulder, but he doesn't really need to because Great Britain are tearing apart Australia in heat number 15. The brilliant Brits are at it again. It's Ty Woffenden and ruthless Robert Lambert in yellow over the world champion Jason Doyle. Great Britain tear apart Australia.
Wow.
And in any kind of sporting rivalry, that is always sweet to hear to from a Great Britain perspective. But of course, we do wish our Australian viewers a very good morning.
Yes, absolutely. Enjoy your breakfast, but I can assure you, I'm enjoying that. What a ride that was. Lambert, how sharp is he on the tapes? Fantastic ride from both of the Brits there. Australia had no answer.
5-1 Great Britain, Woffenden, Lambert over Doyle. And look at this now, Great Britain 21 points from 5 rides. They've only got one more outing tonight, and by the way, that is against the depleted Germany in the penultimate race of the night, Heat 20. That's Great Britain's remaining outing, Germany in Heat 20, and if they can get a 5-1 from that, they will lead the Speedway of Nations final at the end of the first leg.
Well, it's looking very likely, and look at ruthless Robert Lambert. He makes a fabulous start from gate number 2 over Max Frick, and the Australians have no reply. You've got to say that Doyle was very close to Ty Woffenden there, but Woffenden from the outside gate joins his teammate in the first turn, and they charge down the back straight, and they pull away, and the Australians didn't have the speed. They just weren't able to cope with the pace from Great Britain, who dominated proceedings there once again. 2 consecutive 5-1s, had a 4-2 previously, and they are dominating this championship. What a night for Great Britain.
Yeah, so, well, it's a shame it's only one leg, isn't it, from a British perspective?
Yeah, it'd be nice if there's only one race to go. Are we getting a little bit excited now, Nigel? Are we allowed to?
We need to be a little bit more of a neutral perspective, Kelvin. We have a worldwide audience.
Okay, mate.
We need to just calm it a little bit.
Okay,
Come
mate.
on, Great Britain!
Go on, Great Britain.
So,
right, okay, he's 16. Who's in this one?
Let's just cut Sweden and Poland. Who cares about that? Let's move on. Come on. No, yes, right.
Tasty line-up.
It's not bad, is it? Right, Lindgren off the inside in red for Sweden. Gate 2 in white is Maciej Janowski for Poland. Gate 3 blue, Antonio Limbach for Sweden. And off the outside in yellow, it is the reserve, Drabik, coming in for Patrick Dudek.
Not a surprise. Drabik's fast here, and they need to do something. They need to do something to liven it up, and Schieslak has been patient with Dudek, but it's run out now because Drabik's up at tapes. Freddie Lindgren and Sweden have been struggling. Poland not at their best. Well, this is a big race. Some of these teams are under massive pressure because of what Great Britain are doing.
Yeah, Britain putting them under huge pressure here, and that's a super start from Freddie Lindgren for Sweden. He's made the start nicely here. Now what can the Polish boys do? Janowski is the man in white having a real go here. We're going to have a good race here, I'm sure of that, because Lindgren is holding the inside line. What about Janowski now? He's going wide on a track he knows so well. Drabik's not done yet. Drabik's coming on strong and having a go as a reserve. Janowski wide, and now Drabik trying to come around the outside of Limbach.
Look at Drabik!
Oh, he's quicker than Janowski. Now Drabik is going to take it all on to try and challenge Freddie Lindgren.
Look at him!
Oh my goodness me, Lindgren looks over his shoulder. Maxim Drabik Drabic. Here he comes, the under-21 reserve. Anything Robert Lambert can do, so can Maxim Drabic.
What a ride from Drabic. Freddie Lingman can't believe it. He's having to really wind it on. Now Drabic switches to the inside. Janowski's there. That kills the pace. Here comes Drabic up the inside into the last lap. Lingman responds round the outside. What a performance from the youngster.
Absolutely spectacular. Lindgren holding on though here. More great speedway. And it's going to be fast Freddie Lindgren for Sweden, who wins this race. Good ride. And Maxim Drabic second. Third in white was Mats Janowski. But as soon as Drabic came round the outside there, he was quicker than Janowski.
Yeah, but it's not good enough. 3 alls are not good enough right now.
It's playing into Great Britain's hands.
Exactly, they need 5 ones, and although Freddie Lindgren made a great start and rode well, got to say that 3 all between Sweden and Poland is just doing Great Britain more of a favour. 21 points against Poland's 14. That's a huge lead at this stage.
It is. Sweden 3, Poland 3. And what it means now, look at this for the standings. Our British viewers will love this. Britain 21, Ty Wofford maximum. Poland 14, Russia 14, Australia 13, Denmark 13, Sweden 13, Germany 8. Britain's last ride will be in Heat 20 against bottom of the table Germany.
Well, another terrific speedway race. Freddie Lindgren having to work overtime. They're not having it easy tonight, the Swedes. We see it here on the inside. The tapes go up, the green light's on. Up it goes, and away they go. Freddie Lindgren makes a great jump. Got to say there, but Maxim Drabic here, number 3. No favours from his teammate there in the first corner. Gets shoved wide. Janowski down the back straight, but Drabic, he is at the back here, and he comes charging through the pack. And all credit to him, hasn't had a ride, but he was right on the pace here. And a little unfortunate not actually to win this race, Drabic. Look at, he comes through the pair there between Antonio Lindback and Janowski, and he sets about Lindgren. Lindgren then has to respond and only just about hangs on. Lindgren really hasn't been at his best. He's been quicker than this all throughout the year. And so far tonight, he's found winning races very difficult indeed. And he finally does pick up a heat win here, but Maxim Drabic, the under-21 rider from Poland, who rides here for Wrocław, rides a really good, strong race. But for Sweden and Poland, a 3 all there wasn't really what they were looking for.
Well, I think, to be honest, Kelvin, we know that Robert Lambert is a great young talent, but what he's done here tonight, combined with Woffinden's amazing team riding skills, is just a fantastic recipe. And they have to believe with every passing race that they can do something special here. Now the British boys, Ty Woffenden and Robert Lambert, are with Kiri.
Well, there's a smile cheeky on your face at the moment, Ty. You must be very happy tonight, guys. You're riding so well as a pair.
Yeah, it's going good. You know, me and Robert got nice riding together on the track, and he's got a real nice setup from the inside, and I've got a nice setup for the outside. So a few more races like that. Well, one more race like that would be nice. One
more race like that, 21 points. Robert, you're very sharp off the tapes tonight.
I don't know, I think that's just luck, but no, I'm dropping the clutch and the bike's going forward, so a few more heats like that, like one today and then same again tomorrow, hopefully.
Okay, well, it must be quite exciting for you. Riding with Ty, it's certainly some impressive team riding.
Yeah, it's awesome, you know, it's something you'd probably dream about, and when you're on the track like that, and you know, when you're on the track like that, it's a pretty awesome, you know, feeling, and yeah, you know, I'm smiling when I'm going around, so it's awesome.
Okay, one more heat to go, collecting those points.
That's what we need to do, because if tomorrow gets cancelled, then we're on Sunday. If Sunday gets cancelled, the points from tonight count, so we've got to keep going.
All right, thanks, guys. Well done.
Well, what a night they're having, and Robert Lambert, he's done himself proud. He's almost come of age tonight, and he's proven to himself, I'm sure, and to a large part of this audience and myself, he's ready for this level of racing, and quite clearly there's a bond between them. They're smiling, and I hear what you're saying about the team riding. Woffenden is team riding, but he hasn't had to do so much of it in the last 2 outings because Lambert's had the pace. I do think that they overdid it a little bit against Russia, but subsequently they have been outstanding, and they have every chance of another 5-1 against the depleted Germans in heat number 20. They're in dreamland right now, Great Britain. Brilliant.
Now let's hear from Sweden's fast Freddie Lindgren. He is talking to Kiri.
Well, Freddie, we're just looking at the points there. Not a bad collection of points.
Now we are scoring in every heat, but we have failed to get any heat advantages, and we really need to step it up a bit the next race and tomorrow if we're going to have a shot at the championship.
Well, you're certainly still very fast out there. What's the track riding like?
The track is it's hard to read it, where to ride. Inside obviously is working very good. You can build up speed on outside, but it takes some time, and you get vulnerable while doing it, so it's tricky.
Very, very competitive riding from all of the nations.
Yeah, it is. This meeting is really tough. A lot of good riders, so now you have to be on top of your game to score points.
All right, thanks, Freddie.
Thank you.
Well, they are finding points hard to come by, and they aren't clicking as a pair tonight, are they? And Lindgren hasn't been getting off the tapes that well. Did last time, but hasn't been as convincing as he has been in other meetings this year.
Yep, we can hear from Mark Lemon now, who is the Australian team manager. He is with Kiri.
Well, Mark, we're all looking down at our sheets here, looking at the points, 13 points, so you're still very much in the mix.
Yeah, and especially if we have a really good result in this last one, it's we're right there, and obviously, you know, all to play for again tomorrow. So yeah, there's nothing to give up right now. You know, things aren't quite going to plan, but the boys are battling. You sort of got in the way of each other in that last one, and they've got to kind of sort that out. But you know, they're grafting back there. You know, it's a big competition.
Well, that was a tough last heat. The Great Britain boys are riding hard and well together.
Yeah, give them their dues. They're riding great actually, and they're on song, and they just got off the starts and checked out. So you know, it's like I said, there's still a lot to play for. You know, we're still working hard, but it's just not quite going as smoothly as we'd hoped.
Jason and Max still talking, still working out the pairs tactics.
Yeah, like I said, they got in the way of each other then. It's like, but like when the bikes aren't quite working properly, it is difficult. So it's a tough meeting, and you know, when things are going great, it's dead easy. But when it's not so, it's you know, you got to knuckle down and try harder.
As we said, still in the mix.
Yeah, absolutely. So it's all to play for still.
Thanks, Mark.
All right.
Well, one or two of these team managers are relieved that they've got tomorrow, because Great Britain have literally cleared off out in front. And they have made light of a fantastic lineup, and Great Britain already can feel proud of what they've done so far, but we haven't reached the halfway point yet, so there's an awful lot of racing to go.
Absolutely. I think we can head down to the pits. Hans Nielsen is with Kiri.
Well, Hans, we've just had a look at the points here. You're equal with Australia, just spoke to Mark, still very much in the mix with Denmark as well.
Yeah, certainly, you know, it's early days. This is the first meeting. We just want to get as many points as we possibly can. Whether we're first, second or third at the moment, it's not doesn't matter that much. But obviously, the British run away a little bit now. But, you know, then we'll have to catch them tomorrow. But we're quite happy the way things are going.
Well, Michael's certainly riding well as well.
Yeah, absolutely. He's fighting all the way. You know, obviously he's got a tough outside starts every time. But, you know, that's the game plan. You know, Kennedy is a more inside rider, and we think this works pretty well. And certainly, yeah, he's riding really hard and riding really well out there, Michael.
All right, thank you so much, Hans.
Yeah, you're welcome.
Well, here we go. Heat number 17 is coming up.
Well, this is an opportunity for Russia here, because Emil Sayfutinov is back after the slightly strange decision to use the under-21 rider previously, but they're against Germany, and Artem Laguta and Emil Sayfutinov must be targeting Heat 17 for a 5-1. They need to, because Great Britain are in dominant moves. So Heat 17, a big one for Russia.
So here we go, heat number 17 on a dramatic night of pairs action, teamwork the key. And there's been nobody better at teamwork tonight than Great Britain. If you have just joined us, the British boys lead here in Poland. This is only the first leg, reminder, the second and deciding leg of the Speedway of Nations is tomorrow night, and you can watch that with us. It's going to be a terrific night, and Great Britain could be on the verge of something special. Still a long way to go, as we say. This one, we see Germany against Russia, and it's Germany in the red and blue helmet colours, and Russia have kept faith with Emil Sayfutinov this time. He's off the outside gate. Artem Laguta is off gate number 2. Russia currently are on 14 points. They look for a 5-1 here.
Yep.
Get a 5-1 and they'll only be 2 points behind Great Britain after 5 rides each.
So they need it, and they want to try and peg it back. Strange decision to see Juganov in the previous race. Sayfutinov back. Here we go.
Yep, big race for Russia. They need it here. Oh, what a jump at the start. And Laguta has made it, but the red lights are on.
Yeah, not really a surprise. I think the German there, the youngster, jumped, Hartl.
Well,
Gate
we'll
3
see a replay
possibly.
of that. Yeah, it did seem as though he did just that, and quite clearly Christian Frischauer, the referee, not happy with it.
Yeah, just a touch early.
You can see why he's pulled that back quite clearly. So
Yeah.
it'll be all four back. Be interesting to see whether Hartl gets a warning for that.
He will do.
Yeah.
He will do.
So we'll clarify that for you just as soon as we can. The 2 minutes is on again now, straight back for the start.
Can you explain why they put Gleb Chuganov in the previous race, Nige?
I can't. There must be some sort of reason with Emil, with his bikes. I don't know. There's got to be some.
Well, maybe they just wanted to give him a ride.
Or Emil a rest.
Yeah, maybe. Maybe he was feeling tired. It has been hot. But no, it's a strange one. And if they go down by a point or two, they may regret it. But a long way to go, and the Russians, I'm sure, will be in the mix tomorrow as well. They're too good not to be.
Yeah, big night of Speedway here tonight and tomorrow. And a reminder, Monday, Manchester. It's the British final, and Robert Lambert on this form. Is he going to be the new favourite for the British title on Monday night?
Well, he is for me. I think Dan Bewley might have something. Dan Bewley might have something to say as well. He's been flying around the National Speedway Stadium in Manchester. But Robert Lambert, if he can get out of here with a gold medal, how good is he going to feel going to Manchester on Monday night?
Yeah, you've got other riders who know that track particularly well. Richie Waddle is a former Bellevue rider. It's really going to be terrific stuff on Monday. And Dan Bewley is fantastic round there. Heat 17, here we come. It's Germany and Russia. It's the second time of asking here. Big race needed for the Russians now. They need a 5-1 in this one to close that gap on Great Britain. A reminder that Britain's last race of tonight will be Heat 20 against Germany, who are badly depleted. And they're in this one with Hartl, the under-21 substitute. Smolinski is the other rider. Laguta has made a good start here, but Smolinski has made a good one as well and has the lead early on, but Laguta comes round the outside, and here comes Emil Seifutinov down the back straight. Can he get up the inside of Smolinski? Smolinski's got plenty of experience. He knows how to close the door and just snuff out the challenge of his rivals. But Russia on a 4-2 right now, and again, this will do Great Britain just nicely.
Well, Smolinski's taking points off people, isn't he? He's riding well. Laguta's really going great guns again. Bike is great off the start, and he hits the front, he pulls away. Martin Smolinski has genuine pace, so he's making it really difficult for riders to pass him. In truth, Emil Seifutinov doesn't look like doing it. 4 points is okay, but really and truly, in this situation with Great Britain so far in front, they desperately needed 5 points. Laguta's having a great night. He's looking superb out in front. Smolinski's riding out of his skin in second place, and Seifutinov third.
Yeah, it's a good ride for Martin Laguta here in the white helmet colour for Russia. He's had a good night. He's only dropped 1 point now from 5 rides, Artem Laguta, but Martin Smolinski is made of stern stuff, and he gets second place and splits the Russian duo there. It's 4 points to Russia, puts them on to 18, and they are now 3 behind Great Britain. And the Germans have moved on to 20 points after that. I do apologise, my maths is letting me down once again.
Done well.
Yes, it's 10 points. I've just doubled the score for them. Must have been a joker or something.
Pepe Rudolph will be absolutely delighted.
Yes,
And boys, we're on to 20, so the commentators have told us. We believe them.
Where's that calculator? Great Britain 21, Russia 18, and as you say, down the bottom of the table, Germany on 10.
On 20.
My maths no, it's 10. It's 10.
Okay, all right. Okay, I believe you. Right, good stuff from Russia, but not quite enough, I think, really, because they could have done with a 5-1. They got away quite nicely here, but Martin Smolinski, again, the fly in the ointment, and splits the two boys. And as hard as Seifutinov tries, there, the early move down the back straight, he really needed to try and get the better of him. But you called it, Nige. Smolinski's quite a savvy rider. He's an awkward rider to pass. And so it proved here for Seifutinov, who was left out of the previous race. We're still wondering why. But nonetheless, Artem Laguta has had a fabulous night. He's only dropped a point. And he's looked in top form. 4 points, Russia are in it. They won't go away, but with Great Britain, with a race to come against Germany, you've got to believe that they are still very much in the driving seat.
And Russia's remaining race is against Poland. That's a tasty one, isn't it?
Well, Great Britain could have a really useful lead after tonight. It's gone right their way.
It has. Couldn't have got much better for Great Britain, so we're up to heat number 18 here now. Only 4 heats remain. No knockout races tonight. No runoffs, no knockout heats, no grand final. It's all straight 21 format. And we will not get a result tonight. It is just all about one leg and carry it forward to tomorrow night. Join us tomorrow night. Don't miss it. If you're planning to go out, forget it. Just forget it. Stick with us. Get a takeaway. That's fine. No problem.
Cancel the tickets wherever you're going. I know they've cost you a fortune, but it's going to be much more important to be in front of the television.
Unless there's Speedway on in Great Britain close to you, go and watch the Speedway. Go and watch the Speedway and then come back and watch us later. Right, Heat 18.
It's an important race, this, Nigel.
It is. It's Poland. It's Denmark and Australia. Denmark are in red and blue. Australia in white and yellow. Big race for both nations here.
Oh, yeah.
And it's a good start from Jason Doyle, the world champion. Gate number 2 in white. Australia on 13 points going into this meeting. Denmark on 13 as well, and it's a 3-all at the moment. And again, rivals taking points off each other. Nobody's dominating here. Nobody's getting 5-1s apart from Great Britain. And this is getting tight now as well. Max Frick's having a go. Australia getting closer and closer. Jensen spots a gap down the inside. Wonderful ride from Michael Jensen. Doyle will try and come up the inside again. Bjerre's challenging out. And Jensen almost loses it completely.
Yeah.
As things stand, it's a 4-2 to Denmark. But there's a long way to go in this one.
What a move from Michael Jensen. Superb. Max Frick out of shape there, very nearly hit his own teammate. Look at Bjerre. Bjerre coming round the outside. Doyle forces him even further. That takes care of him. Can Frick respond? Doyle hasn't got the pace there. Got to say, Kenneth Bjerre now switching to the inside. Doyle's having to ride with eyes in the back of his head here.
He is indeed, and Frick's not done yet on Bjerre either. It's a 4-2 to Denmark as things stand. That would put them onto 17 points from 5 rides. And then Australia get the 2 points. That takes them on to 15. So a 4-2 for Denmark. And Jensen is one of the most entertaining riders out there tonight.
He is indeed. That was a sweet move he made there to get the better of Doyle. I don't think Doyle's got enough pace. But there's no question that Jensen made a really super slick move there to get the better of the world champion. Bjerre pushing hard in 3rd place with Doyle hanging on. But 4 handy points for Denmark.
And it means that Australia have finished tonight on 15 points. They are done for the evening. Disappointment for them is Max Frick, only 2 from 6 rides.
They faded, and Frick hasn't been good enough. And considering he rides here, he hasn't been on top form. They had 9 points at one stage. They were level pegging out the front with, I can't remember, probably Great Britain, because Great Britain have been in front nearly all night. But we're seeing it again. Doyle starts really well here, but there's something not quite there with him, because Jensen was able to round him up relatively easily. Look at that, away from the tapes. Terrific start from the world champion, hits the front, and you ordinarily last year you'd put your house on him winning from there, but it isn't the case this time. Frick working hard out the back. It's a tight race, it's an exciting race, but look at this move. This is a really good move from Jensen. Classy stuff from him. He's able to get up the inside, and Doyle has nothing, just cannot respond. Bjerre then comes into the picture. Here we're seeing the move again. Lovely move that. Really is a clean move up the inside. Bjerre then gets the better of Frick. And I've got to say, Bjerre momentarily looks like he's going to get the better of Doyle as well, because Doyle just wasn't quite fast there. Stretching the cable, you can see he's absolutely giving it absolutely everything. But it's a very useful 4 points for Denmark and giving them half a chance.
Yep, and they'll be out again in Heat 21, the last race of the night. Jensen riding quite beautifully tonight. Now, Heat 19, a huge race. Poland against Russia.
Wow.
Poland in the red and blue, and Drabik comes in once again for Dudek. And I think we might see a lot more of Maxim Drabik tomorrow night in the 2nd leg.
No surprise, is it?
He's in blue here.
He looked good in the first ride, didn't he?
That's right. Now, a 3-all would be a great result for Great Britain here, because that would just enhance their chances of walking away from here as leaders of the Speedway of Nations final. But we'll see how it goes here. Drabik is in blue, as we say, and he looked very, very quick in his first appearance of the night. Off the inside in red is for Poland, Maciejewski. Gate 2 white, Artem Laguta for Russia. Gate 3 blue is Maxim Drabik for Poland. Emil Sayfutdinov going off the outside in yellow. Poland on 14 so far tonight, and Russia on 18. And this is both these nations' final outing of the night. And really, Kelvin, the host nation on 14, they've got to be looking for they need a 5-1 here, don't they?
Yeah, but they just haven't been at it. It's almost like they've been a little bit, they've been a bit sleepy. You know, they just haven't been that sharp. The performances we've seen in the World Cup from Poland in the recent years have been extraordinary. Not tonight. Maxim Dravic looks right up for it, though. This is a vital race for the hosts. They need to take advantage, but they've got tough opposition. Russia, Artem Laguta in particular, only dropped 1 point individually tonight, has looked exceptional, particularly away from the tapes, has been making starts from everywhere. Big race.
Yep, heat number 19. This will be a belter. Green lights on, here we go. Great start, Janowski for Poland off the inside gate. Janowski has the lead. Laguta tries the inside switch. He's all over him up the inside, and he's got him. And now Saifuganov, 5 points to Russia. As it stands right now, this will put them 2 ahead of Great Britain on the night. A 5-1 right now. Artem Laguta looks over his shoulder. Emil Saifuganov is with him as well.
Oh, no!
Disaster! They stayed on the bike.
Oh, it's just, they went the wrong way.
I cannot believe what I've seen. And Saifuganov's coming back for more. Oh my goodness!
Oh, he's gone back to second place! He's back to a 5-1 and they nearly ran over each other! Oh, that wasn't the team rising you expected to see! They got it all wrong, but somehow, all credit to Saifuganov, he recovered in fine style. Into the last lap, what a race of speedway we witnessed there!
Yeah, 5-1 Russia, they're going on the verge of 2 points clear of Great Britain. This will put them on to 23 points. Here at the end of their 6 rides, and Saifuganov gets a 5-1 with Laguta.
Whoa, he punches the air. He's a hero. He is a hero there, Saifuganov. So Laguta and Saifuganov, I'm sure Saifuganov thought Laguta was going to move off the line, but he didn't. And Saifuganov dived in there and hit his teammate. Somehow he managed to wind it on. Poland far from their best tonight. That wouldn't have happened last year in the World Cup. Too fast in Lezhno. But the Russians, they finished in fine style. A massive 5-1 for them.
Why did they take this man out?
Well, I still cannot understand it. I just cannot. They could have had a 3-point lead at least over Great Britain, although Great Britain do have a race to come. But Russia have bounced back with a massive 5-1. Poland have struggled tonight.
They have, and it's a Russia 5-1 over the Poles. Poland finished tonight on 15 points from 6 rides.
They did it the hard way, Russia.
Russia are on 23 and lead this meeting now. Russia on 23, Great Britain 21, Denmark 17. Great Britain need a 4-2 over Germany to lead this meeting going into leg 2 tomorrow night. By the way, whatever happens, it will all boil down to a grand final tomorrow night over 4 laps between 2 nations.
Well, I can't wait for it. It really is going to be some special night of Speedway, but this has been pretty good too. Great first corner from Artem Laguta, and look at Saifuganov round the outside. They get the better of Janowski. Janowski again, not fast enough. Maxim Dravic this time can't land a blow, can't get off the tapes. Janowski's now relegated to the back, but Emil Saifuganov, crikey, they just misread it there. Saifuganov was convinced that Artem was going to move off the line, but he doesn't. He does awfully well. Oh, crikey, he's lucky he could have high-sided there so very easily. But this is the miracle. This is a genuine miracle because he does that and his son somehow gets the better of the opposition once again. And Emil Saifuganov at his absolute best here. This is fabulous stuff. And Russia quite clearly enjoying the Speedway of Nations and finish with a real rattle here with a massive 5-1 against the Poles to finish with the 23 points going into tomorrow's night's meeting. Great effort from them. Artem Laguta, quite clearly, well, he's got 17 points individually tonight. What an effort from him.
Superb effort indeed, and Great Britain with 2 5-1s to their name, and Russia with 2 5-1s to their name as well. Denmark are the only nation to get a 5-1 tonight, so only 3 nations have got a 5-1. So it's Hartl coming in for Hülkenberg here and Lambert for Cook.
Huge race, this. Big race. It's you know, on paper, you've got to believe that they can get a 5-1, but what Russia are doing, they cannot. This is an easy race on pace for Great Britain. They've got to take advantage.
Smolinski can spoil it.
They can. He's been going well, Smolinski.
It's Lambert off 1, Woffenden off 3 in red. Martin Smolinski is in the yellow helmet colour. And Lambert's made a good start again off the inside gate. Now this is a test for Woofenden. This is a test for Woofenden, who goes wide around the outside, and they're on a 5-1 again. Great Britain are at it. Could they get a third straight 5-1 here? Woofenden getting off the bike almost to look over his shoulder, and now Smolinski is going to come on strong, come on really hard. If it stays like this, Great Britain will have a 3-point lead. Smolinski's coming round the outside. Woofenden's getting off the bike.
Slowed it down.
My goodness me.
Put the brakes on there. Smolinski had to come off the gas. Robert Lambert was very vulnerable now. Smolinski roars round the outside. Will he do him this time? He's got to go.
Woofenden needs to go.
He's got to go now. Smolinski just got the better of Robert Lambert. Oh, couldn't believe it now. Woofenden slowing it down once again. Brilliant Speedway.
Well, he won't clear off Woofenden. He'll slow down again and try and help Robert.
Oh, that's tight.
Surely now they've got to settle for the 4-2. That's exactly what they're doing here. Smolinski's gone wide. Great Britain get a 4-2, and they lead the meeting at the end of the first leg.
And how did they do it? Woofenden tried to slow it all down. He got awfully tight. Smolinski was looking for a way through. Robert Lambert a little bit vulnerable on the inside there. Got to have sympathy for him. He was kind of in the wrong place, but Smolinski rode well. Brilliant Speedway again. The team ethic clearly on display there with Woofenden. Clearly, apparently seems to have all the time in the world. He's gone through the card. He has been the dominant rider. Him and Artem Laguta, the riders of the night. But in truth, Great Britain finishing on 25. That is a fabulous effort from them.
And Smolinski as well. Hats off to him, Kelv.
Yeah.
He's ridden nicely for second places tonight.
He has. He's done a good job. He could easily have been injured and out of the meeting. He had an awful crash earlier on. It was his fault, but he's kind of made up with that with some very strong rides in the subsequent races. But Great Britain, they have been outstanding tonight.
4 points to Great Britain, 2 to Germany, and this is how it looks. Great Britain 25, Russia 23. Great Britain are confirmed as leaders of the Speedway of Nations final after the first leg, with one heat to come now.
Yeah, it's been a wonderful night for Great Britain and their new team. And Ty Woofenden clearly has been inspired by it. The tapes are up. And Robert Lambert makes a good start on the inside. He's been making really good starts throughout the evening. Here comes Woofenden again, roaring around the outside. He loves that. They've been working so very well together as a pair. Lambert on the inside, Woofenden on the outside. Woofenden having a look to the left, looking to the right. Where's Smolinski? Here comes Smolinski again. Look at Woofenden. He slowed it right down. Oh, Smolinski very nearly ran in the back of Woofenden there. Woofenden again, look, twice looking at his mate. Come on. Try and stay with me if you can. Just wasn't able to pull it off. He did everything he possibly could there, Ty, but it just doesn't work out because now Smolinski here has the momentum, has the speed off the turn and gets the better of Robert Lambert. And as they complete the race, it's a 4-2. Smolinski, you've got to give him credit there. That could have got a bit tricky when Woofenden was slowing the race down, but he reacted brilliantly and he got the better. And it was some race between the two boys. But once again, Ty Woofenden in a class of his own really has been superb. And Martin just going through the moment when he had to find a break. He actually made a break on his bike in that corner because he had to avoid Woofenden, who was going half the speed. Superb.
Now, in the context of the two legs, this is a big race for Sweden and for Denmark. Denmark are third on 17 and Sweden well adrift on 13. They need a 5-1, the Swedes, to really bolster their chances. Otherwise, they're going to be well adrift of Great Britain and Russia going into the second leg. It's Sweden against Denmark, the Scandinavian showdown, and it's the final heat of what has really turned out to be a sensational night of Speedway.
It has been terrific. It started indifferently, but it's finished in fine style, and we've seen some terrific action. The lineup was too good not for good action, but this, once again, somebody here needs a 5-1. Either team, they're really desperate for a 5-1.
Yeah, big race, the final one of the night. We're back tomorrow, remember, and Pierre's made a beauty for Denmark off gate number 2. Now Jensen, almost went up the
Freddie
back.
Lindgren.
Goodness me, almost ended up right up Freddie Lindgren's exhaust pipe. But anyway, there we are, Jensen charging hard around the outside.
Oh, he's going to do him.
Lindgren comes through into second, and Lindgren will go square and push the Danes every step of the way. But Jensen's riding nicely. Lindgren on the inside for Sweden. Good Speedway again, he into turn 3.
Big move from Lindgren. Really forceful move, he runs wide. Now the Danes come back at him. Freddie Lingman hanging on out in front, but a 3-all. If it stays a 3-all, Great Britain will be rubbing their hands because once again they're not capitalising on their heats. Lingman out in front. Lingman needs now Lindback to do something to come through the traffic to try and get amongst the points, but it's looking unlikely. Great ride from Lingman to hit the front, but a 3-all, well, Great Britain will be delighted.
Yep, absolutely. This is going to be a terrific result for Great Britain and Russia at the top of the leaderboard. Freddie Lingman takes the checkered flag. It's a 3-all with Kenneth Pierre and Michael Jensen, and that concludes tonight's first leg. It's 20 points for Denmark, 16 for Sweden, and it means now the final score from the first leg: Great Britain 25, Russia 23, Denmark 20, Sweden 16, Australia 15, Poland only 15, who would have thought that? Germany 12. So it's well done to Great Britain, leading the Monster Energy FIM Speedway of Nations after the first leg with 25 points, 18 of which have come from maximum man Ty Woofenden. What a performance. Wow. And look at that for a result from leg one.
Superb stuff from Great Britain. Ty Woofenden in inspirational style. Superb, leading the way. Russia also, terrific stuff from them. Denmark, well, they're hanging on in there in third place, but the other teams are under immense pressure. But the night belongs to Great Britain. Well, again, this was a super speedway race, there's no doubt about that, but in the context of the championship, it doesn't really do them any good, because both teams needed a heat advantage, and with this ride from Freddie Lindgren, you've got to say that as well as he rides here, it's actually a counterproductive. You know, you can't deny the fact he's racing to win. That's what it's all about. Gets the better of the two Danish boys. It really was very tight indeed. Jepsen Jensen coming around the outside of Antonio Lindback. It was the moves from Freddie Lingman that we really needed to see because they were so fabulous. Here we see it again. He's back in third place, and the move up the inside. Well, Kenneth Pierre, as hard as he tried, he had no answer to Lindgren. And Lindgren has finished well, actually. He's picked up a couple of wins late on. And that's what we've been accustomed to seeing from him. But Sweden and Denmark have got plenty of work to do tomorrow night.
Well, a terrific night, and we really have seen some fantastic speedway here, and I'm sure tomorrow is going to be much of the same and more with the drama of the two knockout heats at the end of the night. The title will be decided over 4 laps between two nations. So it's going to be very, very tense tomorrow night, Kel. Not for the faint-hearted.
No, not at all. And on the evidence of tonight, I'm going to say it's going to be quite a treat. It's been very exciting. Some of the racing has been out of the top draw. And you've got to believe that Team Great Britain, well, I'd like to think they're going to sleep soundly tonight. I hope they don't worry about tomorrow too much because they've got Russia on their heels. And Russia look very useful indeed. And Denmark battling hard. It's been a strange night from Poland. I can't remember in recent history a Polish performance like this. It's been well below par. But Great Britain, they've been absolutely terrific.
Let's hear from Ty Woofenden and Robert Lambert as well, for good measure, with Kiri.
Ty, Robert, it's been a fine night for you. Moving on in tomorrow, collecting 23 points. You must be going to sleep well tonight.
Yeah, for sure, you know, but we need to make sure we get a good sleep because today was really hot and I've sweated so much. I'm just trying to get my fluids back up, and you know, the weather forecast is to be real humid tomorrow, so we're going to make the most of tonight and tomorrow morning and just chill a little bit and focus on the job tomorrow.
Robert, it's going to have been a massive learning curve today. Lots more to come tomorrow.
Yeah, for sure. You know, it's not the first time I raced in Poland, but on a big event like this, it's awesome. So, yeah, a lot of learning, but we got some points on the board.
Well, both certainly enjoying riding as a pair.
Yeah, 100%. You know, it was just unfortunate. Smolinski got through. I felt like we was controlling the race real nice, and he just must have found a tiny little gap. And that's the joys of speedway. You know, that's why people watch our sport.
Same for tomorrow.
Well, let's hope so. But it's a new day tomorrow, so start fresh.
Thanks, guys.
Same tomorrow. It's just what the doctor ordered. Let's hope we don't get a thunderstorm because it is very humid indeed. But we have looked very impressive indeed, and they look like they're really enjoying the experience. And I think Woofenden has been inspired to coming back to represent Great Britain. Well, it's been an emphatic performance. He was superb in Manchester earlier in the week, and he's been unbeaten tonight. Halfway point though, and it will be interesting to see how it transpires and falls out tomorrow.
Inspirational character Ty Woofenden. Now the Russians, who finished on 23, just 2 behind Great Britain with Kiri.
Just 2 points behind Great Britain going into tonight. It's been a good day for you, Artem.
Tak, rzeczywiście będziemy jutro starali się, żeby jak pojechać jak najlepiej i zdobywać punkty dalej.
Yeah, for sure, that was a great night for Team Russia. Also, congratulations for the Great Britain. You know, they're gonna try to be contacting them. So hopefully they can finish with some good one.
Emil, not bad points collected there. Lots of riding around the outside for you.
I think few hits, it was problem with myself or setups. I couldn't find some good speed, in around the track. So end of meeting, it was a good hit. Even I touch, it's one corner is Artem, and so I hopefully, tomorrow will be better. And I try to find some good and try to help, Artem, because he's scoring today, it's very well, and we really have some chance, to get some. First of all, it's like final, and then we try to win this final.
Yes. Definitely. Thanks so much, guys.
Thank you.
Well, good effort from Russia tonight. They're right there. They're 2 points behind Great Britain. And they were a little bit fortunate there because they could have both come down in that last ride, but somehow Saifutinov proved he had a miracle ride. It was superb.
25 points Great Britain, 23 Russia, Denmark 20, Sweden 16. My question now is it 1 from 3 to win this title?
No, too early. A couple of 5-1s, it can turn around very quickly, but you can only do what you can do, and so far Great Britain and Russia have been terrific, but 5-1s are so key to it, and if you get a couple of 5-1s, Denmark or Sweden, there will be very much part of the action.
Shall we do it again tomorrow?
Yeah, looking forward to it. Why not?
Let's do it. The first ever Monster Energy FIM Speedway of Nations final arrived at the Olympic Stadium in Wrocław, Poland, bathed in sunshine, and it was down to 7 nations to decide the eventual winners. The first leg taking place on Friday evening over a straight 21 heat format. And there was drama and controversy along the way. Warnings for riders jumping the start. There was a horrible crash early on as well, which depleted Germany, with Kai Hülkenberg ruled out for the rest of the evening, and Kenneth Pierre lucky to get away with it. As the meeting progressed, though, Great Britain manager Alan Rossiter relied more on Robert Lambert, and the Brits were certainly the starring nation as they picked up a couple of 5-1s along the way, inspired by twice world champion Ty Woofenden. Poland, a host nation, were a little bit worrying. They even brought in their reserve Maxim Drabik for a couple of rides, as both Poles, Janowski and Dudek, were on warnings for jumping the start in the very first race of the night. Denmark riding hard, with Michael Jepsen Jensen providing plenty of entertainment, but this team riding from Woofenden and Lambert was exemplary. Britain piled on the pressure on the host nation and their rivals. Sweden working hard. Freddie Lindgren managed to get his act together late on, and Jason Doyle, the world champion for Australia, flying the flag high with his partner Max Frick struggling. But as the meeting got to the latter stages, it was obvious that Great Britain and Russia were going to be the leading nations, as Saifutinov, alongside Laguta, got their act together for Russia, and Great Britain, with 2 successive 5-1s from Robert Lambert and Ty Woofenden in their 4th and 5th outings, put them in a great position. Amazing how Saifutinov survived that accident without falling off his bike, and he did so to go on and get a 5-1. That put Russia on 23, but a 4-2 from Great Britain over Germany meant that they lead the first leg and win it by 25 points to 23, with the second leg to come on Saturday night. Cheers, Steve. first year of the Monster Energy FIM Speedway of Nations, a brand new tournament based on the best pairs concept, team riding the key, and 2 events to get us underway. Race off 1 was in Tetero, 15 nations doing battle for the inaugural series, and Germany and Russia doing well in Tetero in the opening round at the Bergring Arena in Tetero on the Saturday evening. Humid temperatures, and Emil Sayfutinov, the Russian captain, did well for them. Race off 2, and that was in Manchester Bellevue on Tuesday evening. Another 7 nations doing battle. High hopes for the host nation Great Britain, with Ty Woffenden back in the ranks and ending his self-imposed exile, and it certainly did the business for Great Britain as they managed to make their way through. There was drama late on though as the knockout stages arrived, and Australia, they needed a knockout victory to ensure they went through to the final, with Great Britain making their way through as well. So Sweden, Great Britain and Australia through, with Russia, Germany, Denmark and the host nation Poland, and the finals in Wrocław, a beautiful city, plenty of delightful architecture, a cafe culture as well, great for tourists and families alike. Really is a beautiful city. And event 1 of the final, leg 1 of the final, and some terrific speedway racing from all 7 nations doing battle, and some drama along the way as well. Thankfully Kenneth Pierre able to walk away from that with a clash with Germany, and Ty Woffenden of Great Britain, who rides for Wrocław in the Polish league, was magnificent for the British side. Michael Jepsen Jensen was the top Danish rider, really turning on the style and pulling off some fine moves. Team riding from Woffenden was brilliant. What we didn't see there was the fact that Laguta managed to come through and just pip him to the post. Great Britain, though, just about managed to see off Russia. Emil Sayfutinov and Artem Laguta riding well for the Russians. Woffenden looking over his shoulder regularly for Robert Lambert. Great Britain 25, Russia 23, Denmark 20. That's the top 3 at the end of leg 1. Hi there, good evening and welcome along to the Monster Energy FIM Speedway of Nations Final 2. It's the deciding leg of the final from the Stadion Olimpiski in Wrocław here in Poland, and it's a hot, humid evening here. The riders just about to get set, ready for action. We have Australia and Russia to get us underway. Kelvin Tatum, MBE, alongside me, and Great Britain, of course, last night, Kelvin, riding beautifully. Woffenden, the man of the moment.
Absolutely, they were first class last night. You've got to believe that they were a surprise package. Not a lot of people predicted that they would be leading the championship at the halfway stage. This is the second of 2 days. This is final 2. It is a world championship, and there will be a new world champions crowned tonight after heat 23. Russia are out in heat number 1. They were terrific. Fabulous 5-1 to beat Denmark in their last outing, and that moved them on to 23 World Championship points. They're just 2 points behind Great Britain. We did see some fabulous racing last night, and I'm sure we're going to be in for something very similar tonight. Very different conditions though. It's very humid, there's cloud cover, there was threat of thunderstorms all around us throughout the afternoon. It hasn't materialised. We've had track covers on most of the day. They're now off, of course, and the track, I must say, looks in tip-top condition. So we are set fair for an excellent night of speedway.
Riders coming out onto the track then, ready for action. The first race of the evening, Australia in the red and blue helmet colours, and Russia white and yellow. And of course Russia in second place after the first leg. But let me just remind you, it all goes down to one race. The grand final will decide the world champions here this evening. Teamwork is the key, and let's see how that develops. Ty Woffenden, the best rider where it came to team riding yesterday. Let's see what develops here in the second leg of the final here in Wrocław. About to get underway then here in Wrocław, and it is Australia against Russia in the opening race of the night. Russia second spot going into this meeting, just 2 points behind Great Britain going into this second and deciding leg. A reminder, the world champions tonight will be decided in the grand final, which will be heat 23. It all goes down to a grand final, 4 laps, around 60 seconds. to establish the new world champions in the Speedway of Nations here. Kelvin Tatum alongside me. Kelvin, a former World Cup winner with England in 1989. That's the last time England / Great Britain had any success at world level. They're going for it tonight, and Kelvin, Russia out in the opening heat, and they're Great Britain's nearest rivals going into this meeting.
They are indeed, and they're sticking with their format, with Artem Laguta going off the inside gate and Emil Sayfutinov having to go from the outside. They're 2 and 4. Max Frick has had some mechanical issues, and he's had a new engine in the bike for tonight. Jason Doyle, the world champion, on the inside. Big opening race, final number 2. 23 races tonight to decide who will be crowned world champions here this evening. Here we go.
Yep, event 4, the grand final, second leg. It's been a long week for the Speedway of Nations, but it's been entertaining as well. And Jason Doyle for Australia has made a good start. Max Frick tries the inside run here. Now Sayfutinov will try the outside, but Frick's alongside Doyle. Now Sayfutinov comes around the outside and splits them. 4-2 to Australia as things stand right now. Doyle has that advantage. Sayfutinov second. Frick is third, but Frick putting Sayfutinov under pressure now. Trying to come up the inside. He knows this track. He rides for Wrocław here in the Polish league, and Laguta's not done yet at the back. He's coming on strong too, but Doyle has the lead right now.
He does indeed. The inside gate working a treat for the world champion. Sayfutinov from the outside has worked really hard. Laguta chopping to the inside. Laguta comes charging up the inside of Frick. Takes no prisoners there. Laguta, who got 17 out of 18 points yesterday in fine form. Now Sayfutinov coming on strong in second place. Doyle hugging the inside. Sayfutinov in the middle of the track. Down the back straight for the last time.
3 apiece as things stand in this opening race of leg 2, the deciding leg of the World Championship, the Speedway of Nations, and it's Jason Doyle who takes that checkered flag for Australia. Max Frick, I think, just a little bit beaten up by the Russian boys there, ends up at the back, but a good race to start the proceedings this evening. A bit of drama and plenty of determination, and 3 points for Australia and 3 for Russia. Those 3 points for Russia there in the opening race of the night puts them on 26 points. They're a point above Great Britain, but Great Britain have a race in hand. A 3-all, Doyle wins it, Sayfutinov second, Laguta was third, and these are the standings now with Russia on 26, Great Britain 25, Denmark 20, and Australia move on to 18 points. Good ride by Doyle because he was under pressure there.
Yeah, it needed to be, because you're dead right. Emil Sayfutinov rode really well in second place. Doyle hugged that inside. He didn't move from there. The inside gate at this early stage proved to be the best one. You see there, he just hugs it all the way around. Look at Sayfutinov. He really had to work very hard with Laguta at this early stage, relegated to the back again in the first corner. Real good action here. Frick again just not quite having the pace, and Sayfutinov comes roaring round the outside of the young Australian. Laguta's at the back and he rides well. He gets up the inside of Frick now, chops to the inside now and gets his wheels in line just a touch earlier and just squeezes up the inside ruthlessly there. And it's a big 3-all. Doyle was pleased with his opening ride, and Russia really were fired up for that. I think that's an indication of the sort of speedway we're going to see tonight.
Yeah, very much so. Sweden here against Poland, the host nation. Sweden on 16, Poland on 15. And very uncharacteristic last night from the Polish boys, Janowski and Dudek. And they had a nightmare start in their opener when Dudek was thrown out of the race for touching the tapes, and Janowski touched the tapes as well, but after his teammate, and therefore they both had a warning, and that carries through to tonight as well. As you can see from your graphic there, they're on a warning over 2 legs of the meeting, and that carries through tonight, so they have to behave at the start line, the Polish boys here. Off the inside in blue for Poland, Patrick Dudek. Gate 2 white, Freddie Lindgren for Sweden. Gate 3 red is Maciej Janowski for Poland, and off the outside in yellow is Antonio Lindback for Sweden. It is Poland versus Sweden in this team riding event. Pairs action here, a world champion country to be crowned at the end of tonight, and this is the second race of the evening, and we'll see which way it goes as Poland look to compose themselves in front of the home crowd here in Wrocław. It's a good start from Dudek. That's more like it from... Dudek's gone down.
It goes.
First turn.
Oh, they got hooked up there and he got dragged around. Be interesting to see which way Christian Froschauer sees that, but did look like Dudek had got caught up with Freddie Lindgren there. In my opinion, it should be all 4 back there. Let's see it again. Freddie Lindgren comes off. They clash there and they're hooked up, I think. And that drags it. Almost Freddie Lindgren drags Dudek around. Not clear to see whether he was actually attached to him or not, but they certainly hit quite hard here.
Well, there's contact there, but then...
It's the footrest caught on something. Yes, it's caught on Freddie Lingman. Nearly pulled his leg off.
Well, that's good for Freddie that he's avoided anything serious there.
Got to be all four back.
Yeah, it has to be. That could have been nasty, couldn't it?
It could have been for Freddie Lingman, because here it's on the bottom of his Kevlar suit on the footrest. Literally drags Patrick Dudek around, and he narrowly avoids the bike. And he's we're hearing it is all four, and that's the right decision.
Yeah, you don't see that very often. And
no, an unusual crash.
Yeah, thankfully they're okay. Good news, all four riders back then for the restart.
Yeah, Poland have got to go better tonight. They were disappointing last evening, and surprisingly subdued performance, particularly from Dudek. He's the world number 2. He only got 3 points and was substituted with the under-21 in the second half of the meeting. Marek Cieślak, who is accustomed to so much success in the recent last 10 years. And last night, well, they just weren't at it. And they're going to need a really big start to tonight if they're going to really get amongst the medals.
Yes, they have been the dominating nation in the last decade or so. Kelvin's quite right there. Marek Cieślak has enjoyed a tremendous success as team manager of Poland. He's made some big calls down the years.
Indeed he has. He was the one that dropped Thomas Golob, and they went on to win the World Cup. And he has been seen to have the Midas touch. We'll see it again. This is an unusual circumstances here. Freddie Lindgren and Dudek just clashing there, and of course the Kevlar's getting caught up on the footrest of Dudek, and it spins him around and he bites the dust in his opening ride. It is so important now. Sweden didn't get off to a great start last night. Antonio Lindback also not in great form. So, you know, teams that were producing the goods as a pair, team riding again, absolutely vital. We saw wonderful displays from Great Britain team last night, with Woofenden and Lambert riding so well together. You've got to get the two boys working well, and then you've got half a chance of a medal.
Yeah, we'll remind you, Poland on 15 and Sweden on 16, Great Britain 25, and Russia on 26 now after their opening 3 points. It is over 2 legs, remember. The scores progress over 2 nights. And then the top team goes straight through to the grand final. That is heat number 23. Heat 22 is second against third to win the right to race off against the top team of the night.
Very good point, Nigel. And the fact is, in heats 22 and 23, a 3-all will beat a win. We saw that in the qualifying race-offs earlier in the week. And so it doesn't mean you don't have to win the race. And the sudden death final in heat 23, well, that is going to be drama, and the nerves will be jangling. It's been a difficult weekend so far for the Polish boys, but they are top class. And you've got to believe they're going to be more competitive tonight.
Yep, drama guaranteed, and last heat decider guaranteed.
Yes, absolutely, and we like that.
Yes, we do indeed. I'm not sure if the nation leading after 42 heats but blow it in the grand final would like that. But we are.
Well, we were speaking to Emil Sayfutinov before the meeting started, and he said that he would very much like to go straight through to heat 23. He doesn't want to go through that knockout race in heat 22, so he knows their intentions. And it's been quite an interesting plan. It's been a very simple plan from Russia. They've just allowed Laguta to have the inside gates, and Sayfutinov has had to do the hard yards coming from the inferior gate in every race. So riders now beginning to make their way back up to tapes. Everybody's healthy. 3 riders at the start line, just waiting for Antonio Lindback, who's having a few last-minute adjustments by the pit gate, but he's now making his way. And we'll be on with heat number 2 once again.
Yep, same lineup then. All 4 riders back for the restart here. And it is Poland against Sweden. Second race of the night. Thankfully, both Patrick and Freddie are okay after that incident. Bit of a coming together. Dudek off the inside, Lindgren off 2, Janowski off 3, and then off the outside is Lindback. The Poles are in the red and blue helmet colour, and Sweden are in white and yellow. Standard race format, 3 points for a win, 2 for second, 1 for third, and nothing for finishing last. Big night of Speedway here in Wrocław, and Poland, the host nation, they really need to get their act in order here. There's plenty more Polish fans in the stadium tonight than there was last night in this main stand where we are overlooking the start-finish line. Here we go, and Lindgren's made a beauty off gate number 2, but Dudek's there as well. That's much better from Dudek, and here comes Janowski up the inside. Oh, this is much more like it from the Poles, and here comes Lindback and Lindgren! Oh, my goodness
Janowski's
me.
gone down hard!
Oh, that's a hard crash, a real tough crash, and Janowski is down holding his thigh. He went into the air fence on that third
big
turn.
move there.
Yeah, very fast. A real quick part of the track as well, Kel.
End of the back straight, top speed. Freddie Lindgren there just charging through. Janowski on the outside. And interesting to see if there was any contact there, but Freddie Lindgren's move was very forceful indeed. And Janowski, who was caught on the outside, possibly in danger of being excluded. But look at that move. Oh, no. Freddie Lindgren's got to go for that.
Yeah, he has.
He's just ridden in the side of him.
Wow,
that's a ruthless move from Freddie.
Yeah.
He's coming across.
Oh,
he's got no chance.
Well,
he's got no chance.
There we are. We'll see the decision of the
he's
referee.
Clouted the bottom of his back there as he's gone into the airbag. Let's hope he's okay. But Lindgren there, cool. That's a tough move from him.
Bang. Let's hope that Magic's going to be okay after that one. I don't think he's too happy.
Well, I wouldn't be either. Yeah. No surprise.
Confirmation then that Fredrik Lindgren is excluded from heat number 2 for being the cause of the stoppage. So that's a disappointing start for the Swedes because all the pressure's on Lindback now. But from the Polish point of view, they've got to hope that Magic is going to be okay.
I think he was winded. Ty Wolfenden, of course, a teammate here in the extra league for Wrocław, and just making sure his mate's okay, and that's good to see. But great to see Janowski on his feet. But that could have been worse. That was very high speed at the end of the straight, and he bailed off and probably just got away. The air fence really did its job there. It just absorbed all the impact, absorbed all the energy out of the track, out of the crash rather. So good to see him back on his feet.
Absolutely, very much so. Walking back to the pits, that's good news for Maciej Janowski.
Cool,
left out of the World Cup a couple of years ago, wasn't he? But
yeah. I remember actually talking to Marek Cieślak about that. I was in the same hotel, and he said, I must do something with my team. Here we see it again. Look at Freddie Lindgren, just allows the bike to run longer and deeper into the corner, but you can't do that when there's a rider in your way. And he did, and he's paid the ultimate price. He's been thrown out. You see it here, he's holding the bike straight, he's not turning, he's allowed it to run 2 or 3 bike lengths further into the corner, and as he's just literally turned and broken into the corner, he's just taken Janowski with him. And a fairly straightforward decision for Christian Froschauer.
Mark Lemon is the Australian team manager. He's got Jason Doyle. Thoughts on Jason Doyle's opening ride? He's with Kiri.
Well, Mark, one heat down. Jason got off to a good start.
Yeah, exactly. That's what we needed. Obviously, we were in a good position there with Max too, but the Russians are obviously pretty handy around this place, and obviously got through. But it's a positive start. Obviously, Max is just getting some new stuff for tonight. Obviously, last night didn't really work too well, but yeah, it's a long way to go.
Boys coming off the track, are they feeling better together, working as a pair?
Yeah, well, we regrouped last night. We had a debrief, but you know, the pressure's slightly off us a little bit. But you know, obviously the focus is still the main goal here. So we've got to keep it that sort of momentum up. It's very difficult to sort of like team ride as much as you can, especially in the early heats when it's a little bit greasy.
All right, thanks, Mark.
All right.
Well, it was an interesting ride and a good ride from the world champion in the opening race, but unfortunately, once again, you've got to have 2 riders performing at the same level, and Max Frick has found it difficult so far. I do know that he's had a new engine in tonight. Yeah, well, obviously,
he's been listening to us.
The youngster there, quite clearly, not too impressed with proceedings so far because he's fast asleep. And maybe he'll liven things up with the racing a little bit later, but having a little snooze at this early stage. Janowski now, he's fit and he's ready to bounce back. And this will be, well, this is the 3rd time we go to the tapes for this race. But Sweden now reduced to just the 1 rider, and Antonio Lindback will swap from gate 4 and he'll go from gate 2.
Yeah, under a lot of pressure here. Antonio Lindback, Sweden, starting on 16 points tonight. 9 behind Great Britain before tonight. And I can tell you that Great Britain open up in heat 4 when they face Australia. So that's going to be a cracking race to look forward to. Heat 2, 3 riders only then. No Fredrik Lindgren. So it is off the inside Patrick Dudek, then Antonio Lindback off 2, and Maciej Janowski will go off gate number 3. He's present and correct and ready for action, and the Poles already have signalled their intention tonight.
They look much more up for it. I've got to say, there's a different intent about them. Body language, intent going to the first corner, much improved tonight. Needs to be. This is an opportunity now. They've got to be looking for 5 points out of their opening ride. Antonio Lindback has found points hard to come by. Struggled last night. And he can be a spoiler, he can be absolutely dynamite, but this season hasn't been quite at his best. So for Dudek and Janowski, a big opportunity.
Yep, Heat 2 it is then. Can the Poles make the start? Can Lindback split them or even beat them here? Second race of the night, great start from Dudek. He's done it again. He really has got his trapping gloves on tonight. Janowski's joined him here. Dudek looked over his shoulder. Poland on a 5-1 right now. This will be a big boost to them. That will take them to 20 points. They only got 15 all last night. This will put them on to 20 if it stays like this. Janowski has the lead. Patrick Dudek second. Lindback's not off the pace. He's having a real go here, going wide. But the Poles looking set fair here now.
Yeah, I got away from the tapes. Dudek, perfect. Brilliant first corner from him. He allows his teammate round the outside. They're riding great as a pair here. And this is much more like it. And you can just see the way they're attacking the track tonight. They mean business, and they're looking like they're going to pick up a very useful 5 points in their opening race. Got to say, Lindback is right there, though. They can ill afford to relax on this last lap, but Janowski and Dudek looking much more like it.
Yep, they are indeed. Here comes Lindback now, pushing Dudek hard late on here in the last lap of heat number 2. Janowski is the man in red. Dudek is in blue. It's going to be a Poland 5-1. They move on to 20 points. Just what they needed early on. Just what they needed. After a disappointing night last night, I wonder if Marek Cieślak has had words with them after that performance last night. It puts them on to 20 points, as we say. Just a 1 point for Sweden. They're on 17 now. So that's a big boost for Poland.
It is indeed, and suddenly 1-5-1 and they're right back in the thick of the action. But more importantly, it's a boost to their confidence after a disappointing evening yesterday. So Poland start in fine style.
Janowski the winner, Dudek second. It's a 5-1 for them over Antonio Lindback. Freddie Lindgren excluded. And now Poland move on to 20 points. That's a big boost for them. They needed it. Russia lead on 26. These are overall scores over 2 nights, remember, because that is what matters when it comes to getting into the knockout and the grand final.
Yeah, an accumulative system here, and a great first corner from Dudek. Dudek's aware of his teammate down the back straight. Passion from the Polish fans tonight, much more than last night, that's for sure. Dudek again from the tapes is terrific. He hugs to the inside. Got to say that Antonio Lindback here rides strongly in third place. The 2 Polish boys could ill afford to relax throughout the 4 laps, but they come through in the end, and it's a massive boost to them. And if they get confident here at home, who knows where they could end up.
Well, we know they'll take some stopping, that's for sure. A different attitude by the looks of it, a different mentality to last night.
That's clear right from the word go, Nigel. Last night they hit the tapes. This time 5-1. Different.
Yep. Heat number 3, and it is Germany against Denmark. And delighted to see Kai Hülkenberg riding tonight after his crash last night.
Yes.
Passed fit by the doctors, which is great to see. He rode nicely in Tetero last weekend, but last night, unfortunately, victim of a crash with his teammate Martin Smolinski. So, Germany against Denmark. Hülkenberg off the inside, Bjerre off 2 for Denmark. Smolinski off 3. He was a real spoiler last night, Smolinski. And off the outside in white, Michael Jepsen Jensen, who rode superbly for Denmark.
He did indeed, and Denmark did a decent job. Came into tonight in third place on 20 points, and we'll be looking to build on that. But Germany, you know, you can't write them off. They like the big fast tracks, and this certainly is one of those. So Kai Hülkenberg keen to get back into the action. He's on the inside gate, and that's been working well.
As indeed. Here we go. Race number 3, second leg of the final here in Wrocław. Good start from Michael Jepsen Jensen on the outside gate. Hülkenberg is there. Watch out for Jepsen Jensen around the outside. Oh, but Hülkenberg maintains the advantage, and Smolinski comes through for Germany now, putting the Danes under real pressure. Jepsen Jensen now piling the pressure on Hülkenberg and just about coming around the outside.
Good ride.
Again, he's at it again, Jepsen Jensen, because he scored a lot of his points the hard way last night, and he's doing it again tonight.
Brilliant ride from Jepsen Jensen to get the better of Kai Hülkenberg. Hülkenberg just not going quite wide enough. Martin Smolinski coming through to get the better of Kenneth Pierre. A 3-all at this stage. Kai Hülkenberg, you know, he's right there. He's right on the tail of Michael Jepsen Jensen. He switches to the outside. Now he chops back. He's squaring the corner off. They charge down the start and finish straight into the last lap. Jepsen Jensen having to ride defensively now. The German in second place, ruled out of it last night, riding well here in his opening ride.
Lots of speed from Hülkenberg into turns 3 and 4, but it's Jepsen Jensen with the lead. It looks like it's going to be a 3 apiece now, and Jepsen Jensen takes the victory. A good ride from him once again. Hülkenberg second, and Martin Smolinski was third for Germany, which means that it's a 3-all in that one, and it does mean now that Germany move on to 15 points, and Denmark, who were third before tonight, they move on to 23 points now after that 3 apiece, with a win for Jepsen Jensen, Hülkenberg second, Smolinski third. And the standings now overall, these are overall standings, not just tonight. These are the progressive totals over 2 nights, and that's what matters, of course. Denmark back into third place on 23 points, but coming next, Great Britain against Australia in heat number 4.
Yeah, the bikes are coming out. It's a good effort here from Michael Jepsen Jensen. He goes from gate 4. Kai Hülkenberg on the inside rides a great race, actually. Got to think that Michael Jepsen Jensen would have got to the front slightly earlier, but he lifts quite hard coming out of the turn 2 in the opening lap. Martin Smolinski there coming around the outside of Kenneth Pierre. Good ride from Martin once again. This is the effort again from Jepsen Jensen. Round the outside, he rides that outside line really well, and I've got to say that, but Hülkenberg, got to say he also had a lot of pace. Respect between the two lads. A 3-all. And Denmark maintaining good form, but heat advantages is what it's all about tonight.
Well, confirmation here. I can tell you that for Great Britain, Robert Lambert starts. Comes in for Craig Cook. Lambert, who was superb last night in 5 outings for Great Britain, being team-ridden home by Ty Woofenden, but Lambert was making the start beautifully, like I've never seen him start before.
No, it was quite outstanding. He made some fabulous starts in the second half of the meeting, and you've got to believe that if he can reproduce that here tonight, they've got a good chance.
Woofenden goes off the inside, 18-point maximum last night. Brilliant. He's off gate 1 in red. Gate number 2 in white here is Jason Doyle for the Australians. Gate 3 blue is Robert Lambert for the Great Britain side, and off the outside in yellow, Max Frick for Australia.
Now, it's an interesting situation here because Australia, this is their second ride. Now, will that prove to be an advantage over the Great Britain team? Great Britain are on gates 1 and 3 with Ty Woofenden, who was unbeaten last night going from the inside gate. Problems with the tape, so there'll be a delay, but just gives me a little bit more time because Doyle and Frick have been out. Maybe have just made a few tweaks to their equipment, potentially or possibly could be an advantage going out for the second time as Great Britain are coming out for their first ride. But I just think that gates 1 and 3 might be a slight advantage. We will have to wait for that. But the riding of Great Britain yesterday was outstanding. They were truly a terrific pair together.
Yes, and all the talk was about Woofenden's team riding, Calv, but we've got to give Robert huge credit for the way he rode.
Yeah, I think that's right to point that out because Lambert was on the inside. He was trapped on the inside all the time. It's vulnerable there. Woofenden did a great job looking after him, but Lambert had enough speed and was doing a great job. Woofenden now just being having to be patient. He looked so relaxed when I saw him in the pits before, chatting and laughing, and really doesn't seem to be aware that this is a World Championship. I know he is. When he pulls his helmet and his goggles on, he knows exactly what he needs to do. So tapes appear to be ready, and we should be getting underway once again with heat number 4. The Aussies are up tapes, and they're keen to get on with it. But this is a big race for Team Great Britain. If they can get off to a good start, well, they'll pick the momentum up that they had last night.
Great Britain skipper is last to be pushed off here. He is so cool. Knows this track inside out. 6 seasons here for Wrocław. They did ride away from here for a season while this brilliant stadium was being redeveloped. But he's here every other Sunday, riding for Wrocław in the Polish League. Here we go then, heat number 4, 25 points for Great Britain, Australia on 18, but this is Great Britain's first appearance of the night. Woofenden inside, Doyle off 2, then it's Lambert, and then it's Frick off the outside gate.
Yeah, Frick's got to get going. He hasn't had a good Speedway of Nations so far. He rides here for Wrocław, and he's found points very difficult to come by. Got beaten up in his first ride tonight, Doyle winning very well. So the world champion, Jason Doyle, and the Aussies, they need to perform as a pair. Can Frick pick up his performance here in heat number 4?
Well, this is a big race. Heat number 4. What can Woofenden do off the inside? The world champion Jason Doyle has made a great start. Doyle gets the drop on Woofenden. Great start for Australia. Here comes Max Frick around the outside now. Frick is going to pass Woofenden as well. 5-1 to Australia right now. Lambert's at the back. Doyle with the lead. Frick is second. Now Ty Woofenden chasing hard, but Frick looking a lot faster here than he was last night. And Australia on a 5-1. All down to Woofenden now to see if he can get past. Here he comes. Round the outside, switches up the inside brilliantly. Woofenden passes Max Frick, and Frick will try and return the compliment.
Well, great opening couple of laps of Speedway there. Frick back up to the inside. Woofenden looks really quick in second place. Doyle was superb out of gate number 2. Woofenden now in the inside. Doyle around the outside. Woofenden could well hit the front. Here's going to get really tight. Doyle just about hanging on in front. Brilliant stuff. Woofenden will have more to say about affairs, I'm sure. Very wide, down the back straight. Doyle now just not loose. Well, he's lost a little bit of a momentum there.
Well, it looks like Doyle's done enough here. It's a 4-2 to Australia. Great ride from them. Woofenden tried absolutely everything, but Jason Doyle superb. Fantastic ride from him. And Great Britain are pegged back there with Woofenden in second place, Lambert at the back. It's a win for Doyle, and Frick was third. Good stuff from the Australians there. They move on to 21 now. 2 points for Great Britain puts them on to 27. They are a point ahead of Russia. So Great Britain still ahead of this final in the Speedway of Nations, as we see now. Britain 27, Russia 26, Denmark 23. That's the latest here in Wrocław.
Terrific heat number 4. Doyle's unbeaten so far, and that was a champion start here. There's no doubt about that. Absolutely leapt out of gate number 2. Got the better of Woofenden, was beaten for the first time. And Max Frick comes around the outside, and it's a good move from him, and he looked much more competitive here. Got to say that maybe just coming out a little bit cold. This is their first ride for Great Britain, whereas Australia had a ride and they looked like they were a little bit more dialed in. Woofenden was really quick, no question about that. But Lambert just left trailing here, and it was a big improvement from Frick, who's struggled so far throughout this championship. But Woofenden there, you're seeing a fabulous move from him. That was a class move up the inside to get the better of Max Frick, a teammate, of course, in the league here. But Doyle and then Woofenden. Woofenden had so much speed and very nearly got up the inside. But Jason Doyle hugs that inside and pulls away and picks up the second win of the night. And for Australia, a heat advantage, 4-2. It's so crucial in this format. They did a sterling work there.
Yes, and Australia are now on 22 points. They look a different side, and Poland look a different side as well. Kai Hülkenberg back in action tonight, looking good. He's with Kiri in the pits.
Kai picking up 2 good points there, feeling good back after yesterday?
Yeah, I felt good. The bike was working good. I made a good start from gate 1, but yeah, Michael passed me around the outside. He picked up some drive, and anyway, it was a good first heat for me.
The boys were definitely pushing you hard.
Yes, they were. You know, it's tough, and that was only the first heat, so yeah, we'll see how the meeting will go.
Glad to be back tonight.
Thank you.
Yeah, well, we're all pleased to see him, because it was quite a horrifying crash he was involved in yesterday early in the meeting, and he was ruled out for the whole night, and that really was a blow for the Germans, but delighted to see him riding well here tonight. Interesting scenario already. Great Britain looking like they were going to be very difficult to beat last night, but in the opening ride, You've got to say that Jason Doyle really did put the cat amongst the pigeons here with an electrifying start from gate 2. Max Frick looking a lot more competitive. So it's concertinaed up with it's very tight indeed. 27 points, just 1 point between Russia and Great Britain now. And you've got to believe that it's going to be a very tense and a topsy-turvy night for all the teams. So 5-1s, heat advantages are what it's all about.
Michael Jepsen Jensen is having a good final here in Poland, and he's with Kiri now.
Michael, just the first heat you wanted out there.
Yeah, track is a bit different from yesterday, but still feels pretty good. Had a miss with Kenneth there, but we're doing a few changes and hopefully he'll be fast as well for the next one.
The German boys certainly kept the heat on you all the way out.
Yeah, but they kept the speed up as well, and I felt like the lines have changed from yesterday, and you could hit something and the bike was going, and next one you didn't really get any, so it's tricky, but we'll be all right.
All right, thanks, Mike.
Thank you.
Good ride from Jepsen Jensen. He's done himself no harm at all, and there's a Grand Prix in Denmark very shortly, and who knows, he may well pick up the wild card for that. We're seeing the standings now. It's just 1 point between Great Britain and Russia. It has concentrated up, and Denmark, that's a good stuff from there.
Now let's hear from Max Frick of Australia with Kiri.
Well, Max, found a bit more pace from yesterday.
Yeah, I've been searching for a few things overnight, trying to get a little bit more speed, but it's tough out there. Everyone's racing really hard, and it's tough to try and get a really good setup.
Look like you and Jason are enjoying more riding as pairs.
Yeah, exactly. We're trying to get it to work. I need to pick up a little bit more speed, and then hopefully I can help him out a little bit more.
All right, thanks, Max.
Cheers, thank you.
Yeah, he'll be pleased with that because it's been disappointing. Yesterday, he just wasn't there. He just didn't have the pace, and if you're off the pace here, you're very vulnerable, and so it proved. But we do need, Frick. Australia do need Frick going all night, and who knows, they could force their way into a medal position, and they've had a very good start to tonight with Doyle unbeaten, and that was a useful third place for Max Frick. Great Britain slightly disappointing in their opening ride with just 2 points, but they still maintain a slender lead over Russia, and we're just having the grading break, of course, but you just sense that this is going to be a really tense night, and we've already seen some super speedway.
Yeah, and I expect other nations to come more and more into it as well, Kelvin, because last night, of course, Great Britain with the headline story, Russia just tucked in behind them. But I think there's a couple of nations that were adrift last night that will claw their way back. We've seen Australia and Poland already as well with a 5-1.
Yeah, that's key, and you're right. Poland looked much more business-like in their opening race, a very useful 5-1 against Sweden. And the Poles, if they get confident, they get the crowd behind them. It was dead quiet here yesterday. They really didn't get any passion going at all. If that happens and they can turn that around, they flip that around, then Poland will be dangerous as the evening goes on. Sorry, Nige, but Russia certainly are maintaining a high level of performance. They are potential winners.
Yeah, and the next race, Kel, Russia against Poland.
Yeah, quite a handy race. And on the evidence of the opening two performances from each team, then it's going to be very competitive. And if Poland could actually get the better of Russia, I think that really would mean business for them, and they would be pushing their way towards the top. And got to say that Janowski and Dudek are more than capable of doing that, because they have proven that many times in the team format and in individual level, of course, in Grand Prix. So a bit more water's gone down on the track. The water bowser is still out there. Riders just waiting patiently. We've got Russia, who will be on gates 1 and 3, and Janowski and Dudek this time will be on gates 2 and 4. It will be interesting to see if Laguta, almost certainly Laguta, will go from the inside, and he's been terrific from the gates when he's had the inside.
Yep, so a little bit of track grading, and then we'll be on with this mouth-watering prospect of Russia against Poland. Laguta and Sayfutinov up against Janowski and Dudek, and that is going to be a huge showdown in heat number 5. Russia just behind Great Britain on 26, and Poland with that 5-1. They only got 15 points all last night in 6 outings. here today. They've got 5 points in one outing. And this, even at this early stage of the second leg of the final, Kelv, is very, very important.
It is very important because they were poor last night, and if they're going to have any chance of medals, they need to get off to a flying start, and that's what they achieved in their opening ride. Going to be more difficult now because these two boys from Russia have been going great guns, and they looked really competitive in their opening ride. And you've got to say that this will be a really tough heat in prospect. Russia on gates 1 and 3. That will give them certainly plenty of confidence, and we can't wait for heat number 5.
Here we go with heat number 5, and what a showdown this is. It is Russia against Poland. Reminder, both Polish riders are on a warning after their starting problems in the first outing of last night. I can tell you that Russia are in the red and blue helmet colours, and it will be Laguta off the inside gate. Gate 2 will be Patrick Dudek for Poland in yellow. Gate 3 in blue will be Emil Sayfutdinov for Russia, and outside in white will be Maciej Janowski for Poland. This promises to be huge at this early stage of the second leg of the grand final. A reminder, new world champions will be crowned tonight.
Yep.
The Speedway of Nations world champions will be crowned after 23 races this evening, 21 races last night. It's a marathon, and it all goes down to one grand final, a grand decider to establish the world champions.
Absolutely, Nigel, and this is you know, you've got to believe that Poland, if they're going to really put any pressure on the leaders, they need to pick up a heat advantage here, at least 4 points from this race. Not going to be easy because the Russians have been in really good form, and they are a fabulous pair.
A 5-1 for Poland.
Wow.
And the belief will be there. They're right back in it with a 5-1 here. But Laguta and Sayfutdinov will have something to say about that. Russia in second spot right now, just behind Great Britain, a point behind. Here we go, heat number 5. Good start from Laguta off gate number 1. Now Sayfutdinov tries the inside cut, but there's Dudek around the outside. Janowski now. It's a 3-all as things stand. Laguta has that lead. Janowski is in second in white. Third in yellow is Dudek, and Emil Sayfutdinov is the man at the back in blue. 3 points apiece at the end of lap 1 as it stands.
Yeah, that's not enough for Poland. Got to believe that Laguta once again doing the business off the inside. Sayfutdinov chopped to the inside, but he found traffic and he's out the back. Laguta again looking so smooth when he hits the front, and very quick indeed. Janowski and Dudek, it's a good effort, but because they're so far behind in the standings, they needed a heat advantage. Artem Laguta is away. He is comfortable. He is building on those 17 big points he scored last night. He really is looking in great form.
Yeah, class act, Artem Laguta. Made a good return to the Grand Prix series in the opening round in Warsaw. Looks very quick here. He is really dominating this one. It's going to be a comfortable win for Artem Laguta. With Janowski second and Dudek third, that's a 3-all in heat number 5. So not really enough for Poland, as you said, Kel. They've needed more than that, really, Poland, because but on the night it's 8 points from 2 rides. Not bad, but they are having to make up ground here this evening.
Wow.
And 3 points for Russia puts them on 29. They are now 2 clear of Great Britain, and they take the lead in this Speedway of Nations final over 2 legs, of course. A 3-all, Laguta the winner, Janowski second, Dudek was third, and the points overall now look like this. Russia 29, Great Britain 27, but Britain have a race in hand, and Denmark a third. Poland now on 23, level with the Danes.
Well, Poland are not out of it. Of course they're not. They've moved up the table and they look much more businesslike, but got to believe that they needed to have another heat advantage there if at all possible. But when Artem Laguta is in this sort of form, he just doesn't miss the start when he's on gate 1, and he doesn't miss it here. It's an absolutely fabulous start from Laguta on the inside. Sayfutdinov chops to the inside here, but Dudek's in the way. Has to just wait, he has to be patient, and with the freshly graded track, with a little bit of water on it, he just cannot land a blow. Laguta, on the other hand, well, he's in a class of his own here. As hard as Janowski and Dudek try, they cannot catch him. Laguta has shown fabulous speed, and he's had a really good bike setup right from the beginning of the meeting yesterday. So Futanov there just bucking and rearing a little bit out the back, and that once again kills his momentum. But for that man, he really has been a star for Russia.
Emil Sayfutinov, stuntman, available for hire.
Yes.
At your party.
He's not cheap.
Don't try it at home.
No.
Right. Heat number 6, and it's Sweden against Germany, and Britain are out in the next one, by the way, against Denmark in Heat 7. So this grand final will take shape in a very, very tense manner. There's no question about that. It's Sweden with Lindgren in red, Lindback in blue, and it's Germany with Huckenbeck in white and Smolinski in the yellow helmet colour. 1 and 3 for Sweden, and Lindback's taken the inside gate. Lindgren's going off gate 3. And for Germany, it's Huckenbeck off 2 and Smolinski going off gate number 4. That's how it looks. This is heat number 6, and Sweden really do need a 5-1 if they are to have a chance of a medal really here this evening. Sweden need a good result here. Here we go. It's a good start from Huckenbeck off gate number 2. Lindback is there though off the inside gate. Now Lindgren tries the inside run. Sweden on a 5-1. Now will Lindback try and do a bit of team riding here? It's a superb ride here so far from Lindback. Lindgren is second in red, coming through. Smolinski around the outside, putting pressure on. Huckenbeck is still there. There was how did he avoid the back wheel there?
I really don't know. Awfully close there. He very nearly ran in the back of Freddie Lindgren. Could have been curtains there. Got to say that Antonio Lindback was nervous on the start. I thought he may have just jumped a little bit, but he made his way to the first corner. He's out in front. This is what the Swedes needed. They've had a disappointing start, but they've bounced back here. They're out in front, looking like they could pick up a very useful 5-1. They were desperate for this.
Yeah, this will put them on to 22 points, Sweden, and it's all bunching up at the top of the leaderboard here in this Speedway of Nations final. It's a super ride here from Antonio Lindback in blue, looking over his shoulder. There's plenty more team riding going on tonight. More and more riders are looking over their shoulder.
Yeah.
There was only really Woffenden who did it consistently last night, and that's a good ride from Lindback with Lindgren second and Smolinski coming through into third place there. A good ride from Antonio Lindback. Big 5 points for Sweden. That's how they needed it as well. Moves them on to 22, just that 1 point for Germany. They are also Rans, it appears to be, as we look forward to Great Britain and Denmark next up. It's Lindback and Lindgren with a 5-1 over Germany. Smolinski finishing third there. And these are the standings. It does now mean that Sweden are on 22 points, but look how close they are to Australia, Poland and Denmark.
Well, anything could happen tonight. After the first 6 races, it really has got awfully tight indeed. And if a team get on a bit of a roll this evening, even though they're a long way out of it, Sweden, they could still surge up the table. We'll see it again. It's a great start from Lindback on the inside. Kai Huckenbeck's right there with him, but the inside favours that run round the first corner, and he stretches away. Super move from Lindgren to dive back up the inside. It's tight as they go down the back straight. We're looking at Freddie Lindgren out of gate number 3. Not great start there. That's a difficult place, but Huckenbeck running wide. And Lindgren read that nicely and got back to the inside. Just has to hesitate momentarily because his teammate was in the way, and then they ride nicely. Got to say, Kai Huckenbeck very nearly runs in the back of Freddie Lindgren here.
Oh,
this is tight. Look at that. Oh, he does actually just kiss him. Front tyre just touches the back tyre of Freddie Lindgren. That could have been a major high side, but for Sweden, 5 points, absolutely vital.
It's amazing what a 5-1 can do. It can transform the final. That's how big a 5-1 can be. Great Britain got 2 5-1s at key moments of the first leg last night. Robert Lambert in for Craig Cook here. So again, the regulation, the under-21 rider, number 3, can come in at any time, and Britain again bringing in Lambert for Cook as a reward, really, for the brilliant form that Lambert showed last night. He's off the inside gate in blue. Kenneth Bierre's gate 2 in yellow for Denmark. Ty Woffenden is off gate 3 in red. Dropped just 1 point now in 7 outings in this final over 2 legs. And the very impressive Michael Jepsen Jensen off the outside in white.
Yeah, absolutely. They've got gates 1 and 3. Interesting that Lambert now gets the inside gate. We've seen some winners from there. And the way he started yesterday, if he reproduces that, then he should hit the front going to the first corner. Woofenden's got so much speed, but Jepsen Jensen on the outside gate could be a potential danger, so can't relax at any stage tonight.
Absolutely, and a 5-1 would be huge for Great Britain. But it's going to be a tough one, this, you can be sure of that. And Lambert makes a beauty off the inside gate. Woofenden now, he's going to go wide. This is exactly what they did last night, but Jepsen Jensen's made of strong stuff. Terrific ride from Michael Jepsen Jensen of Denmark. Lambert now on the inside, Woofenden coming through. Woofenden takes the lead. 4-2 to Great Britain, but Lambert now on a 5-1. Jepsen Jensen's not done yet here. Woofenden needs to go out wide and blocks the challenge superbly. Jepsen Jensen back for more.
Pushing so hard in second place. Woofenden trying to team ride his mate. Jepsen Jensen then coming back into second place. Fabulous opening couple of laps. Lambert round the inside. Jepsen Jensen closes the door down the back straight. Woofenden is riding out of his skin. He really is showing that he's the best rider in the world right now. Fabulous stuff from Woofenden. Lambert in third place. Pierre coming on strong. Pierre's looking dangerous.
This is a concern for Lambert. Lambert's keeping the inside run, but Kenneth Pierre's going to have one last go around the outside at the back to try and pass Robert Lambert. Woofenden wins the race. Jepsen Jensen second, and Lambert gets third.
Useful third place, that.
Very much so.
4 points.
Yeah.
4 points. Heat advantage is absolutely key to the result. What a ride from Woofenden.
And Jepsen Jensen.
Yeah, great speedway race once again. Woofenden coming through. They swapped places a couple of times. That is speedway out of the top draw, Nigel. Really is. Proper speedway race.
Ah, fantastic. Yeah, not bad.
It's all right,
Big 7, yeah. Ty Woofenden the winner. Michael Jepsen Jensen was second, Robert Lambert was third, and Kenneth Pierre at the back. Great speedway, heat number 7, and Great Britain move on to 31 points and maintain a lead in this tournament now. 31 points puts them 2 ahead of Russia, and Denmark are now on 25. So as things stand, Great Britain 31, Russia 29, and Denmark are on 25.
Well, they get away really well from gates 1 and 3, Great Britain. I've got to say that Lambert on the inside is fabulous there, but Michael Jepsen Jensen, that's a top-class move in the first corner from him. Tapes up. Lambert and Woofenden absolutely match each other as they get to the first corner, but Jepsen Jensen is very accomplished here, gets his wheels in line and just roars past Woofenden and hits the front. Woofenden then rides an absolute stormer to get the better of the Danish boy. Kenneth Pierre out the back again. He's in traffic here. Look at Jepsen Jensen charging back up the inside. This is great speedway, great action here between the two countries, and Jepsen Jensen really riding very strongly indeed. Woofenden just seems to have so much time. He's looking at his opponents, he's looking for his teammate, really has embraced this team ethic this week, and pulls off another win. Only dropped 1 point from all his outings so far. He really is riding out of his skin.
7 wins out of 8 rides for Ty Woofenden.
Not bad.
Can Great Britain become world champions tonight?
Looking good.
Well. 31 points to Russia's 29. We are still in the early stages of this second leg, remember, and it all goes down to a grand final. Doyle and Frick for Australia up against Poland's Maciej Janowski and Patryk Dudek. This is their third outing of the night, both these nations. Poland on 23, Australia on 22, and I would suggest we're approaching make or break for both these nations, Kel.
Indeed it is, and Poland need a heat advantage, but Doyle is dangerous on the inside. He's unbeaten, he's on the inside gate.
A reminder, to have a chance of winning this tournament, you have to finish in the top 3 tonight. And that's a good start from Dudek from gate 2. He's got the drop on Doyle. That was nice. Now Janowski coming hard around the outside for Poland. Dudek looks over his shoulder. Doyle second, but here comes Janowski. Magic Janowski around the outside. Poland piling on the pressure. Dudek looks over his shoulder. Poland looking set for a 5-1 here. He's just gone round the outside quite beautifully there for Poland. They're a different team to the one we saw last night. This could be a defining moment in this final.
Brilliant stuff from Dudek. What a start it was. He got the better of the opposition. Great ride from Janowski to come round the outside. Doyle isn't done yet. Doyle coming down the outside. He's pushing really hard. Dudek on the inside. Doyle, what a ride from the world champion. Splits the two Polish boys into the last lap. Doyle now squeezes up the inside. Janowski in the middle of the track. That is some ride from Jason Doyle.
This is terrific speedway, folks. Maciej Janowski with the lead. Max Frick's trying to come on strong towards the back, but Jason Doyle holds second place, and Patryk Dudek just about holds out for third. More terrific speedway here at the Olympic Stadium in Wrocław. Fantastic stuff. World-class riders going for it, representing their country, and really are putting on a great, great show.
Well, what a ride that was from Janowski. Didn't see anything like that last night. And tonight he has produced some world-class rides, and Dudek struggling for a little bit of pace once he was going. He made a terrific start, and Jason Doyle riding like a world champion, and really did look very impressive indeed. 4 points for Poland. That was a very important result for them.
2 for Australia, so it's a 4-2 to Poland. They move on to 27 points now into third place, and it's all about getting in the top 3. A reminder, the top team goes straight through to the final, and second and third will race off, the winners of which go through to the final.
Well, what a night of Speedway we have already witnessed, and you've got to give credit to Poland. They were out of sorts last night, but it's a very different story here tonight. Great start from Dudek from gate 2, gets the better of the world champion, and Dudek hugs the inside. He has a look over his right shoulder twice there, and that's his father. Quite clearly excited, and rightly so, because he makes a great start, but Dudek then actually comes under a lot of pressure, and Jason Doyle, who was unbeaten coming into this race, actually rides a really strong race to get the better of the Polish boy. Janowski there in third place at the early stage, comes roaring round the outside and joins his teammate and goes on ultimately to win the race. And Dudek then comes on. This is a super effort from Doyle here. Hasn't been at his best this season, but in the last couple of days, I just fancy he's beginning to find his form once again, and this is a really strong ride from him to split the 2 Polish boys. But for Poland, they're now right in the thick of the action, and you can't rule them out, you know, because they have got a lot of confidence and much more determination.
Very much so. It's a good night of Speedway. There's some terrific racing here, which is what we love to see. The world's best riders. And more teamwork, I think, tonight, Kelv. I think they've got more and more adapted to it. That I think there's more riders tonight than there were last night, looking over their shoulder.
Absolutely. They must have taken note of what Great Britain did last night, Nigel, because they seem to have copied what they were doing. They've probably, the penny has dropped, that if you don't work together, you're not going to win this event. And Great Britain clicked together yesterday, and we're seeing a lot more of this team ethic on the track tonight. And it's a joy to watch, actually. It's a new dynamic, and I, for one, I'm really enjoying it.
Yeah, it's great, and really looking forward to the rest of the night. And Jason Doyle is now with Kiri.
Jason looking very strong tonight.
Yeah, it's a tough night tonight. We're trying to get points. Every race is very difficult, so at the moment we're just trying to get the points and do our best. We're not really getting some good starts. That last one I just missed got clamped by Patrick, so we're trying to get there, but it's been hard.
Polish boys were certainly making it difficult out there for you.
Yeah, well, we knew it was always going to be difficult on the poles. They're home track, they've rode here many a time, so we're trying to catch them, but it's not just them we're trying to catch, there's other teams in front, but yeah, that's it. But I'd like to also wish Alex Davies the best for his injuries, what he's had in Czech Republic. We're all thinking about you, mate, especially Team Aussie. Hope you get better, and we'll see you soon.
Thanks, Jason.
Thank you, mate.
Yeah, good words there from Jason Doyle, the world champion, who's really growing into the role. Not easy being champion coming out the next year, because there's a lot more responsibility that you take on as a consequence of your success. But Doyle is riding like a champion tonight. He's only dropped 1 point from 3 outings. Yeah, he looks good. But for Poland and the Polish crowd, a lot more enthusiasm from them.
Very much so. A different side tonight. Poland, they're on 27 points, and they propelled themselves up there. Great Britain 31, Russia 29, and now Poland on 27. If it stayed like that, Britain would go straight through to the final, and then it would be Russia versus Poland in a straight shootout to see who meets Britain in the race-off for the title. It's a dramatic format. We're guaranteed a last heat decider, and we really are looking forward to the rest of the evening. Marek Szlak is the Polish team manager, and he's with Kiri.
Are you happy with Poland's performance tonight?
Yes, last night wasn't good for us. We lost many points. But today is different day, another day, and we try forget everything bad from last night, and my boys fighting. So I hope we'll be okay.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Well, that's a very interesting interview, very short but concise. and quite clearly his words have resonated with his riders, because they have performed very well and very strongly so far, and you can't rule them out now. And particularly with this format, if they sneak into Heat 22, they could still go and win this championship tonight.
Yep, anything can happen in one race.
Yes.
One race to decide the world champions tonight. Wow, fascinating stuff. Heat number 9 is coming next, and it's Sweden against Russia. And Russia currently on 29 points, 2 behind Great Britain, and Sweden are on 22. So I can't emphasise strongly enough how huge a 5-1 for any nation can be.
Well, Sweden got one last time, and that's given them half a chance of a medal, so it'll be an interesting race.
Let's hear from Ty Woffenden now, talking to Kiri.
Ty, 2 really good, strong heats again.
Yeah, it would be nice to be scoring a few more points, but the track's a little bit different to yesterday. It's a lot drier and a little bit slicker, so just having to detune the bike a little bit and try and find a bit more pace.
It looks like a couple of the other nations are certainly piling on the pressure in terms of the points.
Yeah, for sure. It'll be like that until the final heats, I'm sure. So it's going to keep pushing all night.
All right, thanks, Ty.
Thank you.
Yeah, he knows the score. He knows that this was not going to be a walk in the park, that's for sure, and it's proving. But you see Great Britain 2 points in front after the 2 rides, so that's still a very useful position, and that's the lead they had coming into tonight, final 2, so they're doing the job. Freddie Lindgren there had an exclusion earlier on with a bit of naughty riding, but he responded well next time out. But Sweden haven't had a good championship so far. They won, of course, in their qualifier back in Britain, and they look really good there, but last night and again tonight haven't really hit the highs. But look how tight it is. The Germans are actually cut adrift a little bit, but any team between 1 and 6 could still potentially win this World Championship tonight, so it's all to race for.
Yes, and Great Britain and Russia have had 2 rides each. They've got a race in hand on Poland. That's the red number that you can see to the left of the score. That is the amount of rides that they've had tonight. So Poland have raced 1 more than the 2 above them, Great Britain and Russia. It's Sweden and Russia next, and then Great Britain's next outing is Germany, heat number 10. And it gets tougher for Great Britain towards the end of the meeting. They've got Poland and Russia in their last 2 rides.
Yeah, so the German heat, they must be targeting to get a big haul of points there. And Sweden now up against Russia. Well, that's a tougher race on paper. Russia capable of a 5-1, of course, but they've got gates 2 and 4, and with a freshly watered and prepared track, it might be a little tricky to get both riders together down that back straight. More atmosphere, more passion in the crowd, because the home team are going a lot stronger this evening, and that's so important to see. And you know, when you come racing in Poland, they love their speedway here, and if they go and win the World Championship tonight, it will be, I'm sure, royally celebrated in the streets and cafes and bars of Wrocław tonight, that's for sure.
Yep, so we await the riders for heat number 9 here. It is Sweden against Russia. Still a little bit of track grading going on, and then I think we're going to see the water cart maybe go out.
No, it's been out, Nigel. It's now backing in. He's done his work. Tractors and graders just going round one more time.
I didn't notice the water cart. I don't normally look out for them.
You had more important things to do, Nigel.
Studying my race card.
Indeed you were. So yes, I think that he has done his work. It's either that or he's run out of water, one of the two. But he's parked up, ready to go for another time. Not easy coming out after a track grade, because parts of the track will be a little bit greasy in places, so 2 and 4 might be a challenge here, a stiff challenge for the 2 boys from Russia, but 2 points behind Great Britain. They'll be looking to, at the very least, get a 3-all here.
Yeah, very much so. And here we see the standings again. There we are. Great Britain 31, Russia 29, Poland 27.
Hasn't changed.
Haven't changed since we last spoke you through them. We're just waiting for...
But very useful nonetheless.
Yes, that's what it's all about.
Got a memory like a sieve, so I'm quite delighted to see the numbers again.
Yep, heat number 9. Freddie Lindgren is the man there, a picture of determination. This race against Russia could be absolutely vital, because even, I would suggest, Sweden in 6th place, they can still sneak into the top 3.
They can, yeah, absolutely. So it's wide open. Germany just cut adrift a little bit, but with this format, with the sudden death races in heat 22 and 23, then yes, nobody's out of it, and you can't throw the towel in. Big race here for Russia, because Great Britain did well last time to get the 4-2 to keep that slender lead of 2 points. So again, it's flip-flopping all night, the pressure going one way and then the other. If Russia now get a big result against Sweden, then all of a sudden that race against Germany for Great Britain becomes much more pressurised. So it is such an interesting night of Speedway ahead.
Yeah, terrific race coming up, Sweden and Russia. We are seeing some fantastic Speedway, and it's a big race right now. Heat 9, riders coming up to tapes. Here we go with heat number 9 then, and it is Sweden against Russia. Quite a lineup here. It's off the inside in the blue helmet colour, Antonio Lindback. Gate 2 in white for Russia is Artem Laguta. Gate 3 red, Freddie Lindgren for Sweden. And going off the outside in yellow is Emil Sayfutdinov. Great Britain will be keeping a close eye on this one, Kelvin.
Very much so, because if Russia can actually get a heat advantage, and that puts the pressure back on Great Britain, who are out against Germany very soon. Got to say, it's never easy. Sayfutdinov once again going from the outside. Laguta was fabulous last time, a 3-all in their last outing, with Laguta going from gate 1, and once he hits the front, he's nigh on unbeatable. Sayfutdinov's doing the hard yards throughout this week. He's going to have a big sleep next week, because he has worked overtime. Freddie Lindgren out of gate number 3, and Antonio Lindback looks much more competitive. He's got some speed tonight. He didn't have it last night.
No, very much so. Heat number 9, a very different meeting to the one we saw last night. And it is the deciding leg of the Monster Energy FIM Speedway of Nations. World champions to be crowned tonight here in this magnificent Olympic Stadium in Wrocław. And we build up to heat number 9 now. Sweden in red and blue, Russia in white and yellow. Russia just behind Great Britain at this particular stage, 2 points behind them. Laguta's made a beauty. Great start from Artem Laguta in the white helmet colour. Now Lindback is in blue, Freddie Lindgren's in red, and Sayfutdinov for Russia is coming up the inside of Lindgren. It's a 3-all at the moment, but for how much longer as Sayfutdinov comes through? Great ride from Emil Sayfutdinov. He's past Freddie Lindgren. Lindgren now is going to try the inside run and keep pressure on right now to try and get a 3 apiece, and Sayfutdinov's gone to the back, but Laguta looking really quick here, Cal.
Sayfutdinov made a mistake there. Should have hugged the inside. He left the door wide open for Lindgren to come back through. Such a shame. He rode so well. Still not out of it, of course. Once again, Laguta exceptional away from the tapes, and when he hits the front, he doesn't get beaten from there. It's all about Laguta and Lindgren. 3rd and 4th. Can Sayfutdinov find a way through here? They're desperate for a heat advantage into the last lap. Sayfutdinov's looking good, but can he find a way past Freddie Lindgren?
Well, if he doesn't, there'll be 2 last places on the bounce for Emil, and that's not like him. We're in the last lap here of heat number 9. Artem Laguta has got the victory under his belt superbly. Second place there was Antonio Lindback, and 3rd was Fredrik Lindgren for Sweden. It's a 3 apiece. Russia move on to 32. They are a point ahead of Great Britain now, but Britain have a race in hand, and a 3-all for the Russians. Great Britain, well, that will do them quite nicely.
Yeah, very handy indeed. You've got to say, you could see the frustration from Emil Sayfutdinov there, but Laguta once again, fabulous.
Yep, the result then, a win for Artem Laguta. Lindback 2nd, Lindgren was 3rd. And overall now, Russia on 32, but they've raced 3 races tonight. Great Britain have only raced 2, and they're on 31 points. And they are up against Germany in the next heat. In fact, Lambert and Woffenden are up at tapes already. Lambert replacing Cook once again in the programme.
Very keen.
Yes.
And rightly so, because there's a championship to win. Laguta looking good again. Look at this. The bike is absolutely fantastic to the first corner. Gets the better of Lindback, who's on gate number 1. Freddie Lindgren there in 3rd place. Emil Sayfutdinov does the right stuff initially down the inside here. Gets the better of the opposition to get himself into 3rd place. He passes Freddie Lindgren, but unfortunately then he just runs wide as he begins the 2nd lap. This is the move initially. He then runs wide here, and he leaves the door open for Lindgren, and Lindgren doesn't need an invitation, does he? He comes charging back up the inside, and it's an unfortunate situation for Emil Sayfutdinov, who is having to do all the hard yards from the outside gates. Russia in it, of course they're right in it, but Great Britain would be pleasantly pleased with that result, with that 3-all.
Yes, very much so. So we build up to heat number 10, and it's Great Britain versus Germany. And it's Kai Hülkenberg in red here for Germany, riding nicely in this tournament. and good to see him back tonight. And then Martin Smolinski is the rider in the blue helmet colour. So, Hülkenberg in red, Smolinski in blue, Woofenden in white for Great Britain, and Robert Lambert is in yellow. And how Great Britain would dearly, dearly love a 5-1 here.
Well, this is a great opportunity and a big moment for Great Britain. They've ridden so well as a pair throughout the 2 days so far. And with Germany possibly the weak link in the championship, got to be targeting this race for a big 5-1 and stretch that lead. Massive opportunity here.
Germany on 16 points, bottom of the pile at the moment. Big race for Great Britain here. Remember, it gets tougher for them later on in the night. Here we go. Huge race. Lambert's made a nice start, but so has Hülkenberg, and it's all very tight in that first turn. Lambert now is in third, and Woofenden comes around the outside. Now Woofenden is going to look for his partner, I'm sure. Woofenden has that advantage. Hülkenberg is in second place. Robert Lambert is third. Woofenden will look over his shoulder. Perhaps if he can slow Hülkenberg down, there might be an opportunity for Robert Lambert, but at the same time, you've got to be careful. Smolinski's at the back, that's dangerous, and Hülkenberg has got loads of speed.
This is okay though, 4-2, it'll stretch the lead out with the 3-all from the Russians in the previous race. Keep your eyes on Smolinski. Smolinski working very hard out the back. If he can get the better of Lambert, well, that would be a disappointment. Kai Hülkenberg also very quick in second place, nearly runs in the back of Ty Woofenden. Woofenden once again doing the business out in front. As they start the last lap, Kai Hülkenberg looking for a way through, but Woofenden out in front, still just about in command here.
Yeah, he's looking over his shoulder and almost lost it there. As Hülkenberg now comes hard around the outside. Hülkenberg's going to try the inside run. Kai Hülkenberg to the line. Hülkenberg for Germany. Woofenden just hangs on.
Tight, very tight.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah, much tighter. A little bit nervous there on the run to the line. Woofenden looking around there, just lost a little bit of momentum on the last lap, but it is a 4-2, it's a heat advantage, so they'll be satisfied with that. Kai Hülkenberg, after that nasty accident last night, is riding very well indeed. Smolinski out of the points, Woofenden hanging on, Lambert in third place, and the 4 points, well, that'll do very nicely indeed.
Yeah, I'm sure Alan Rossiter was targeting a 5-1. A reminder, they do ride Russia and Poland in their last 2 races, Great Britain. But of course, all you have to do is get to the top 3 to continue your interest in this tournament. Great Britain now on 35 points, 3 clear of Russia, and 18 now for Germany. And Ty Woofenden's fantastic form continues here in Wrocław.
Absolutely, and Kai Hülkenberg on the inside gate just about gets there. Woofenden made a really good fist of it. He comes roaring around the inside, and the outside, excuse me. He's already having a good look for Robert Lambert. Just seems to have so much time. Fair play to Kai Hülkenberg here. Had a lot of speed. He kept Ty Woofenden up to him. He almost bumps him. Said, "Mate, I'm going quicker than you. Will you get on with it?" And I've got to say that Ty Woofenden certainly responds and picks up another very valuable 3 points. Robert Lambert hanging on in third place, vital third place, so the 4 points is a 3-point lead now. They've stretched it by 1 point over Russia, but as you rightly say, Nigel, very tough races to come for Great Britain.
Yep, so we build up to heat number 11, and it's Denmark against Australia. And if Denmark are going to get a medal tonight, well, they need a good result here. Australia on 24, just a point behind them. So this is a huge race now. For both these nations, it's Jepsen, Jensen and Bjerre against Doyle and Frick.
Well, it's still wide open, and heat number 11 once again is going to be crucial to the outcome. And Doyle and Frick, who found a little bit of pace. Got to say, Michael Jepsen, Jensen and Kenneth Bjerre really going great guns. Bjerre on the inside in blue Nige, and Jepsen, Jensen in gate 3 in red. And you got the world champion in white in gate 2, and Max Frick in yellow going from the outside.
So here we go, heat number 11 then, and a reminder, so far, Great Britain 35, Russia 32, Poland 27. That's the top of the leaderboard tonight. We're up to race number 11, Denmark and Australia. Oh, Doyle just looked to have had a nibble at the start there.
Red light.
Yeah, been pulled back here, so...
Warning.
All 4 will be... Yes, I'm sure it will be a warning.
Yeah.
The referee, Christian Frischauer, will have a look at this. And Doyle moves off gate number 2.
Yeah, just marginal, but you're not allowed to do that these days. So they'll go back and have a bit of refueling and cooling down. But yeah, I'm sure that Phil Morris will be now just letting Jason Doyle that he's been warned.
Yeah, the warning is confirmed for Doyle. And the 2 minutes time allowance is on straight away.
Yeah, Jason Doyle is riding well, and I just sense if if he had had a partner with him, and then the Australians really would be right in this. But Max Frick can still turn it around, of course, because it's such a tight competition. Just 1 point between these two teams, so again, the opportunity to try and a 5-1 for either team, and it just changes their outlook on the meeting entirely.
Yes, very much so. Australia 24, Denmark on 25 right now. So big race coming up. Great Britain later on. A reminder, they face Swindon. Swindon? So that's not the first time I've said that this week. Sweden in race number 14. That's a big race. Heat number 14, Great Britain, Sweden. And then we have Poland, Great Britain in heat 17. And then Russia, Great Britain in heat 19. So Great Britain have 3 huge races to come, Kelv.
They do. Does Freddie Lindgren live in Swindon, do you know? I'm not sure, but probably not. But no, you're right. There are 3 huge races for Great Britain to come, but they have done good work because they are still maintaining a lead in this championship, so they've got a little bit of breathing space between themselves and Russia, but some hard yards to come for sure. Back to this action, heat number 11, a restart.
Yeah, 10 points from 3 rides for Great Britain tonight. They're doing the job.
Yes.
But the real test comes later. So Denmark here, with Kenneth Bjerre off gate 1 in blue, gate 2 white, Jason Doyle for Australia on a warning, gate 3 red, Michael Jepsen Jensen for Denmark, and going off the outside in yellow is Max Frick for Australia. This is heat number 11. Huge race for both these nations. If they can just squeeze into 3rd place, anything can happen in that knockout heat. A reminder, the leaders after 21 races tonight, after 42 heats effectively over 2 nights, they go through to the grand final, the top team, 2nd and 3rd, into a race-off to see who meets the top team. Good start from Kenneth Bjerre. Jason Doyle is there as well, though. Doyle gets the drop on Bjerre, and now watch out for Jepsen Jensen as well. Jepsen Jensen has got speed. He's going high and wide again. Jepsen Jensen is riding superbly for Denmark. He's trying the inside run now. Here he comes up the inside, gets Doyle into 2nd place. Bjerre is 3rd. Doyle's coming back for more. Good speedway again here. 4-2 to Denmark as it stands.
Brilliant move for Michael Jepsen Jensen once again. He really is becoming very clever there. He lined it up beautifully and got the better of the world champion. Frick is coming on strong out the back with Kenneth Bjerre in 3rd place. Jepsen Jensen doing great work, but Doyle is still there. He's going to have to keep it wound on. They're going through the bottom corner, the pit corner. Not too much to choose between the 2 boys out in front. A big lap of speedway to go here. Doyle coming on strong, really strong.
Battle at the back as well. Max Frick trying everything. 2 races in 1 here. Frick down the back straight, piling the pressure on Kenneth Bjerre. Doyle's going wide on Jepsen Jensen. Great speedway here. Jepsen Jensen's done enough. Down to the line of the back. I think Bjerre has just held on. Kenneth Bjerre just hangs on for Denmark there. Good speedway again. Heat number 11.
Fabulous speedway. Jepsen Jensen superb. Here we see the run to the line. Jepsen Jensen wins quite nicely in front of the world champion Frick on the outside. Wow, that is tight.
Hello.
Really tight. If Bjerre's held on to 3rd place, it's by the skin of his teeth. Well, he can't really see from there. Well,
I'll tell you what, the fact that Bjerre has got both wheels on the ground might do him a favour.
Absolutely right. Frick just lifts there as he goes across the finish line, and it might just be that Kenneth Bjerre hangs on, but it was awfully close. Brilliant ride from Jepsen Jensen once again. We're waiting for the result. Hans Nielsen appears to be pleased with that, and tough work. See it again now. Jepsen Jensen, 3 points to him. Doyle, 2 points for him. But this is the vital moment. There, past the line, Frick's in front of him. But that's not the key bit. It's when they go across the line, it's very difficult to split them.
Interesting. The referee has got to make the call here now.
How well is he riding?
Oh, Jepsen Jensen's brilliant. He did well last night as well.
Yeah,
very impressive.
Really good. Got to be the wild card in Horsens.
Yeah, he's got every chance. Mark Lemon, very tense, watching on.
Yeah,
Has Frick done it?
Yeah, yes, I think maybe just.
Width of a tyre?
Yeah, maybe just. Certainly had the momentum. Bjerre was very vulnerable coming out of the last corner, but does look like that Max Frick might just have done it.
Yes, Frick got it. Confirmation. Max Frick has got it. It's a shared heat with a 3-all there now. And Max Frick has just beaten Kenneth Bjerre to the line in a brilliant race. So it's Michael Jepsen Jensen, the winner, Jason Doyle second, Max Frick third, and Kenneth Bier, who has failed to score tonight now for Denmark. But Denmark in third place in the standings overall, a point ahead of Poland.
Well, quite a dramatic race once again. We really are witnessing some very special stuff indeed. We've got riders up at tape, so we're cracking on with the action, and Germany are out here against Russia. Russia again, like Great Britain the last time, must be targeting this race. Saifutinov is frustrated. He has failed to score in the last two outings. He's on a fresh bike here, and he'll be looking to try and pick up some very valuable points here. Laguta on the inside, well, you can almost write 3 points in for him from there. He's nigh on unbeatable from the inside, and he has really done a great job for Russia. Got to say, he's had the preferred gates every time, so no real surprise, but you've still got to do the business. But for Emil Saifutinov, gate 3 is an important one.
Heat 12 it is then, Russia against Germany. Russia need a big result here to keep that pressure piled very firmly on the Great Britain side, who lead on 35 points tonight. Russia are on 32, and this is Russia's fourth outing of the night, so they'll only have 2 more races after this one. It really is getting down to the nitty-gritty now.
It is indeed, but this is, if they could get a 5-1 here, then it would put a massive amount of pressure on Great Britain, who have got Sweden, Poland and Russia to race in the next 3 outings. So yes, this is a moment for Russia where they really do need to capitalise. They've got gates 1 and 3. Laguta nailed on for a win from there, you've got to believe. Can Saifutinov join him?
Well, here we go, big race coming up. Heat number 12 on that away, and Laguta has made a beauty. Huckenbeck is there as well. He's taken out Saifutinov wide. No room for Smolinski. Here comes Saifutinov round the outside. Has he got the speed for a 5-1? Yes, he has. This is just what Russia needed here. The lead is with Artem Laguta. Second place is Emil Saifutinov. Third in white is Kai Huckenbeck with Martin Smolinski at the back. A 5-1 here would put Russia on 37 points, 2 ahead of Great Britain at the top.
Yeah, Artem Laguta and Saifutinov not really riding very well together. You've got to believe he went wide there and blocked the run. Saifutinov, they've swapped over. Saifutinov and Artem Laguta the wrong way round in effect, but they're out in front. Very valuable race for Russia. They're out in front. They're pulling away from the opposition. This is going to heap a lot of pressure on Great Britain. This World Championship really is topsy-turvy.
Well, a reminder, it does go down to 1 race tonight, the final race of the night, Heat 23, and you have to say, if Russia ride like this, they're going to take some stopping. It's a big 5-1. They have blown Germany away here. It is Artem Laguta and Emil Saifutinov over Kai Huckenbeck there for Germany. Smolinski was at the back. They look super quick there, the Russians. That is a huge 5 points for them now. Puts them on to 37 points, as we say. Germany now on to 19, and Russia are the leaders of the meeting on 37 points. After 12 heats here, it's getting very, very tense. Russia 5, Germany 1, and confirmation of the overall standings now after 12 heats here in Wrocław tonight. Russia 37, Great Britain 35, but Britain do have a race in hand. Denmark 28, and then Poland and Australia 27 apiece. Sweden not out of it on 25 either. Well, drama again, and a great ride by Russia there.
It is, and as normal service resumed from Artem Laguta. He makes a great start from the inside, and Emil Saifutinov comes charging around the outside. They do make hard work of it, these two, though. I don't think they really quite know where each other's going to be on the track at times, because Laguta, who was hugging the inside, and Saifutinov was running high and wide, then Laguta just moves off the line and actually makes it a little bit difficult for Saifutinov, and they switch over. And I don't think that's the best way round for them, but they get away with it, and they've got so much extra speed over Germany, it doesn't really worry them. But the 5 points and 37 points in total is a terrific effort, and they are heaping the pressure on and keeping the pressure on, and their form continues. And they do look really like potential winners. You've got to believe that.
Yeah, they do. If they ride like that as a unit, as a pair, then they're going to take some stopping. Right now, as things stand, it's a case of Russia leading, but Great Britain have a race in hand on them. So it's 37 to Russia, 35 to Great Britain. And then we have Denmark on 28, Poland on 27. I mean, 6 of the 7 nations could still win this tournament.
Absolutely, and you've got to believe that that's the importance of that result for Russia is because it heaps pressure on Great Britain, and they've got tough races. They've got Sweden in heat 14, no easy task, and of course they race Poland, and then the last showdown in heat number 19 against Russia. That could be very key indeed. So it's topsy-turvy, and it's tremendously exciting.
Well, let's now hear from Emil Sayfutdinov, who is with Kiri.
Emil, that was a really important heat in terms of points. That's put you two above Great Britain at the moment.
Oh yeah, now it was much better, you know, because I'm feeling good speed this last hit. So I hope, you know, it's just going, and I can you know, score some points, you know, and help to Artyom, you know. So really tough for me because, you know, it's all setups from yesterday, you know, it doesn't work. So we just try, you know, it's third bike, and he's working very well, and so we'll see, you know, what's happened. So just focus it, you know, is and next hit. So and we'll see, you know, just cross the fingers, you know, for us.
Certainly looks like hard work out there. You're still sticking to the outside line?
You know, track is a little bit different because it's not the same line like yesterday, you know, but it's I see, you know, is a try to, you know, is make some good condition, and we'll see, you know.
All right, thanks, Emil.
Thank you.
Well, he was frustrated after 2 zeros.
Yes.
And he came back quite clearly. They rolled the dice before that while taking his third bike, which would have been in Parc Fermé, and a little bit of a risk, but it's one that paid off.
And last night they replaced him with Chuganov. Haven't done that tonight.
Well, we asked him why, and he didn't know.
Didn't know.
So
Absolutely.
Slightly bizarre, and we said at the time it was bizarre. But nonetheless, Russia are now 2 points in front. But as you rightly say, Great Britain do have a race in hand, albeit against Sweden, who are in 6th place, but they're on 25 points. They could still make 3rd place. There's no doubt about it.
Yes, and Great Britain are in a great position on 35 points when it comes to finishing in the top 3, and that is the first priority. They led, of course, after last night, after 21 heats, and Denmark aren't out of it yet either. Michael Jepsen-Jensen is riding beautifully. Hans Nielsen is the Danish team manager, and he is with Kiri.
28 points. Michael absolutely flying tonight.
Yeah, it's great to see, but obviously struggling a little bit with Kenneth now, and we're trying our reserve now, and just to see, you know, he's got more going in, but you know, he's been trying hard, Kenneth, but he's just not got out the start, and obviously that makes it difficult in a field like this, so we'll see how Frederick's doing.
Well, you mentioned the field. All of the nations are certainly packing on the pressure at the moment.
Yeah, certainly, yeah, but, you know, it's very even. You know, you can't take anything for granted. We'll just have to keep plugging away, getting as many points as possible, but it certainly helps with Michael doing so well, yeah.
Well, you're still certainly very much in the mix.
Yeah, certainly, yeah. We won't give up yet. Yeah, we're still right up there, so we'll keep fighting on.
All right, thanks, Hans.
Your pleasure.
But the point you made, interesting they're going to use the reserve here because Kenneth Beer quite clearly out of form tonight. But Great Britain and Russia are in a very strong position because they are 8 points clear of 4th place. I believe so. 35 points for Great Britain, 27 for 4th. So yes, they are in a terrific position. And although they've got some very hard races, as long as they don't just capitulate in the next 3 races, they must have a chance of at least Heat 22.
What do you reckon, 6 more points?
Something like that, yes. And then a medal is very much on the cards. And, you know, it would be a disappointment if they don't win tonight, of course. But if you'd said coming into this championship they could get a medal, I'm sure that they would have said, yes, we'll take it. But you can clearly see there, Russia 37, 35 for Great Britain. But 4th place Poland, 27. That's a good buffer.
Yes, but similarly, if Poland get a 5-1 here, 32 points.
I'm thinking positive.
And only 3 behind Great Britain.
They are indeed, yes. So there's lots of twists and turns.
Coming up on the rails.
They are coming up on the rails. They are the dark horse. And there's no doubt that you cannot disregard Poland because they look very much like they want to be part and parcel of the end of proceedings. And if they get into Heat 22, then there is no question that they are capable of going through and actually going ultimately on to win the championship. So we've got all sorts of scenarios to come. Sweden in 6th place on 25, albeit a long shot, could still make Heat 22.
Fredrik Jakobsen is the reserve for Denmark. He's the son of the former rider Jan Jakobsen, who is in the pits here this evening. And Fredrik, who we saw last year in Horsens as a reserve in the Grand Prix, in Horsens, and we're back there for the next round of the Grand Prix series at the end of this month.
Yes.
Third round of the series. It's an early break in the GP because of the Speedway of Nations this year. There are still 8 rounds of the Grand Prix to come, and there's a real battle at the top between Freddie Lindgren and Ty Woofenden.
There is indeed, and we've seen some terrific stuff in the Grand Prix already. And you've got to say that Freddie Lindgren won in fine style in Prague last time out, and Woofenden winning in Warsaw. So those two boys going head to head. Not quite the same here in the Speedway of Nations. Woofenden has had the upper hand over this week, over Freddie Lindgren. There's no question about that. This is a big moment here for young Jakobsen. He's had to be very patient. He's just been a spectator for nearly 2 days, so not easy coming into such a pressure cooker situation, but Hans Nielsen has been forced into the move. Kenneth Pierre is just struggling for points. He's got nothing to lose with Jakobsen coming in. If he picks up 1 point, not easy though against Poland.
Yeah, and we talk about tactics here and Hans Nielsen rolling the dice, but again we go back to Russia, and Emil Sayfutinov had 2 successive last places. Last night, from nowhere really, Gleb Chuganov, the under-21 rider, was brought in, and yet they resisted the temptation tonight. Maybe the Russian manager has perhaps learnt a lesson.
It was a mistake, and Emil Sayfutinov, you have to factor in that he is on the worst skates each time of the pair, so it's not easy for him, but I think they've done the right thing. They've just been a bit more patient tonight, and they've kept with Sayfutinov, and it worked really well when they came up with a big 5-1 against Germany. Big race for Poland here, and they must be thinking that they need to get at least 4 points from this. Dudek, change of equipment, and looking for more speed.
Yes, a big race coming up then. It is Poland against Denmark. Denmark have brought in Fredrik Jakobsen, the under-21 reserve, as a replacement for Kenneth Pierre. A big race coming up for both nations. Here we go, heat number 13 then, and a huge showdown this one. Poland and Denmark bringing in Fredrik Jakobsen, the under-21 reserve, to replace the out-of-form Kenneth Pierre. Janowski and Dudek, the Poles, on a warning at the start. Remember, that carried all the way back from last night here in the Olympic Stadium. Off the inside in blue is Patrick Dudek for Poland. Gate number 2 in yellow is Fredrik Jakobsen, a big test for the young man for Denmark. Gate 3 red, Mats Janowski for Poland, and off the outside in white, Michael Jepsen-Jensen. Now, he's been brilliant, but how well can he do against the Polish duo here?
We're about to find out. And the Polish duo are going great guns tonight, so it's not going to be easy for him, but he has been riding out of his skin. Marek Cieślak now much more excited about his pair. He feels that they really have upped their game, and so it's proved. And if they could utilise this race, if they could get a 5-1 here, then all of a sudden the Poles will be a serious contender to be world champions after a desperately disappointing night last night. Dudek has changed his bike twice before this race as he came out on the track, so they're clearly looking for some speed.
Yeah, very much so. Heat number 13 it is then here in Wrocław, the Olympic Stadium. Big race, 5 points for Poland, and they're right back in it. Denmark similarly need a good result here, but Poland have made a beauty. And Fredrik Jakobsen tries the inside run. Dudek has the lead. Here comes Jepsen-Jensen around the outside. Whoa! Michael Jepsen-Jensen is having the race of his career, the night of his career here. Really magnificent. Janowski's all over him now. Dudek is in blue for Poland. The man in yellow is Fredrik Jakobsen at the back. It's a 3-all as things stand. Jepsen-Jensen, though, has got to stay focused and stay full of concentration, because he's got Janowski and Dudek chasing hard.
What a move from Michael Jepsen-Jensen. He really is going great guns tonight. Janowski coming on strong in second place. Dudek is there as well. Jepsen-Jensen's got so much pressure on, but he's riding superbly well. He's stretching that throttle cable. They're about to enter the last lap. Jepsen-Jensen going great guns. Can Janowski find a way round? He's on the outside. Down the back straight for the last time. Jepsen-Jensen hanging on.
Yeah, this is a big ride from Michael Jepsen-Jensen. Holds the inside run. The Dane is going to take the checkered flag. Janowski second and Dudek third. And Poland will see that as a missed opportunity for them. It's a huge win for Michael Jepsen-Jensen. Moves them on to 31 points. And now with Poland on 30, Poland still well adrift of Great Britain and Russia. And they really needed a heat advantage there, Kel.
Absolutely right. Michael Jensen denies them that. It's a spectacular ride from the Dane once again. Brilliant ride from him. Got the better of Janowski early on.
And Dudek was third with Jakobsen at the back. It's a 3-all in heat 13. And this is how it stands now. Poland outside the top 3. If it stays like that after 6 outings, they won't make the runoff for second and third to try and get into the final.
Michael Jensen is single-handedly keeping Denmark in this. He is riding fabulously well. Janowski on the outside goes far too wide in the first corner, and look at Jensen. His bike is working beautifully. He goes between the two bikes from Poland, and he fires himself to the front. The youngster Jakobsen there just finding the competition a little too tough. Really difficult circumstances for him to come into this race. But for Michael Jensen, this is the best I've seen him ride since he won that Grand Prix in Voyens several years ago. Yes. Here we see it out in front. Janowski gives chase. Really does put a lot of pressure on Michael Jensen in front, but Jensen responds superbly well. He had the composure, he had the concentration, and the Danes are clearly delighted with that, but they're going to need backup for him if they want to win tonight.
They are indeed. Denmark are on 31 points now. It's Russia 37, Great Britain 35, Denmark 31, Poland 30. And Great Britain have a race in hand, and it's right now, heat 14, and it is Great Britain against Sweden. In this one, heat number 14, inside Robert Lambert in the blue helmet colour for Great Britain. Gate 2 yellow for the Swedes is Antonio Lindback. Gate 3 red, Ty Woffenden for Great Britain. Outside white, Freddie Lindgren for Sweden. A huge race coming up heat 14.
Yeah, once again, the tension, yeah, you can touch it in the air. Antonio Lindback gets the preferred inside gate, as does Robert Lambert. The two big guns, the two Grand Prix stars, 1 and 2 in the world, going from gates 3 and 4 rather. Big race here, once again, tension.
Yep. The top 2 in the world on the outside 2 gates, Woffenden and Lindgren. Lambert's made a beauty! Robert Lambert has made a great start off the inside. Now Woffenden goes wide and he's trying to team right again here, but he's got Lindgren after him. Now it's Ty Woffenden having the lead right now. Lambert's gone wide, but Woffenden is kicking on now. 3 points, I think, will do nicely for Great Britain. 4 would be even better. 5 would be even better. Robert Lambert piling on the pressure.
Fabulous once again from Ty Woffenden out in front. Got the better of the opposition. They were really good away from the tapes. Freddie Lindgren coming on strong, but Woffenden's got the legs, he's got the speed. Can Antonio Lindback find a way past Robbie Lambert in third place? Not at the moment. Look at Woffenden, he is just pulling away. Top 2 in the world, but Woffenden's got the answers here in the Speedway of Nations. Into the last lap, 4 big points for Great Britain here if they can hang on to it.
Yeah, this would be a huge 4-2. Lambert's holding his own in third place. Woffenden has kicked on, and it's going to be a comfortable win for Ty Woffenden of Great Britain. Second place, Freddie Lindgren for Sweden. And third is Robert Lambert for Great Britain. A big 4-2, and Great Britain retake the lead here in Wrocław. They're on to 39 points now. 37 to Russia, 31 to Denmark, 30 to Poland. And Great Britain, I would suggest, are edging closer to a medal here in the Speedway of Nations, where we will see new world champions crowned tonight, to remember. Woffenden from Lindgren, from Lambert, 4-2 Great Britain. They lead on 39. 37 Russia, 31 Denmark. Finish in the top 3. You're guaranteed a medal here tonight.
Absolutely right, Nigel, and a great performance from Great Britain there once again. A tough race against the Swedish team, and they come through with flying colours. Woffenden just wonderful out in front. Sensational speed, pulling further and further away. Really is riding so well. Gate 3 is not easy, but the bike absolutely fabulous to the first corner. Robert Lambert, once again, that's a great start from him. Freddie Lindgren coming round the outside of him, but Lambert actually then hangs on to Freddie Lindgren. He holds on to third place without too much trouble at all, showing really good speed, and it's a vital third place. Ty Woffenden, I don't think he's ever ridden better. He really does look like he's in the form of his life. Here you see Lindgren around the outside, just getting the better of Robert Lambert, and as they moved into that second place. But for Great Britain, there's got to be every chance that they will go through to it, the very minimum, heat 22 right now.
Well, 39 for Great Britain, 37 for Russia, and then it is 31 for Denmark. So 8 points the difference between first and third, but 9 points between first and fourth. Great Britain all but safe in a medal position now with 2 heats remaining. Great achievement.
Brilliant stuff, and you've got to say that they fully deserve it. They have been riding so well together.
Yep, here's your lineup for Heat 15. It's Australia against Germany. And Australia, remember, are on 27 points. If they can get a 5-1 here, they'll be into third place. It's remarkable.
Just unreal.
Yeah.
Every chance, Nige. Every chance off gates 1 and 3.
Yeah, it is a great format, this. Really has come to life over the last couple of nights, and Hülkenberg has made a great start. He's riding beautifully, but Doyle is there. Doyle is in red, and then it's Hülkenberg in white, and in blue here is Max Frick for Australia. And the man at the back is Martin Smolinski. Australia are on a 4-2. In fact, I can tell you that it is not Martin Smolinski. They have brought in their reserve Hartl here for Germany. So Hartl replaces Smolinski, but down the back straight, Frick putting pressure on Hülkenberg.
Yeah, Doyle out in front, Michael Hartl in there out the back. He's not out of it either. He's right there. Max Frick and Kai Hülkenberg. All sorts of action going on there. You could throw a blanket over all 4 riders. Kai Hülkenberg also now beginning to just settle nicely in second place. We didn't get the information in time. Michael Hartl out the back, but Jason Doyle into the last lap. The world champion doing a great job for Australia here tonight. Max Frick now coming under pressure for Michael Hartl.
Yeah, this is going to put Australia onto 31 points, a point ahead of Poland and level with Denmark in third place. But this is Australia's penultimate ride of the night. They get a 4-2. Jason Doyle ahead of Kai Hülkenberg there of Germany. And it was Max Frick third, Michael Hartl at the back replacing Martin Smolinski. So that was a big ride from Australia. They're still in with a chance, but they have had 5 rides, and the teams below them and around them have just had 4.
Well, absolutely, Nige, and they could have done with 5 points there, really, but great work from Jason Doyle again.
Doyle the winner, Hülkenberg second, Frick third. It's a 4-2 to Australia in heat number 15. And it's Great Britain 39, Russia 37, Denmark 31, Australia 31, but Australia have ridden 1 more outing.
Absolutely right. Doyle can do no more. He won the race. He had the inside gate. Kai Hülkenberg gets away nicely for gate number 2, but that inside line on the first corner proves to be the fastest way for Doyle. Down the back straight, they're just looking around trying to find each other, but unfortunately Doyle looks the wrong way initially. Here we see Max Frick. He's found points hard to come by. And Michael Hartl there from Germany. I've got to say, this is a pretty impressive outing for him. He doesn't get a point, but he was on the pace. Kai Hülkenberg riding nicely after that nasty accident last night, putting pressure on Jason Doyle at the early stage. Doyle having a good long look over his shoulder, desperately trying to see where Max Frick is. Tight out of the last corner, really squeezing up as they charge to the line. And Michael Hartl also really putting a lot of pressure on Max Frick. Rode very well coming in at this late stage.
Yeah, Doyle's ridden nicely tonight, hasn't he? He's picked up a couple of wins, 12 points from his 5 rides, and the
Good
overall
job.
standings as they are right now. Great Britain 39 from 4 rides tonight. Russia 37, and then it's Denmark on 31 from 4 rides, Australia 31 from 5 rides, Poland on 30 from 4 rides.
Well,
Sweden 27 tucked in just behind. So Great Britain all but safe in a medal position, but can they win the Speedway of Nations and become world champions tonight? They're out against Poland in heat 17. This one, heat 16, is Denmark against Russia, and Denmark have kept faith with Kenneth Pierre this time. They haven't brought in Fredrik Jakobsen. They've kept Kenneth Pierre in this race, Denmark, in the blue helmet colour off the inside gate. Gate 2 in white for Russia is Artem Laguta. Gate 3 in red for Denmark is Michael Jepsen Jensen. And off the outside in yellow for Russia is Emil Sayfutdinov.
Well, what a night it is, and it's so exciting with the way the points are falling out. It's so very tight, in particularly behind the first 2, but we've got Russia coming out here. And once again, the pressure is on them because Great Britain are keeping themselves right in the thick of it and looking very strong indeed. Kenneth Bjerre has been the weak link for Denmark tonight, and it hasn't been easy for him, but they've now put him back out. He's changed his bike. He's on the best gate on the inside, so they're desperately keen for him to try and hit the front.
Well, if Jepsen Jensen can win this, it will enhance Great Britain's chances of going straight through to the final.
Absolutely.
A reminder, Great Britain have 2 heats left, and they face Poland in heat 17, and they face Russia in heat 19. The team that finishes top, the nation that finishes top at the end of 42 heats, will go straight through to the final, and Great Britain are in a good position for that. Here we go. Big start from Artem Laguta. That was magnificent. Out of the top draw, Saifutunov's breezing around the outside, and Russia have really stepped it up a level here. Artem Laguta in white, Emil Saifutunov in yellow, Kenneth Bjerre is third in blue. Is he one step too far for Michael Jepsen Jensen in this one? Because the Russians, I'm sure, will team right here, and this will put Russia on 42 points, 3 clear of Great Britain.
Well, what a start again from Artem Laguta. He is really electrifying away from the tapes. Emil Saifutunov on his third bike quite clearly is enjoying life once again because he's got tons of speed and he's ripping around the outside, and so far the Russians really are in a class of their own. Michael Jepsen Jensen this time doesn't get away as cleanly as he would like, and Russia into the last lap are looking dominant here. Huge result for them. They're looking like they're set for at least heat 22.
Well, they are indeed. They are going to be mathematically certain of reaching the latter stages tonight now. They will go beyond heat 21 tonight. Will it be, though, that they go into heat 22, second v third, or will they pip Great Britain to top spot on the night over 2 legs and go straight through to the grand final? They are looking ominous, Kelvin.
They are indeed. They are really clicking tonight, and Saifutunov had a couple of poor rides earlier on, but the change of equipment has worked wonders for him. They've picked up very, very convincing 5-1s in their 2 subsequent outings. Fantastic start again from Artem Laguta. I'm envious of that. Oh, to make a start like that.
Well, you weren't too bad as a rider, to be fair.
Not too bad.
Yep, Russia 42, Great Britain 39, Denmark 32, Australia 31. Great Britain have a race in hand on the nations around them, and they need a 4-2 against Poland in heat 17 to retake the lead. Good meeting, Kel.
Oh, it's a great meeting, and over the 2 days we've witnessed some superb speedway. We see it again here. Look at that start. Look at that, it's just absolutely textbook. If you want to watch a start, that's the one to watch. Around the outside now, Saifutunov has got that bike working, the team really beginning to click, and now that they've got 2 big guns working together, they are looking very ominous. They're going to be a tough nut to crack, but they do meet Great Britain in heat 19. Could that be a precursor for the final in heat 23? We'll have to wait and see. Saifutunov on the outside looking great. Really is quite a spectacular rider when he's in full flow, and he is here. Artem Laguta, the 2 Grand Prix boys together, plenty of experience, looking very strong.
Yeah, they're on 42 points. They are through to the latter stages now. Their interest in this competition will continue beyond 42 heats. And it's job done from that point of view. But it's the key one here, heat 19, Russia against Great Britain.
Yeah, I can't wait for it. It's a mouth-watering prospect, that's for sure. The 2 big teams going head-to-head here for the first time tonight. Wouldn't be surprised to see it in the grand final in heat 23, but there's no doubt that Artem Laguta, the starting prowess of him, and now with the rejuvenated Saifutunov, it's going to be very exciting indeed.
Mark Lemon is the Australian team manager, and he is with Kiri.
Mark picking up some really good points there, on about 31 points at the moment.
Yeah, obviously we need a big one in this last one, and we needed sort of a couple other races sort of to pan out in our favour. So it's a big ask, but the boys are trying their best out there. It's been a difficult night for them, but you know, it's a world championship. We expect anything different, but just not quite going as to plan.
Well, Jason's certainly battling hard every heat.
Yeah, Jason's doing a good job. It's like obviously, you know, Max is sort of finding it a bit difficult, and also with the gate position. So we're sort of like, you know, team decision is like, look, send JD off the better gates and let Max sort of pick up the scraps. So we're still in there fighting.
Yeah, definitely still in the mix.
Cheers.
Well, they are. They can't throw the towel in because anything's possible, but so you do need to work as a pair, and Frick has found it tough. It's not for want of trying, of course. He's a former under-21 world champion, so he has plenty of class, but over these last 2 days it's been tough for him. Russia out in front on 42, but Great Britain have got a race in hand on 39. What a night of Speedway it's been. Polish people and Polish fans in the stadium very excited. Poland not out of it either.
No, it's we know it's going to go the distance to a decider anyway with a grand final, and we have 17 to 21, and then second v third in heat 22, and then the grand final. Herbert Rudolph, the German team manager, is with Kiri.
Herbert, just looking at the points there, Kai certainly picking up some good points for you.
Yeah, it's not the day from the German team because Martin find no line, no setup and whatever. I'm happy for Kai he's back today, and it was difficult yesterday to bring him back today. Now I changed in the last heat to Michael Hürtel, and yeah, it was really fresh for him, and his score no point, but in the next heats we do the best and we will see what's happened. And it was a nice experience to be there in the final, and yeah, we learned from heat to heat and work together as the boys and do the best.
Is Martin going to stay in for the next heat?
Pardon?
Is Martin going to stay in for the next heat, or are you going to swap for your under-21?
I replace him the next heat too.
All right, thank you.
Thanks, bye.
Yeah, Michael Hartl coming in again for Martin Smolinski, who rode really well last night, so it is a surprise that Smolinski hasn't found a setup this evening. Just shows you how tough it is to be consistent at World Championship Speedway.
Let's hear from the Great Britain manager, Alan Rossiter, now. He is with Kiri.
Well, Alan, it's certainly edge of the seat stuff right now, isn't it?
I bet every year's at home. Yeah, no, it's going all right. You know, we started off a little bit slow, but you know, we really got our acts together really, and we packed in now. So yeah, it's getting close. It's getting to the nip and tuck stuff now.
It really very much is. Definitely still in the mix there. Just a couple of points ahead from Russia.
Yeah, that's right. So you know, I think there are obviously our ones we got to be going for, and. But Emil seems to have gone into a second gear now all of a sudden. So, you know, we got it. It's got to be hard, but, you know, we got to keep pushing. We got not the best finish of Poland and Russia, but I'm confident the boys, you know, can do the job.
Well, Ty's flying and Robert's riding out of his skin at the moment.
Yeah, no, Robert's making good traps. Like, not quite as quick as he wants to be, but he's still packing in them valuable third places.
All right, thanks, Alan.
Thank you.
Yeah, they've done great, and that youngster there has made a reputation for himself this weekend, and he's going the right way. Great Britain with a race in hand over Russia, of course, but they do have to meet each other in Heat 19, and they've got a tough outing coming up very shortly against Poland. And Poland, of course, will be very keen to try and get the better of Great Britain because they're languishing in 5th place, albeit only 2 points behind Denmark in 3rd, so with a race in hand. So this is a very important race for Poland, because if they can get the better of Great Britain, then they'll force their way into the top 3.
Yes, indeed. So we've got some drama ahead, you can be sure of that.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yes, and Russia, well, even Alan Rossiter admitted there that you do feel it's going to be tough for Great Britain because of the way Emil's clicked into gear now.
Yeah, it was always going to be tough, you know, that's not a surprise. You can't expect a World Championship to be easy, so, you know, from that point of view, you can't expect to go breezing through this 2-day competition. So, you know, these two lads know it is. Woofenden knows what it's all about. He's a great advisor for the youngster as well. Woofenden's won 2 World Championships. He is the real deal, and it's great to have him back in the camp. So, you know, from that perspective, he knows how tough this is going to be, and they've got 2 big races to come.
They have indeed. The last part of track prep is just going through the motions here. The water cart has put some more down, and we'll be on with this race, heat number 17. Poland against Great Britain. Poland in red and blue, Great Britain in white and yellow. Fans enjoying themselves, fans of all ages enjoying themselves here tonight in Wrocław. bit of better atmosphere tonight and some terrific racing as well.
Yeah, the racing hasn't let us down on either night. It was terrific last night and every bit as good again tonight. And of course, this evening we've got the sudden death final, so we've got the drama of the winners and losers to come. Janowski just having a sneaky look at track conditions after an extensive grading break. And as I've said already once, this is a vital race for Poland. Poland, if they make the top three, don't rule them out.
Yes, so a huge race coming up. Great Britain with Woofenden there. They do give the appearance of being nicely relaxed. Woofenden is never flustered, never panics, and he's a good influence for the youngster Lambert, isn't he, really?
Yeah, absolutely.
From that point of view.
Yeah, he's the elder statesman, and albeit he's only 27, but he is the elder statesman because he's done it all and he's seen it all. And now he's back riding for Great Britain. Look at the change. You know, all of a sudden we are right in the thick of it. We got a silver medal a couple of years ago in Great Britain in Manchester, with Woofenden picking up 19 World Championship points that time. He's back for Great Britain. He's only dropped 1 point in how many races? 10, something like that. I can't believe it. I've lost count. I can't pass 10 races. So there you go. What a performance from him. And Robert Lambert with these very important race third places. Well, that has been vital to their cause tonight, and they're right in it. 29
out of 30 points.
I was thinking about that earlier, you know, Nigel. I wonder if he's on point money. I'll tell you what, if I was on point money tonight, I'd be quite happy with 29, because I'm sure...
Yeah, let's not go there.
OK,
that was an issue a couple of years ago. Let's move on from that one.
OK, sorry. All right. It was perfectly innocent, but nonetheless, I'm sure that money is the furthest thing from his mind at the moment. The gold medals are the ones that he's chasing.
Brilliant. Absolutely. So we've got up to heat number 17.
I'll go now.
Yes.
I'll go now.
Start the car. So here we go, heat number 17, and Great Britain come up against the host nation Poland here. But Woofenden is on his home track, remember, in the Polish league, rides for Wrocław. And Poland on 30 points, just 2 points off that third spot, waiting to pounce. A reminder, last night Great Britain got a 5-1 against Poland, and this stadium went very, very quiet. Here we go then, big race coming up, heat number 17, Poland against Great Britain. And it is Woofenden and Lambert against Janowski and Dudek. Huge race coming up. Well, the Polish fans getting right behind their riders now. They could sneak into third place and get into the latter stages of this meeting when anything can happen with the world title on the line. It's Janowski and Dudek up against Woofenden and Lambert. It's Dudek off the inside gate for Poland. Gate 2 in yellow is Lambert for Great Britain. Janowski gate 3 in red for Poland. And Woofenden for Great Britain is off the outside gate. He's done a lot of laps on this track. Janowski is his teammate here in the Polish league as well. But Kelvin, it's a long way from gate 4 to that first turn.
It is indeed, but Ty Woofenden is capable, and he's proven it on numerous occasions tonight. He's had 10 outings and he's only dropped 1 point. That is a fabulous performance from him so far. Robert Lambert has been terrific as well. It's going to need a big here because Dudek is on gate 1 and he's sharp away from the tapes. Huge race for Poland. Poland need to get a heat advantage if they want to make heat 22.
Yeah, a lot of pressure on Woofenden off the outside here, all about finishing top of the table to go straight through to the final, remember. Here we go, big race, heat number 17, and they're away, and Dudek's made a beauty off the inside gate. Now Lambert is in second spot, Woofenden coming hard around the outside run. Lambert's holding second place, Janowski's threatening though. Will Woofenden go for Dudek, or will he try and protect Lambert for second place? Oh, he just avoided the back wheel. He's quicker than Dudek. Woofenden's quicker than Dudek. He's trying the outside. He's going to try the inside run. They're all getting close together. Woofenden for Great Britain. Woofenden on the inside has to lock the bike. Now he's going to come back for more. Dudek's not done yet. Britain are on a 4-2 here. It's Woofenden with the lead. Dudek second. Lambert third, but Janowski's coming, and Dudek's still in the contention.
Fabulous race out in front. Ty Woofenden riding once again fabulously well to get the better of Dudek. Robert Lambert in third place is under an awful lot of pressure from Janowski. Janowski winding it on round the outside. Lambert is vulnerable. Now down the back straight. Janowski does him up the inside. And 3-all to the two teams. Not good enough for Poland, I fear.
Well, it's Woofenden who takes
Oh, Lambert coming back! Oh, Robert Lambert, a hero coming out of the last corner. A massive 4-2 for Great Britain. Can they do it tonight?
Goodness me!
Fabulous speedway again from Great Britain. They won't be denied.
Robert Lambert has just passed Mats Janowski on his own Polish track.
Quite good.
That is amazing. Here we go, down to the line. Janowski on the inside, looks over his shoulder. Lambert down to the line.
Yeah, no
beautiful.
Way. Janowski knew he was beat. He was vulnerable coming out of the corner.
Rewind it.
And
Let's
Lambert,
watch it again.
Yeah, can't get tired of that. Fantastic move from Robert Lambert round the last corner. Oh. Well, that could put paid to Poland's chances tonight. They have got an uphill struggle if they want to go further in this competition. What a result for Great Britain.
They take the lead in the meeting. They're on 43 points now. Here we see confirmation. Great Britain 43, they're a point ahead of Russia, and effectively it means that heat number 19, Russia against Great Britain, will decide who makes the final straight through. And Great Britain now, we can safely say, are going to get a medal from this Speedway of Nations.
Well, that's great news. And we see this race once again. Dudek making a great start, but Woofenden is just so quick. And he comes up the inside. Look at this stuff. Dudek wasn't making it easy for him. He really does squeeze up, but Ty Woofenden just hugs that inside. Dudek then squares the corner off. Look how tight they are. Look at the trust that these boys have between one another, and Woofenden, quite clearly the form rider in the world right now, is out in front. Robert Lambert then coming under pressure from Janowski. Janowski then squares the corner off down the inside, sweet as you like, and you've got to believe that he would hang on to third place from them, but that move from Lambert out of the last corner was a fabulous move.
So we remind you, Heat 19, Russia against Great Britain is a straight shootout to decide who goes straight into the grand final, and a 3-all would do it for Great Britain. A 3-all in Heat 19 and Britain would be straight through to the final of the Speedway of Nations and 4 laps to decide the world champions. Here we go with Heat 18. It's Sweden against Australia. Lindgren and Limbach in red and blue. Doyle and Frick in white and yellow. Sweden on 27 points. Australia on 31 here, and this is Australia's last outing of the evening, and Sweden need a 5-1.
They do indeed. Not going to be easy because Doyle has been a tough nut to crack. He's been going really well. He needs Frick to join him, but Sweden under pressure once again. They haven't really been at their best tonight.
Quite a night in.
Limbach
moves, and the referee has allowed the race to continue. The referee has allowed the race. No, the red lights are on now. He took his time there.
He did indeed. He thought about it. He must have.
I think he waited to see where Limbach was going to be, perhaps. Maybe.
Perhaps.
Maybe. I might be wrong. But anyway.
Maybe he's getting tired. A lot of racing. But we'll see it again. And Limbach just a touch nervous here. Drops the clutch early. And Christian Froschauer then puts the red light on, but not immediately.
Well.
Can't remember if he's had a warning. Limbach, possibly not, but they're having a refuel.
It's a warning for him now. A warning for him now from Phil Morris. So
well, he's got a warning now, hasn't he? So
yes.
Yeah, he didn't have one, so he's in the rerun. And boys just taking their time, just getting the bikes ready. The 2 minutes will be on very shortly, I'm sure, because yeah. So no, it's a big race for Sweden, of course. It's been a little disappointing for them after the qualifying round in Britain earlier in the week. I fancied that Sweden would be very much in the hunt for gold medals, and it hasn't proved to be so. They're on 27 points. A 5-1 will put them on to 32, but that won't be enough, Nige. I just don't think that'll get them there. Other teams in hand, I get the feeling that they might just miss out, but 5 points nonetheless would be very handy indeed.
Yes.
But Australia, even though Australia have relied heavily on Jason Doyle, they're still just about in it. And if Frick could somehow come up with a big ride, well, who knows? It could really be quite interesting as we go through to Heat 21. Brilliant speedway here in the Speedway of Nations. It really has been a credit to the sport. And
I like it. I think the format's great.
I think it's fantastic.
Got used to it now.
Absolutely, and I think the riders have as well. You said earlier on they're getting into the team riding part of things, and it's proved to be very exciting.
Yeah, so it is Sweden then against Australia here, and then we will have Russia against Great Britain to decide who goes straight through to the final.
Just the small matter of Russia against Great Britain. What a head-to-head that is.
Yes, and as Alan Rossiter said, Emil Saifutinov clicking into gear, but don't worry, Britain have Woofenden and Lambert, who have both been heroes.
He didn't say top gear though, did he? He just said second gear.
Yes.
Maybe that. Hopefully that won't be enough.
Okay, number 18. The totally unbiased commentary continues. Lindgren with a good start off the inside gate has got the better here of Jason Doyle, coming hard around the outside now. Lindback for Sweden. Can he get a 5-1 for the Swedes? Doyle's going wide. Won't be enough for the Swedish side here tonight, but Frick's come through superbly. Max Frick now challenging hard after Freddie Lindgren. It's a 3-all as things stand.
It is indeed. Freddie Lindgren in front, but they're queuing up behind him. Jason Doyle has got a lot of speed there. Got the better of Freddie Lindgren, runs very wide. Now Lindgren now swapping back to the inside. Once again, 4 riders. Very tight indeed. Fantastic speedway between Sweden and Australia here. Look at the world champion on the outside. Freddie Lindgren, who leads the world championship against the reigning champion. Fantastic speedway action out in front. Frick's fast as well. He's right amongst it.
Yeah, Doyle's gone wide. Now they're really putting the pressure on Lindgren. Lindgren goes so wide there. Doyle all the way through and Frick on one wheel. Oh, for goodness sake, Doyle needs business. Doyle's having a go up the inside. Doyle's going to get the victory. Australia get a 5-1.
Oh, how on earth did that happen?
Goodness me.
Oh, Freddie Lindgren was ruthless there momentarily, but Doyle and Frick came through on the inside.
Doyle was ruthless as well.
Well, it's tough, isn't it?
It wasn't just Lindgren. Doyle was ruthless as well.
Absolutely, on the run to the line. Does Freddie Lindgren hang on to second place?
No.
God, it's
yes,
tight.
no.
I think Freddie just gets it, you know, Nige.
Okay, all right. Yeah.
What a conclusion, what a climax to that race. All sorts going on there. Freddie Lindgren and Doyle really having a go at each other, and Frick then cracked round the inside and hit the front. Brilliant speedway. Doyle wins it. Frick on the inside with Lindgren on the outside. The run to the line.
I'm not sure.
Oh, I think the Red's got
Lindgren
that.
might just get it.
Yeah, I think he's got that. What a race! What a race that was again. Fabulous speedway. Jason Doyle quite clearly delighted. Big smiles all round. He's had a great night, you know, and he's had 2 solid nights of performance. 13 last night. What is it? 15 tonight.
Yep.
Great stuff from Doyle.
Yeah, 15 from his 6 rides. 3 race wins for Doyle.
Good stuff from him.
Yeah, riding nicely. Good stuff. Frick just waiting the verdict. Have they got a 5-1 or is it a 4-2? See, Frick looks comfortable there, but then Lindgren.
I think Lindgren's got that just.
Well, we're seeing repeated replays here that the referee is taking a look at. Still awaiting the verdict of that thrilling race. The action here is brilliant, and that is heat number 18. As we await the verdict of the referee. We know Doyle's won it.
Well, their work may well be done now.
Yes.
But a good effort, and I just think that Jason Doyle is just beginning to find his form, so look out in the Grand Prix in a few weeks' time. He could be back to his best. He's ridden very well for Australia over the last 2 nights.
He has indeed. Great stuff from Doyle. Referee wanting to see more angles.
That'd be difficult.
This is difficult, really, to...
Lindgren's got that.
He's got that, yeah, by the width of a tyre.
Yeah, it's by... Well, yeah.
By a whisker.
By a whisker. Yep.
Yep.
Yeah.
Okay. We're white, red, yellow, blue. So Lindgren has got it, yeah.
Yep.
So it's a 4-2.
Yep.
Yep, and Australia get the 4 points, 35 points all told for them. And then it's 2 points for Sweden, 29. So overall now, Australia 35 points, Sweden on 29, and Australia have moved into 3rd place. And now we have Great Britain against Russia. This is a huge race coming up in heat number 19. So maybe Australia aren't quite done yet.
Well, Poland have got Germany in heat 20.
Yes.
That's a potential. They could overhaul them.
Yes.
And Denmark and Sweden in heat 21. So, yeah, they've got to be patient. They may get another opportunity, but it's going to be awfully tight.
So a reminder, a 3-all here in this one, and Great Britain will go straight through to the final of the Speedway of Nations. It's all down to 4 laps, heat 23, to decide the world champions. Here we have the top 2 nations right now, Great Britain on 43, Russia on 42. What What a performance from Woofenden and Lambert. It's Laguta off gate 1 in red. Gate 2 in yellow is Lambert for Great Britain. Gate 3 blue, Saifutinov for Russia. Outside in white, Mr. Cool, the very much unruffled Ty Woofenden.
He hasn't broken sweat, has he? He really does seem to be doing it at his leisure. It quite clearly is not. He's been riding absolutely fabulously well, but so has Artem Laguta and Saifutinov. Saifutinov's found form in his last 2 rides. Mr. Savin, the team manager from Russia, keenly looking on, and rightly so. Russia have never won a World Speedway Championship. Could that just be their day?
Yes, they've been specialists on the ice, but haven't had the success on the shale.
No, that's...
And how they deeply love to do that tonight. Heat 19, Alan Rossiter watching on. A 3-all would do it for Great Britain to go straight through to the final, Heat 23. This is heat number 19, green light on and away from the start, and it looked very, very tense and very close there. Lambert's got second spot, Woofenden's coming through. Woofenden putting the squeeze on Artem Laguta. Now Saifutinov's come through, it's a 4-2, and Woofenden looks over his shoulder. Woofenden has to try and chase hard and pass Laguta here, and Lambert's not done with Saifutinov. Woofenden now trying the outside run. We've got a race and a half on here now. Is Woofenden quicker than Laguta? Laguta's been great all night. Lambert's not done yet either. This would be a 4-2 to Russia, and that would surely put them through to the grand final on countback.
Well, Woofenden's not done, Nigel. He's right in the thick of the action. Saifutinov got the better of Lambert, but Woofenden is really having to work very hard indeed. Look at Artem Laguta. He's really quick in front. These are the 2 big performers over the 2 days. There's a lap to go. Woofenden is desperate to get to the front. He's riding the outside. He's now dropping back to the inside, down the back straight for the last time.
Here he goes! Woofenden up the inside! Down to the line we're going to go! Woofenden knows his track, and Ty Woofenden has put Great Britain into the final! Woofenden has done the business in the most dramatic style! He has just done the business for Great Britain and sent them through to the world final of the Speedway of Nations, and Great Britain are 4 laps away from becoming world champions!
Well, they're going to get a silver medal at the very least, aren't they? So what a ride that was from Woofenden, securing second place in the world as a minimum. What a ride from Ty Woofenden. He had so much speed. Fabulous performance. The 3 points sees them through to the final. Fantastic.
Wow, what a race. Britain 46, Russia 45, Australia 35. All those 3 nations are now done, and Britain are in the final of the Speedway of Nations and are guaranteed at least a silver medal here in Poland. And what about that man, Ty Woofenden? 12 rides, 11 wins over 2 nights.
Robert Lambert just a little bit nervous on the start there with Artem Laguta. The pressure really on the youngster, and he just didn't quite get there. Great start from Artem Laguta. Woofenden from the outside. Look at the speed he's got. That classic turn back that he is so good at. Look at the speed here from Woofenden up the inside. Artem Laguta had looked really good out in front, but he could not resist the move from the captain of Great Britain. Such an influential figure back in the team for Great Britain, but Artem Laguta could not stop the force. That is Ty Woofenden. Woofenden once again has ridden 11 times, and 12 times, I'm sorry, excuse me, and he's only dropped 1 point. That is truly extraordinary performance. He can be rightly very proud. He's got 1 race to go, only 1, and relatively important.
Well, drama here. It's now all about the battle for 3rd place. This race is Germany against Poland. Poland on 32 points. Denmark are on 32 as well. A 5-1 for Poland here would put them very much in the driving seat. And 3 out of the 4 riders in this race are on warnings. And off the inside, Kai Hülkenberg. And then off gate number 2 in yellow, Patrick Dudek. And it's Hartl 3 for Germany. And then Janowski off the outside in white for Poland.
5-1 card for Poland. If they want to make the top 3 in Heat 22, they need a big 5-1. They're capable of all of it, but they found it hard going. They look better tonight, but still just not quite at their best. Here we go.
Yeah, big race coming up for Poland here in their home country, and Hülkenberg has made a beautiful start from the inside gate, and Hartle's with him as well, the under-21 rider, and he's just blocked Dudek. Now here comes Janowski. They need to pass Kai Hülkenberg here, Poland, and now Janowski's going high and wide and just about gets a drop on him. Now Janowski has got to look over his shoulder and do some team riding, Ty Wuffenen style. Will he do it? He hasn't looked there. He's kicking on. 4-2 to Poland.
4-2 to Poland. He is kicking on. It was a great move from Janowski initially. Hülkenberg really good, but look at Dudek. Dudek coming on strong in third place. He's got to try and find a way through. Dudek has been the weak link for the Poles throughout the last couple of days, and Hülkenberg, well, he has got plenty of speed. Looking like a confirmed 4-2 for me. And will that be enough for Poland to go through into the race-off, which is Heat 22? One more lap to go, less than a lap to go with Janowski out in front. Good ride from him.
Yeah, brilliant stuff here from Maciej Janowski in white for Poland. He's got the victory, and it's a 4-2 to the Poles. Big result for them. They needed that. And it's all down to Denmark now, because Poland have had their 6 rides and they've finished on 36 points, and Germany have finished on 23. Hülkenberg's rode nicely tonight. So 36 points to Poland. We now know that Australia's night is over. Denmark need a 5-1 over Sweden to put Poland out of the competition in the next race.
Right, well that sorts that out, but the result for heat number 20.
Janowski the winner, Hülkenberg second, Dudek third, Hertel at the back, and now it means this: Poland on 36, Denmark are on 32. A 4-2 for Denmark against Sweden would put it to count back. A 5-1 for Denmark, and Poland would be put out of the competition.
So there, with Dudek running third there, that just keeps them on tender hooks. A 5-1 and they would be through, but it's not to be.
They put Jakobsen in as well, by the way. Jakobsen's in for Bier.
Okay, well, we'll watch that very shortly. Here we see the move from Janowski down the back straight, away from the tapes again. It's the move. Dudek has just found himself in an awkward position here with Kai Hülkenberg forcing him there, and Michael Hartel coming through, and then has to work. He kills his momentum, and it's very difficult for him to then really land a blow. Great move from Janowski, and the big 4 points for Poland, but they will be on tender hooks to see the outcome of the very next race. And here you see it again round the outside. Janowski looking very stylish indeed, and Kai Hülkenberg has done himself no harm whatsoever. But he's just looking at the replays. But Heat 21 is also very keen for them. They need to keep an eye on it. Sweden are off gates 2 and 4. And Denmark, with their youngster in Jakobsen on gates 1 and 3, Sweden must have a chance here.
So here we go, heat number 21, the final race of the qualifiers here in Wrocław. We're then down to a race-off, heat 22, between second and third. That'll be Russia against who? Denmark against Sweden. Denmark need a 5-1 to put Poland out. It could well be a 3-way battle for the title between Russia, Poland and Great Britain, with 2 heats to go.
And of course in the last 2 heats, a 3-all beats a win night, so all of a sudden you don't have to win the race, you've just got to keep your boys second and third. Here we see this, we'll see how it pans out. So a massive race here once again, and Denmark, can they do it?
Well, a big race, but reminder, Fredrik Jakobsen is the under-21 rider at reserve. He's off the inside gate, Lindgren off 2, Jensen off 3. Jakobsen made a decent start, but then lifted, and that's allowed Lindgren to have the advantage here. Jensen has taken Lindback wide. Lindback's going to go up the inside. Lindback's going to join him, and now Jensen up the inside. He's going to take Lindgren wide here. A good ride from Jensen, but it's a 3-all at the moment, and this would be enough for Poland. The Polish fans are cheering on here, because 3 points for Denmark would put them on 35, and Poland would just go through to heat 22 and the race-off by 1 single point.
Wow, that's tight, isn't it? And Michael Jensen is having a fabulous night. He's riding superbly well. Got the better of the opposition down the back straight. Freddie Lindgren taken by surprise there with a forceful move from Michael Jensen. He really looks very stylish, hanging off the back of the bike, almost long track style as he goes down the straights. Brilliant stuff from Jensen, but 3 points from him. It won't be quite enough, but for individually he has ridden superbly well. Sweden again not quite good enough tonight, but one last corner. Can Freddie Lindgren do anything about it?
Well, it's been a great night of Speedway. We're down to the last 2 races, and we now know that the world champions will come from Great Britain, Russia or Poland. My goodness, 2 dramatic heats to come. Great Britain straight through to the final, and then we've got a straight shootout before that between Russia and Poland to decide who joins Great Britain in that final.
Well, what a night of Speedway it has been. Great Britain have been superb. Ty Woofenden leading from the front in great style, and there's no doubt that Russia and Poland going head to head really will be quite some spectacular race in Heat 22. Denmark just coming up short.
Yep, so Great Britain 46, Russia 45, Poland 36, 1 ahead of Australia on 35, Denmark 35, Sweden 32, and 23 to Germany.
Well, Denmark have ridden well, but not quite well enough. Kenneth Bjerre just not being able to support Michael Jepsen Jensen enough. And Michael Jepsen Jensen rides really strongly here. But it's Poland through on 10 points behind Great Britain. If they were to go on and win it, wow, what a result that would be. Fantastic move for Michael Jepsen Jensen to come through and beat Freddie Lindgren, who hasn't been quite at his best over the last couple of days. They've worked very hard, but haven't been able to click as a pair often enough. Look at this move now. Fantastic move from Michael Jepsen Jensen up the inside to get the better of Freddie Lindgren. Tough move, but he stays out in front and shows great form. In the end, it wasn't enough for Denmark. It was a spirited display, but they just come up short, and Poland go through to keep the home crowd interested with 2 races to come. Drama just around the corner.
Yes, 8 laps, 2 heats. My goodness, a dramatic finish lined up. Who is going to be world champions? Will it be Poland? Will it be Russia? Will it be Great Britain?
Well, yeah, 8 laps we'll find out, won't we? But the fact is that Poland 10 points behind Great Britain. If they were to go on and win it, that really would be quite a dramatic turnaround in events. Russia, you've got to feel that they're a bit disappointed. 45 points just coming up short. That move by Woofenden, could that be the move that seals them and gives them the victory tonight and crowns them world champion? Could very well be. It was a very important ride from the Great Britain captain. What a night of Speedway we've seen, and we really have got some fabulous action to come, I'm sure. The weather's held off, that's been great. We could have had an awful lot of rain today, but it hasn't transpired. But Poland are still involved in this, and for long periods of time, Nigel, it wasn't looking likely.
No, absolutely. If it could just throw down with rain now,
well, we
could all go home. Great Britain have won, yeah. Oh well.
Unlikely.
Yeah, but what a Speedway meeting as well, Calv. It's
fantastic
awesome,
advert.
hasn't it? Yeah.
The new format, 1 or 2 hitches here and there, but you've got to believe the action on track has been, well, as good as anything you'd wish to see. And got to believe that some of the people that have stayed away from this championship, well, they're the losers. It really has been action-packed, and it's been very, very good to watch. And the added dynamic of the team riding really has brought something extra special to the 2 days, or the whole week in actual fact, over the 4 meetings. People enjoying themselves, and that's good to see. Bit of track grading going on, riders just taking a deep breath. Of course, for Great Britain, they've got no panic now. They can just relax and focus, stay cool, because Russia and Poland are the ones that have got to do the extra heat.
Yes, so goodness me, it's going to be very tense. Russia against Poland. Somebody's going to be very, very disappointed here.
Well, I would think if Russia miss out, they will be gutted, because for so long they looked like they could have gone straight through, and only a point behind. They're 9 points in front of Poland, and if Poland get the better of them in Heat 22, that will be quite hard to take, but that's how brutal it is now. Knockout Speedway now in Heat 22 and 23.
Yeah, quite a few British fans in the crowd tonight that have made the journey over as well. I think they've enjoyed themselves.
Well, yeah, it's been a surprise, but a very pleasant one. And they will be on the edges of their seats thinking that we can be champions of the world tonight. Robert Lambert and Ty Woofenden with every chance of doing it just 4 laps away, approximately 65 seconds away from glory. Wow, what a night. Woofenden's been and done it. He's been individual world champion twice, but for Robert Lambert, this is the biggest night of his life, and this is going to be the biggest race of his life coming up in Heat 23, without question. But he's held it together. He's showed great composure throughout the night, hasn't apparently been overwhelmed by it at all. Great stuff from him.
And the presence of Ty Woofenden has been amazing.
Hugely important, Nigel,
yeah.
because of that, you know, that experience at this level, and he's been able to relay that to his younger partner.
Well, we are hearing that the pick for gates for the runoff between second and third will not be made until the riders and team managers of Poland and Russia have seen how the track grading goes.
Well,
interesting.
Russia have got the choice because they finished in second place, so it will be Russia that will be keen to see which way it goes.
Well, let's see how it goes, but
that's the regulation, isn't it? Because
yes.
they are effectively are seeded higher than Poland for this race, so they get the pick.
Yeah, 9 points clear of Poland.
And my point again, if they miss out, God, that's going to be tough to take.
And
really
again,
tough.
if Great Britain don't win gold, it's going to be tough to take.
Yep, that's just the way it is. This is the first time through at this stage. We haven't witnessed this sort of knockout speedway in a world championship before, so this is a brand new idea. And as tough as it might seem, if you are on 45 points and the opposition are on 36, no guarantees you'll make the final. And Poland with Dudek and Janowski more than capable of getting a 3-all to beat Russia to meet Britain in the final.
Yeah, it's going to be drama for sure. And
well, it's an unforeseen delay, but it's one that you can have some sympathy for because it's such a crucial stage of the night. And
yes. Agreed.
Not ideal, of course. But it's just we've got to accept that. I'm thinking that maybe 1 and 3 might be the choice. It would be a temptation for me if they were coming out now. But Artem Laguta on the inside, Sayfutinov having to run on the outside all the time, all through the week actually, and he's done a very good job. He's had a few struggles at times, but he's found the key to it. He's changed his bike on a couple of occasions. And it's proved to be the right decision at the right time. Everybody just being a little patient. Time for a little bit of refreshment before this last couple of races. Poland still involved. They've done well actually to get back in this because they were looking pretty poor last night.
Yes, they were. I mean, when you look at Poland on 15 points before tonight, they've turned it around and slowly but surely edged their way back towards contention, and now they still find themselves in with a chance of winning this.
Absolutely right, and you know, it wouldn't be a complete surprise. It would be a dramatic turnaround in events. They looked like really lethargic yesterday, like they weren't really interested, but they have been tonight, and I just sense that if they could click, then who knows, they could go through. But on the evidence of the last 2 days, 45 points to Russia, they are favourites for me to join Great Britain in the final, and that really would be the best lineup, really, wouldn't it?
It would. Well, track grading is finished, but still we await the picks. We'll bring you that just as soon as we can. But the tapes are out, the tractors are away, the watering cart is away, and the track grading has now been complete. So it is Russia against Poland, and then we will have the final between the winners of this race and Great Britain. So just waiting and waiting now for the race off, the heat number 22, to establish who's going where. And let's head down to the draw. Here is with Kiri.
Right, it is that time for the draw. Well, to my right, we have Russia and team manager Andrzej, and to my left, Poland and Marek. Okay, well, as it stands on points, we go to Russia to make the choice. You've got 2 gate choices. What are they going to be?
Red and blue start position.
Right, Russia are taking gates red and blue. We know exactly what that means. You have white and yellow. What does that mean for the boys?
I have red and blue.
That's not how it works, Marek.
I have two and four gate colors, white and yellow.
Perfect. Okay, so as it stands, Russia red and blue, Poland have got white and yellow. That's our draw complete.
Well, that will be very interesting to see. Russia, as I suspected, actually, I just had an inkling that gates 1 and 3 will be their choice, and so it proved. Laguta, I'm sure, will be on 1 with Saifutinov on 3. Interesting to see which way round the other boys go, the Polish boys go, with Dudek most of the time going from the inside gates, because it could well be Dudek off of gate 2 with Janowski off the outside.
It is Laguta in red and Saifutinov in blue, just casting an eye towards the pits area, and it is Dudek in white and Janowski in yellow.
Yeah, so yeah, they're sticking to their plan, and it will be interesting to see. Laguta has been nearly unbeatable away from the tape, so you've got to believe he'll be favourite from the inside, and if he hits the front, he only, you know, the problem is then he's going to need Saifutinov to be in third place, because if Poland pack in behind Laguta, then they'll go through to the final. So this really is very tense indeed, and Poland, who haven't been at their best, suddenly find themselves in with a realistic chance of still winning, being world champions tonight.
Yeah, so heat number 22 coming up. 4 laps to decide who will face Great Britain.
Wow.
In the final here.
I wouldn't want to be in this race. I'd want to be in the last one. You know, also they've got extra race to do. It's hard. This is the 7th race of the night for these boys. You know, it's a long haul. It really is a marathon, and that means that one of these pairs have got to do 8 races to be world champion, and that's the hard way to do it. Certainly it favours Great Britain going through to the final. They'll be fresh, raring to go.
So here we go. Riders coming out now then for heat number 22. A reminder, if you get a 2nd and a 3rd, that constitutes a win in this competition. So which way will it go? Heat 22 on the way. Second versus third. The winners of this will face Great Britain in the final for the world title. It's Russia off gates 1 and 3, Laguta in red off the inside, Saifutinov in blue off gate 3, Poland with Dudek off gate 2 in white, and Janowski off the outside in yellow. And remember, the 2 Polish boys are on a warning at the start. And in this knockout phase, if you win a race but your partner finishes last, then you lose the heat. 2nd and 3rd is enough in this race to go through to the final.
Yeah, the real pressure on now. Russia have been terrific over the 2 days. They've got 45 points. And Poland, well, they're 9 points behind them on 36. So it really will be very tough on Russia if they don't go through to the final. But these are the regulations. This is the setup. And it really is quite a tense, dramatic finale to the night. Laguta has been terrific. He's had the inside gates over the whole course of the week, and he has utilised it brilliantly. Saifutinov has had to do the hard yards around the outside. Janowski's come on strong lately, but tough one to call, but Russia must be just shading it here.
Well, I'll tell you what, everybody is stood up here in this all-seater area of the stadium.
Yeah.
The Poles are up for this. Marek Cieślak, the team manager, looking very tense. This is last chance saloon to make it through to the final. Russia in red and blue, Poland in white and yellow. Here we go. Oh! I'll tell you what, Dudek nudged away at the start there. The red light's on. He's out. He's out. He's already on a warning. Dudek has nudged away at the start, and that will put Russia through.
Yeah, that means, apart from a mechanical issue, they are in the final. And you've got to believe that is, well, they did that in the very first race yesterday, and now it's come back to haunt them. Dudek just moved before the tapes goes up. That's a hammer blow.
This is just our opinion, by the way. It's not confirmed by
the
the
red light came on. He didn't come on for nothing, Nige.
No, exactly, but we haven't had the decision confirmed. That's
what
I'm saying.
Now white's on.
White's on, he's out. Yep. Confirmed. Patrick Dudek has just got a second warning, disqualified. And the well, it's like a balloon's been popped here now.
Yeah,
listen to them whistling.
whistles around the stadium, but Dudek was just a little bit impatient there. Pressure was really on, and Dudek, unfortunately, after touching the tapes in heat number 1 yesterday, just moved momentarily before the tapes, pays the ultimate price. Poland, well, it's almost impossible for them to go through now.
Yes, a win for Janowski. As long as Laguta and Sayfutinov finish second and third and complete the race with no problems, and we'll see them through. Dudek's off gate 2 here, and there he goes. He's moving before the tapes go.
Tough, but it's the rules. And he just moved momentarily, and he did gain a little bit of an advantage there. He gets away really sharply. Such a shame for Poland.
He'll have known he'll have done that once.
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
He knows he's done it.
Yes, absolutely. And all that Sayfutinov and Artem Laguta have got to do now, they've got to stay upright, they've got to race, they can't just cruise around, they've got to race, got to be seen to be racing, otherwise the referee can stop the race and exclude somebody. But for that man, Dudek, that really is a hammer blow for him. Pays the ultimate price for touching the tapes in Heat 1 yesterday.
And to put it in a ruthless manner, this sounds harsh, but it's true, he's just cost Poland a stab at a world title.
Yes, absolutely right. He's world number 2, but he won't get a gold medal tonight. He got a silver individually last year, and they'll only go away with the bronze now.
So we know that formalities here in Heat 22 should be complete, and that it should be Russia against Great Britain in the final to establish the new world champions in the Speedway of Nations.
Bit of an anticlimax though, really, because we wanted to see 4 boys going head-to-head, but those are the rules, and with that warning hanging over the 2 Polish boys throughout the 2 nights, it really has come on, and it's cost them, really has.
She's can't believe it, but at the end of the day, they've only got themselves to blame, unfortunately, when it comes to starting offences. Here we go. It's Janowski, the only Polish rider in the yellow helmet colour here. He's got the lead, but now all Russia have got to do is just sit tight and make sure that they go round in 4 laps, stay on their bikes, and complete the formality of second and third to go through to the final. Janowski has that lead, riding nicely. Laguta is in red, Sayfutinov is in blue, and this will do Russia quite nicely.
Absolutely, it's all they need to do. Janowski got away quite nicely there, but Laguta and Sayfutinov, they're going nicely, they're racing, and that's good to see. But if they sit there, don't have to take any chances, just come through nice and smoothly in second and third, and they'll join Great Britain for the sudden death final in the very next race. Janowski's ridden strongly in the latter stages here, but unfortunately for him, he's out on his lonesome, and the race win will not be enough. There's just over a lap to go. Russia are going to go through to the final here.
I'll tell you what, Laguta wasn't far off Janowski's back wheel there. He needs to take it easy. Look at him. He's getting really close here. Doesn't have to do it, but Janowski looks as though he's got the race in the bag. But this now means that Russia are on their way through to the final of the Speedway of Nations. So that's the situation. Janowski wins the race, but he knows it's ultimately disappointment for them. Because they only had 1 rider in that, and in the pairs format, second and third is enough.
Absolutely right, Nigel, but I've got to say, on the evidence of yesterday, a medal was looking unlikely for Poland, so a bronze medal, albeit that they are disappointed, you've got to believe that they have come through and picked up something. Celebration lap for Janowski, the Poles are on their feet, but it's not gold this time, it's a bronze.
So, good ride from Janowski, but ultimately it's a lap of honour for him, as we now know that the final will be Russia against Great Britain. 4 laps. How tense are you ahead of the grand final? Wow, a little bit of drama, another dramatic twist late on, Kel.
Yeah, it was, and I'm a touch disappointed because I would love to have seen a 4-man shootout here. Janowski makes a great start from gate 2, he's out in front, and Laguta and Emil Sayfutinov push him throughout the 4 laps. You're right, Laguta gets awfully close to Janowski. Janowski's nervous on the start there, he did move, could have seen another exclusion, that really would have been salt in the wound, but for a shower the referee allows it to go. But the boys from Russia, they knew exactly what they were doing here, and they are able to cruise through, and it's the right 2 teams in the final. They have dominated proceedings over 2 days, And Great Britain and Russia have been the standout teams, and they will go head-to-head in the very next race. Who will be world champion? Look how tight that was. That really, I mean, he could easily have high-sided there. I'm surprised he rides so close to Janowski. It didn't need to, but it's done. Janowski's work is done. He's finished with a win, so he'll be pleased with that. But the Polish crowd will be ultimately disappointed because they've become accustomed to winning in Team Speedway at the very highest level. It's not their year this year.
Absolutely. So, heat number 23. This could be a long wait for Great Britain now. There's no track grading, so we may well be on quite quickly with the pick. So, my goodness.
But it's a hot, clammy evening. This will be the 8th outing for Russia, so they won't be rushing. They'll need as much time as possible to prepare.
OK, let's hear from the Polish duo with Kiri.
Guys, you came back strong from yesterday, but such a disappointment, Patrick.
This is regulamin, so I don't know what I say. I think not bad. Yesterday we had last position. Today we have third place, so not bad.
Well, Magic, you certainly made the most of it, and a crowd pleaser to finish up for you guys. You are third.
Yeah, you know, after yesterday we was like a little bit disappointed, but we have a good sleep, we eat good breakfast, and today was different story. But anyway, we lost too many points, and shame with the race off with excluded. But anyway, thank you to all the fans for the support us, and what we can say. Yeah, on the end, the bronze medal is actually not bad for us.
Not bad at all. Third world champions in our Speedway of Nations. Third place is not bad, Patrick.
I don't heard your question.
Not bad way to finish up.
Yeah, not bad. Yesterday we had bad position, yeah. So today we back to the points, to the fighting for the medal, and we had bronze medal. So not bad.
Well done, guys.
Thank you very much.
Well, you can see that they're not overjoyed with the third place, but
tough interview, really, isn't it?
Yeah, it was a difficult one because they're accustomed to winning. They've been at World Cup prior to the Speedway of Nations. They've been pretty dominant in recent seasons, so it's sort of been a slightly subdued performance from Poland. They did give a much better account of themselves tonight, and they have entertained the home fans, but. Just not going to be their year, but I'm sure they'll be back in 2019 to try and pick up another gold medal. They're too good not to be involved in the future, that's for sure.
While we await the pick for the final draw, here's Kiri.
Well, it is the final draw for the Speedway of Nations. I have Alan for Great Britain to my right, and we have got Andre to my left for Russia. But Alan, because of the points, you get first pick on the gates. So what gates is it going to be for you?
Tough decision. I think we'll go 1 and 3.
That leaves you with 2 and 4, Andre.
White, yellow.
Not bad gates.
White, yellow.
There we go, there we have it. Our gates are decided, and that is our final ready to go.
Well,
Okay.
yeah, gates 1 and 3, and will that prove to be the best gates? And Alan Rossiter saying it was a difficult call.
Yes.
And not too much to choose between the two gates. And it'll be interesting to see which way round they go, because a 3-all will beat the win. Robert Lambert has been going from the inside gates on the majority of the times. You just know that Laguta's going to be going out of gate 2, and Sai Futinov will be off the outside. They haven't changed that format throughout the whole week. Just cooling down. Tough work for these boys. This is the 8th ride of the night for the Russian pair. It will be the 7th outing for Great Britain, but they've had a significant delay, so they should be a little fresher from Russia. But what a way to finish the night. Great Britain and Russia, the right two teams, the two teams that have dominated over 2 days, and it will be awfully tight in the next 4 laps to see who will be crowned world champions on the night. Brilliant advert for World Championship Speedway. Thoroughly enjoyed it so far.
Yes, it's the format's great. I like it a lot. And here's Ty Woffenden, a remarkable man. what a Speedway of Nations he's had. Just one defeat in 12 outings. And Robert Lambert going in red here, so Woofenden in blue. So it'll be Lambert off 1 and Woofenden off 3. So this is a huge race, the biggest race of this young man's life.
Wow, what a moment for him, Nigel. Crikey, he's got to be feeling a little bit nervous. A little bit of tension in the pits there. Need a blue helmet colour. And it's the first time, obviously, for Woofenden. Didn't have a blue helmet colour. He's been not quite sure why, but it's all sorted out now. Yes, we're right. Artem Laguta will go from gate 2, Nigel, in white, and Saifutinov will go from gate 4 in the in yellow. So that's the way round, and they don't change to the final. Laguta and Saifutinov been a terrific pair. I just sense on paper alone, not in reality, Saifutinov and Laguta, Grand Prix stars, do have more experience than Robert Lambert. Will that prove to be decisive in the upcoming 4 laps? Lambert has done himself and his country proud. He has been terrific this week.
He has.
And there's no doubt that this man has been extraordinary. Woofenden has demonstrated skills on a motorbike that you rarely see this week, and he has been superb.
Yeah, truly remarkable from Ty Woofenden. Really has been an extraordinary performance. One of the greatest ever in World Championship Speedway.
Fantastic. What a way to finish the championship night.
Yeah.
I'm really nervous.
Yeah, Great Britain against Russia. Here we go. The grand final of the Speedway of Nations. So, fantastic stuff here. It has been a remarkable tournament. Some great speedway along the way, and particularly tonight, remarkable stuff. And we are down to one dramatic race to decide the new world champions. The Speedway of Nations, a week-long tournament, 15 nations. We're down to 2. Here we go. How's your nerves?
Terrible.
I was asking the audience, not you.
Oh.
Heat 23.
I answered anyway.
Here we go. Great Britain off 1 and 3. Robert Lambert off the inside in red. The talented youngster who has done himself proud. Gate 2 white, Artem Laguta for Russia. Gate 3 blue, the remarkable Ty Woofenden, who has had 12 rides in this final and has won 11 of them. And off the outside in yellow, Emil Saifutinov, the Russian rocket. That's your lineup. This is the final. 4 laps to decide the world champions.
Well, this is tense stuff indeed. Woofenden has been outstanding throughout the whole week. I don't think I've seen the demonstration of excellence like this in a Speedway week before. He has been exceptional. It really has been a masterclass from Ty throughout the whole week, and he's been brilliant in the last 2 days. Artem Laguta has been a very close second in that regard. He has been terrific.
Yeah, big time speedway here in Wrocław tonight. This young man, Robert Lambert, is going for the British title on Monday as well at Bellevue. That's going to be a terrific night at the National Speedway Stadium. But right now, a world title on the line. Great Britain in red and blue, Russia in white and yellow. Remember, a 2nd and 3rd place would win the world title. Here we go, it's final time. Lambert's made a good start, so has Laguta, and now Saifutinov is going to try the inside run here for Russia. They're on a 5-1. Lambert's gone to the back. It's tough for Britain from here. Woofenden now is going to try the outside run on Emil. He's going to try and reel in Laguta as well, but Lambert has to pass Saifutinov 2 at the same time. It's tough for Britain from here. Russia looking good.
Well, brilliant start again from Artem Laguta. Woofenden really threatening in 2nd place. Brilliant move from Saifutinov to charge into 2nd place momentarily. Woofenden now looking for a way past Artem Laguta. He managed it in heat 19. Can it do it now in the final round the outside? Laguta and Woofenden. Woofenden on the outside, pushing so hard. Laguta forces him wide. Woofenden on the outside. Fantastic speedway in the final.
Going into the last lap, and Lambert is all over Saifutinov. Lambert is challenging. Lambert's up the inside. Oh, he just can't get there. He's got to try the outside run. This is for a world title. Saifutinov's kept the inside run. Woofenden's going to win the race. Russia are the world champions. Russia are the world champions. They have just beaten Great Britain Woofenden won the race, but it was Russia with Artem Laguta and Emil Sayfutinov packing the minor placings, and that means that for the first time in the shale sport of Speedway, Russia have new world champions. Congratulations to them for that.
What a night of Speedway, and what a race again in the final. Deserving of the final over the last 2 days. Woofenden goes through nigh on the card. Fantastic out of 14 races. He comes, 13 races. He only gets beaten once. Laguta out in front made him work awfully hard, and Lambert so very nearly got the better of Sayfutinov. Heartbreak for Lambert, but he's done himself a lot of credit. Russia will be overjoyed. A new nation on the gold medal stand. Russia coming through. They had to do it the hard way. 8 races they've done tonight, and they came through against Poland, and then they did it in the final when it really matters. Quite possibly just the added experience doing the business. What a championship we have witnessed, Nigel. Really something very exceptional.
Yeah, magnificent stuff. And Russia being told they need to get out there on the infield for the presentation. Otherwise they're not getting a medal. Simple as that. Poland are already out there. Woofenen's going round doing wheelies. What a performance from Ty Woofenden with 7 rides tonight, 6 last night, 38 points out of 39 for this man.
Wow.
In the Speedway of Nations. There were some people, when he agreed to rejoin the British camp, there were some critics who said they don't want him. Well, penny for their thoughts now, goodness me. 3 apiece, but it's Russia with Laguta and Sayfutinov who packed the minor placings, and by that it means that they are the world champions, and they are now just walking out onto the infield. Just to confirm, Russia are the world champions, although Great Britain scored more points in the build-up to the final. That's the nature of the sport. That's the way it is. Russia have won it. Great Britain, though, this week will live long into the memory.
Well, it's been a fantastic night. Got to say that Russia and Great Britain are the deserved first and second. Look at the joy in the faces of the 2 boys from Russia. We're seeing it again. Great start, as always, from Artem Laguta. This is a very clever move from Sayfutinov to roar into second place. That really did put them in the box seat. Artem Laguta under massive pressure. Look at that move from Sayfutinov. He just charges into second place. Woofenden once again has got the extra speed. Works so well. Fantastic move to get round the outside of Artem Laguta midway through the race, but Laguta realises he knows his mate's in 3rd place, but it's very tight out the back. Lambert was pushing him awfully hard. Look how tight it was as they came to the end of the race. Sayfutinov just about hanging on. Joy for Russia. That is quite a special moment for those boys. They were really nowhere a few years ago. Sayfutinov has carried the flag for Russia. Brilliant stuff.
Let's get some reaction now with Kiri.
Guys, I know you will be disappointed, but what a fantastic way to finish your night. You are silver medalists in our World Championship.
Yeah, a little bit frustrating, but you know what? Rob's taken control this year, and this is year 1 of our 5-year plan. So to be on our first year and get a silver medal is pretty good. And you know, everyone in the team has been amazing, worked really hard. But massive thanks to all the fans at home. Unlucky we didn't get there.
Unlucky indeed. But Robert, a ride of your life. You definitely rode out of your skin over the last couple of days.
Yeah, definitely. It's, you can only ride as hard as you can, and yeah, I'm really disappointed with that. You know, the last heat I needed a 3rd there to get the win, and didn't get it, so I'm really disappointed.
Silver medals still all the same. Alan Craig, it's a team effort right the way to the end.
Yeah, no, it's been a massive performance by the boys. I don't think anybody thought that we'd be stood up here realistically. As Ty said, it's first year of a 5-year plan, and the future's very bright for British Speedway.
Silver medal, Craig. It's a nice way to take for the team.
Yeah, awesome. You know, boys done absolutely fantastic. We all know how good Woofy is, but you know, I'd like to give a big, massive shout to Rob. He's been absolutely fantastic over the 3 meetings, and yeah, he's the future of British Speedway, and yeah, I can't give him enough praise.
Thanks, guys. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Good after, boys.
Well, slight disappointment on the faces there. They came so very
Lambert's
close.
gutted, mate. He
Yeah,
needs
of
an arm
course.
round the shoulder.
Absolutely right, because he really hasn't let the side down
Not at all.
He has done sterling work, and he needs to be royally congratulated for that. And
the world champions, Russia.
Well, we have the world champions at pairs Speedways of Nation. Emil, Artem, you saved the best till last.
Unbelievable, you know. We did great job, you know. So we're really happy. Thanks a lot. I think, you know, it's Polish fans, Russian fans, you know, who support us, you know, today and yesterday. So thanks a lot to our sponsor from Poland, you know, who really support. We can be here, you know, to stay here, you know, and we'll take this world champion. So I don't know, you know, it's too much emotion. So I'm really happy, you know. It's a lot of thanks, you know, Artyom, Gleb, and Andrzej. So just, you know, try to celebrate today because not much, but because we tomorrow have some meeting. But really happy, you know. We make history, like we said before. So.
Woo! Congratulations, our world champions, Russia.
Thank you.
yeah, fantastic effort from Russia, Nigel. That really is fully deserved. And they did make history tonight. They did.
Yes, and the Poles will be getting the bronze medal. That exclusion for Dudek costing them any chance of winning this. But a remarkable night of Speedway.
Here come the Poles, slightly disappointed, but nonetheless, amongst the medals, it wasn't looking like they were going to be yesterday, but they battled hard and they fought their way into a bronze medal position. Ultimately, the exclusion of Dudek in Heat 1 yesterday has cost them the opportunity to race for gold, but they'll be back, I'm sure. This format, I think, is here to stay. I hope so, because it's been terrific to watch and commentate on. Marek Cieślak, accustomed to gold medals, so a slightly subdued Polish trio. But as I say, there's a lot of talent kicking around in this country, so I'm sure they'll regroup and reflect. And in 2019, I don't think it will be, I'm sure they'll be pushing to be winners again. Armando Castagna, the presentation, of course, he's the top man from the FIM here for track racing. And he's from Italy and raced against Armando, and he's a terrific guy. And he has been instrumental in this championship being introduced, so good to see him here. And the bronze medals just being given out to Maxim Dravik there, the third rider of the trio.
Yeah, well, really entertaining Speedway in this Monster Energy FIM Speedway of Nations. Joe Parsons from Monster Energy making the presentation. And disappointment for the Poles. They have to smile for the cameras here, but of course you can be sure that deep down they'll be disappointed. But they recovered well after a poor first. The first leg here last night was cost them.
They did indeed, and the exclusions in Heat 1 for Dudek, really, they started slightly oddly. I just didn't get it at all. It was a lacklustre performance yesterday, much improved tonight.
Great Britain received their silver medals here.
What an effort. This has been outstanding. Nobody expected it. I didn't think they'd be in the top three. But Ty Woofenden, 38 points out of 39. Well, what can you say about that? That is extraordinary. Robert Lambert has come of age. Craig Cook has had a difficult time because he's had a watching brief. But this team has done themselves proud, Nigel. And Alan Rossiter, it's the second time he's got a silver medal in this team format. They got it 2 years ago in Great Britain, so he's had a good run. But Woofenden back in the setup quite clearly has had a huge influence.
What about that man? Ty Woofenden, what about him?
Yeah.
Absolutely amazing. 13 rides, 12 wins, 38 points out of 39.
Well, it's just staggering. You know, those stats are just huge, and he can reflect on that. Robert Lambert needs to just sleep tonight and then just console himself that he did himself proud. He rode really hard. That is some final. What a baptism of fire it was for Robert going into such an important race.
Yes, and...
he's going to be a Grand Prix rider soon, Lambert. Yeah,
he's progressed. I mean, he's had a great season. He's progressed brilliantly. This year, he's been piling in the points for Kings Lynn and the UK. and he really is getting to be the real deal, the all-round complete rider.
Yes,
and
agreed.
you can tell that Woofy enjoys riding alongside him as well. Craig Cook has been a part of Great Britain all week as well. We should not forget that. It's a team effort. He's been there to help and encourage his colleagues. And now here come Russia.
Whee!
I think they're quite happy.
I think so, and rightly so. It's been a great effort from them. And you've got to say that Laguta has ridden strongly. Young Gleb chugging off there, didn't get many opportunities, had one yesterday, didn't actually trouble the scorers, but we were slightly confused by it, but in the end it didn't cost them. They come out on top. Andrei Savin, the team manager, quite clearly overcome with emotion, and Artem Laguta, the first time they win a gold medal on the shell, Nigel. This is a huge historic moment for Russia, and
they've dominated ice racing, haven't they, Kelv?
Yeah, forever.
Yeah.
You know, they have been. Eric Stenlund from Sweden won in Russia in the 80s, but apart from that, it's difficult to call a winner on the ice. But Emil Sayfutinov's been around a little while now. He's got company in Artem Laguta, and no doubt those two boys are going to be strong in the Grand Prix series. But deserved winners. It's been an excellent display from both of them.
Picture time and a national anthem.
What a moment for them, and I'm sure we'll get a selfie moment possibly as well a little bit later on, but champagne time coming. Laguta, they can't celebrate too much because they are riding for their league clubs tomorrow. Here we go, national anthem time, Nigel. Well, fantastic. Haven't heard that many times. Russia on top of the box and the national anthem, and joy written over all of the faces. What an effort it is. Even young Juganov there quite clearly enjoying the moment. Joe Parsons from Monster Energy and just delivering the new World Championship trophy. Yes, the new World Champions of Speedway of Nations in 2018 belongs to Russia.
Yes.
Fantastic effort, Nigel.
Congratulations. Congratulations to them. A fantastic achievement for Russia. And the photographers from around the world.
Emma wants to run off with
Emil,
it.
isn't he? He's a good character, Emil Sayfutdinov.
Yeah.
He's a nice lad. We had a good chat with him before the meeting, and nicely relaxed, well up for it.
Champagne time, celebration time. Great moments for these boys, moments that they'll never forget. And it'll be interesting to see what effect this has on the Russian Federation and the effect that it has on young riders coming through from Russia, because it is a huge moment. It will reverberate around the world. And they've got two world-class riders here in Sayfutdinov and Laguta, and they're going to be around some time. They're youngsters, they're in their 20s, they're of a similar age, about 27, so they've got a long future ahead of them. And potentially both of them could go on to be world individual champions as well. But I tell you what, it's going to be hard to beat Ty Woofenden, because Woofenden on 38 points out of 39 from 13 heats. I think that in itself is an extraordinary performance. And on his return to Great Britain, he couldn't have done any more.
Well, it just shows how much Great Britain need the man.
Well, when you've got a rider of two-time world champion and he stands out on the sidelines,
No-brainer.
It is a no-brainer.
So, Poland on their way to the parade truck. They'll go for a press conference now. Kelvin, your closing thoughts on this tournament?
It's been fabulous. Weren't enough people here yesterday. They are tonight. It's much better, but I think the format will be tweaked slightly, but I think it has a lot of potential. I think it's here to stay. It's been a fabulous week-long tournament, and it's been a credit to the sport, and I've thoroughly enjoyed it. Great Britain, so very close, but they've done themselves proud. Russia, what a marvellous moment for them.
Congratulations to them. Kelvin and I make the trip to Manchester on Monday for the British final. More great Speedway ahead. It's been a pleasure having you with us over the last week. Thanks for your company, and we'll just take a look back at the week-long action as we say good evening from Wrocław here in Poland. The Monster Energy FIM Speedway of Nations with a world title on the line. Leg 2, the decider, the final in Wrocław. Weather conditions absolutely spot on as thunderstorms, they went away and didn't hit the track at all. There was no concerns whatsoever with the weather, and the teams really enjoyed themselves. Great Britain started this second leg with the lead from Friday night's first leg. A fantastic display from Ty Woofenden. Russia were closing in as well after finishing a couple of points behind Great Britain on the opening night, and Russia started to look really strong. But so did Poland as well, and Janowski and Dudek both keen to make amends after a relatively poor Friday night first leg when they couldn't land a blow, only managed 15 points, and they had a lot to do to propel themselves back into contention. Woofenden again, inspirational, winning races for fun. All told, he got a staggering 12 wins out of 13 heats. It was a remarkable achievement from him. Max Frick looked quicker for Australia as well, and it all bunched up. It got very, very tight for the third, fourth and fifth place. Remember, the top three guaranteed a medal, and it got tight for a place in the final, the top team going straight through to that. Denmark, Sweden, Poland, Australia, all in contention for that third spot. The top two were sorted relatively early with Great Britain and Russia, and then it was just a question over who would go straight through to the final. And it was Great Britain and Russia who met late on in this second leg, and it was the Great Britain side who did superbly well to make it straight through to the final. Britain against Russia in heat number 19, getting a 3-all, and that was enough for Great Britain to pip them to the post. Then later on it came to the knockout, and what a knockout it was. Dudek touched the tapes, that put Russia through, and Russia then pipped Great Britain to the post to become world champions for the first time.